Hi everyone, and welcome again. You're watching our latest week of the Quake Pro League, where my name's Ketchup, joined by Lethal. Mate, it's been a while.
It has been a while, yeah. It's been a good few months. Good to see your beautiful face once again, Ketchup, as always. And yeah, it should be another great day of Quake.
It will be. Anyone that's seen the schedule, you know it's going to be good, but for those that didn't, we'll be bringing into it just a little bit later. But for those that might have missed last week's action, of which Flea and I were blessed with incredible matches, here's a quick little recap for you all. Oh, perfect rocket to start with, but he goes point blank into a Doomslayer. Base gets the rockets. Okay.
CNZ sudden burst of
the rail!
aggression. How could anyone stand up against this? This should be a frag. Once more, base. Can he find the shot?
Come on.
Will.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a good opener. Dropping straight into that.
No!
Oh, no! He can move fastest and he can land some delicious directs. 1, 2, and the LG to finish it.
He did not want to be down there, but the choice was taken away from him. Can he get the mega? He can. Before Dewey has a chance to shut it down or get some bonus damage. Absolute point blank. That turret is going to get the last laugh. And it's still here. Fresh off the spawn. Dewey can't shut it down.
"20 seconds before the next major item spawns. But those rockets, they are going to help him stay in this game.
Oh.
Off you go. Yeah.
Interesting couple of minutes here. Sparty has, in theory, everything he needs to get this frag on deck, and he's hitting every shot. Hits the final one too. I know there's probably going to be a fair few Avec fans in the chat cheering on their boy. The starting shotgun doesn't really have much else to get the damage. Sparty going for these close range rails, and there's just no opportunity to land damage.
Nope. Whoa. What is going on, Avec?
No, what?
Let's get the frag.
What? How? Oh, that defensive rocket is absolute sublime. What? Make that 2. Perfectly timed. Maxter with a narrow lead, but a considerable amount. Mistiming the ball rush, and the rocket knocks you away to punish you further. This is an opportunity for Dramis. A significant one. Wait a minute. Surely Dramis does not lose this fight. There's no way. There's no way! Dramis loses that fight to Maxter, with Maxter having no stack.
Cooler played this one to perfection, getting himself a Slipgate frag with the orb. Cypher fumbling the movement, might pay for it. Misses the rail and has to give up the heavy. Cooler though, still railable, and Cypher will find the angle.
Crazy going to go into this heavy. How's it going to play out? Heavy picked up around the corner, tries to dodge away, and there it is.
Ooh, Wenger able to prevent the ring out. It's a shame to say that we only have about 4 minutes left of it. Wenger gets caught in the jump pad and Razy hits the rail. Disgusting. But look, when I said it was a good week, I meant it. Our matches were absolutely ridiculous, and this week we still have our fair share of heavy hitting matchups. You know, don't get me wrong. I think it was going to be hard to top the sheer amount that we had, but you know what? The kind of weekly basis of Pro League, you're always going to get wonderful matchups, and even down to our first one of the day, Zeniku versus Maxter, a great opportunity to see who's kind of weighing up versus who. Maxter looking incredible last week, and Zeniku looking incredible, basically, Harry, all season long.
Yeah, he's been looking fantastic. Last week, you was blessed with some incredible matches last week. You know, some of them, you know, just an absolute understatement. But we've got some great matches this week. Also, some slobber knockers here and there. Some we could turn the tide in terms of the leaderboard and the rankings. And looking at the leaderboard at the moment, and looking at see what the matches are coming up today. You know, Zanaku versus Maxter. We know Zanaku's been playing very well. Probably the best stage he's ever played throughout the Quake Pro League, and Maxter still be getting better and better each and every time. And look at the Hang versus Chain, the battle for the top 3. Benga versus Base, 2 stars to the opposite end of the spectrum, and Cooler versus Avic. Again, we're blessed once more with another great week of games.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially Wenger, you know, I think so we're feeling pretty good going into this week. Wenger and Base is quite a rivalry across all of Quake Pro League. You always know that they're going to have incredible matches, and they tend to deliver every single time. Shock horror. But that does bring us on now to match 1. Zeniku versus Maxter. So Maxter is a player that we've been seeing looking, we've talked about him constantly, and I think that the term is often used that he kind of went right into Pro League looking very comfortable. I know he got a bit of an equipment upgrade, which is great. How anyone can play that level on not perfect hardware is incredible in itself. You know, anyone that's ever been in that position knows that it's no easy task. But as we now go into this specific matchup, I find it a really interesting way to start the day, Lethal, because we have Zeniku, who has just ascended, you know what I mean? He went from a player that took an entire season to find his feet to now he's well in there, he's comfortable, and he's playing out of his mind, versus Maxter, who was more comfortable early, but hasn't quite had the same kind of like ascension that Zeniku has had. So
yeah, completely agree. With Zanaku overall as a player, I remember speaking to him a few months ago, and he was saying, do you know what? I'm still trying to find his style. Like some of his decision making, he's a bit unsure of. He's not really too sure when should be, you know, overextend or be counteractive. There's a lot of little things here and there which he just couldn't really rectify and fix. And he knew it took a little more game time, a bit more grinding in order to try and find his footing, like you said before. But now I feel like this stage, like I said earlier, it is probably the best stage he has ever played since starting out in the Quake Pro League. But then again, same with Maxter, he's improved day in, day out. It's becoming a little bit less predictable each and every time. His aim is just ridiculous. He is literally one of the biggest aim stars in the Americas region. And with these two loggerheads going at it, it should be a great way to start off the day.
Let's talk about the picks and bans. Let's figure out what the journey will be as we start off in the Molten Falls with the Ranger versus Strog. Exile. Always love seeing Exile in play. It's such a tricky little map with the Sorlag and Doomslayer. And then we finish up on the Deep Embrace with the Death Knight actually being taken away. So that's actually interesting. It's been a long time since I've even seen Death Knight's icon in picks and bans that aren't in the finals. And it'll be Keel versus Scalebearer. So the battle of the big bodies.
Yeah, I would say for Zanaku, he's the one who won the map picks, just overall. Like, he's got Molten Falls on one of his best maps. We've seen him actually beat Rafa by 1 frag the last time those two met on Molten Falls. They both like Exile anyway, so I'm not surprised that's the second map. Max has selected that anyway. He feels quite comfortable in that map. We've seen him day in, day out actually be able to excel from beyond belief. And Deep Embrace, pretty standard. The difference is we do have the kill for Maxter, so when he does try and go for the heavy, he can get there early and throw those pineapples out to keep his opponent at bay. Scale Bearer, of course, we know it's Week's favourite, will be played with Zanaku. But yeah, a lot of heavy hitting champions. Zanaku does favour those heavy hitting champions anyway, so not really too much of a surprise there. But in terms of map picks, Morton favours Zanaku, but champion picks, Maxter probably has a slight edge, especially with that third and final map.
So, I think this is normally the time that we talk about predictions. I'm always going to be curious over what the chat thinks, because I know that there's a considerable amount of fans either side, and I think there's a lot of regional pride too with these kind of players. But also, I feel like the 2-1 is a safe bet here, but I kind of just think if we're going by just previous weeks and weeks, Zanaku, he's riding so much momentum. I would be surprised if that momentum would kind of get stopped slightly here. So I strongly believe that the 2-1 for Zanaku could be the result that we see here, but I'm curious as to what you think.
Well, Zanaku, over the last couple of months, he's become more of a reactionary player. He decides to react only when he sees fit, when he's got some kind of advantage. Just that counter-aggression, which he so desperately needed over the last year, and he's finally found his footing with it. Now, the problem is now is the fact that Maxter is the kind of player where he won't give you the opportunity or that kind of chance to, react to certain things he does. He will try and get any kind of flank around you if possible, and if you're given any kind of advantage, then you will try and push up on that. But to be a reactionary player, it's very difficult against someone like, a Nosfer or a Maxter, even against a Rafa, because he leaves little room for error. So I'll probably say Zanaku 2-1. He may drop Exile, even though I said for Maxter it is one of his best maps. Zanaku's also very good on Exile, so it's going to be very difficult to see which one will take that map. But Zanaku, I reckon, will just barely edge it. When I say barely, I mean by the skin of their teeth.
There's also the champion matchup, the Sorlag versus the Doomslayer on that map too. And Exile, it's such a close quarters map. It's not a tiny map by any means, but it's a very tricky map. Lots of different hallways, little nooks and crannies that Sorlag has historically kind of been pretty assertive on as well, because she's got the stack, she's got the movement. She can just come flying around one corner or one teleporter, and then bam, she's got all this health and armor to work with. She's got acid spit, she probably has a rocket or something, and it's like, where did my stack go? But now we're going into our first map. We're loading into Molten Falls already, and thank you all for joining us. To remind everyone, our latest edition here of the Quake Pro League, where we're about to start our first series of the day, and this is just an appetizer for what's to come. There's plenty of good matches lined up, and now we're loading in. The warm-up will be coming to a close, and Molten Falls will begin.
Yeah, you would think that Zanaku should take map number 1, considering how much he's excelled on this first map of Molten Falls, considering it's being Rafa, he's defeated a couple of other opponents. But Maxter, we'll have to see. It could be a little bit too much for him because it's very hard to react in certain ways, but we'll see as we will head into map number 1. First series of the day, starting with Zanaku's POV.
And we will start with a patient beginning. The center of this map, so good for information, of which Zanaku is able to listen to the jump pad instantly. And at this point, he's not going to take the rail yet. He's not going to take the rail yet, because at that point, Maxter didn't know where he was, but he knew where Maxter was, so don't give any information. As we now start off, the rail does connect, so a little bit of patience is going to be rewarded. God, I love that rail skin so much.
Zanaku's doing a good job of keeping that height control. But he decided to drop down to see if there's any kind of information he can gather as to where Maxter could be. But Maxter's playing is very, very slow, which is not really his kind of style. But the LG did a lot of damage there for Zanaku. Sadly, he managed to get in, but will he be able to clean him up, though? Will he do the next rail? Yes, he does. Good first frag for Zanaku. Very patient there, as he knew that he wanted to try and push in, maybe even try and take advantage of that. But already that first rail goes in the favour of Maxter. Maxter has backed away, but so has Zanaku as they fight for this next mega. Zanaku has picked up, takes another rail, takes a second. Will it be 3 for 3 for Maxter as he tries to find him? Yes, he manages to get it here, Ketchup. It's now Maxter's tied things up 1-1.
Zeniku does everything he can in that situation. He tries to take the health if possible. He wasn't going to be able to tank the rail, though. I think he had like, what, 73 HP. So at the very least, taking it away from Maxter, I guess. But Zeniku, this is all he gets in that missed rail. It's going to mean that Maxter goes down. Zeniku not taking any of the health, which means that getting that heavy has instantly given him momentum and a perfect opportunity to drop down towards Mega. Does get a bonus rail. He knows he can't beat you to Mega in time. Unfortunately, missing that rail is going to be a major punish there from Maxter. But the LG, at this point, was all it was going to be. He's going to have the railgun now, but he didn't have it before.
Ooh! Zanaku just taking advantage of the mobility of the Strog, but maybe gone a little bit too far as Maxter ties things up again. Picks up the heavy. Very, very healthy stack here. As Maxter now going to try and get that rail up the LG stairs. Doesn't get him, but it doesn't matter. The damage has been done. He's still got the stack to work with. He's going to try and cut him off at the rail. Zanaku predicted that, heard him come through, has decided to back away. And this is what I'm talking about. You know, Zanaku is reactionary, but the problem is Maxter won't give you the chance to even make certain plays. And Zanaku just managed to get out of it before Maxter cut him off in that rail room. But Zanaku does have the height advantage, but it's taking that first rail, and Max is just going deep in, but 47 HP. He has to back away. He needs to try and re-heal. Got the heavy, that's going to help him out massively. He's going to try and get his health bubbles as he cleans him up. And beautiful rail there, beautiful combo for Maxter as he's going to try and cut him off from the Mega. Doesn't, but at least does a little bit of damage before he goes away.
We've already had a rather insane back and forth. Decent amount of frags in only 3 minutes. Neither player trying to play that kind of slow game just yet. If there's a fight to be had, we go full speed ahead. And Zeniku, can he get the... Oh, not quite! Looking to steal that heavy away, but Maxter's able to have the last laugh there. But Zeniku does need to be careful. I like that he didn't just speed around that corner. Get the rail, sure, but if he comes around the corner and you only have a rail, it doesn't even matter if you hit the shot. He's going to kill you.
He certainly will indeed. Looking at the stats so far, damage very, very similar. Only 100 between the two. But the item control, again, only in slight favour of Maxter. But Maxter could definitely get something done here. Ignores the Pika, gets the frag on Zanaku. Only left on 8 HP. Picks up the heavy for his troubles. Now needs to try and back away and re-heal with those health bubbles. But you can see if he can at least try and pressure him on the Mega, but decided it's too much of a risk. Just re-heal, re-stabilize. He's got the free frag lead. And needs to be careful on what Zanaku's next move is.
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be a bit of a frustrating frag to lose out on. You know, you hit that rail, you hit the shot, you hear the fact that Ranger just did that pre-death scream, so he's just pretty much advertising, hey, I'm weak, finish me off and swap to LG. Oh, they trade. They trade out good. Now, Zeniku does actually get pretty favorable spawn here. He has the armor, he has the rocket launcher, and he's in position for the Mega. The crowd side will let him get in and out, but he wants to stick around. He wants to take this fight, but he's taking so much damage in the process. What on earth happened there? Nobody went down. Both players dedicating, saying the one of us dies right now. But no one did. Funny that.
Almost. But even with the MG as well, it was great for him just due to the fact that he knew he could stand his grounds. He can take all the damage he wants with the LG and then pick up the Mega anyways. Huge risk, but he knew that the stack would be big enough for him to stand his ground, and he did, which was great stuff from him. But Zanaku is the one with a slight stack advantage. Only 2 frags behind, does have the peak if he needs it, but then again, Maxter does have the orb. Taking a huge chunk of damage there. Maxter needs to try and get away if he can, but he's not going to get away if Zanaku's going to rail like that. Good stuff from him as Max is putting so much pressure on so early on the spawn, but it all comes out. Oh, he commits suicide. That's probably the worst time for it, but still got 4.5 minutes left to make something happen.
Definitely felt like one of those situations where it was either going to be a -1 for you or a +1 for them. Point blank in a situation where Maxter was absolutely going to take that frag. Zeniku already trying to go for that tricky Pika stuff. You know, right around that corner, knowing Maxter's near rail, sending out the Pika first. I think he really wanted him to use the rail, right? Get the rail cooldown, in between the cooldown, get some free damage, establish dominance right there. But the dominance will belong to Maxter so far as he's 2 frags in the lead. Just picked up that heavy, and Zeniku, alarmingly, there's no armor. Oh, especially made worse on that. He's barely going to be all right off the back of that light armor that he picked up. Thankfully, there's bubbles all over the place. Can't stick around for too long, but there's plenty of pickups near rail side. It's a scary fight to take. Maxter hitting some really impressive rails, and Zeniku not having the weapons to get as much damage. But wait! How did he trade that? The fact that he even got a frag there is ridiculous. He was a done deal, surely.
That was ridiculous. And Maxter, not in the best of spots, but he does have the stack advantage. He's going to try and clean him up with the last rail. Yes, he does. Extends his lead. Still got 3 minutes and 20 left on the clock. And it's going to be looking quite bad now for Zanaku. Look how segregated the items are. It's huge in comparison. So now Maxter can contest both items and keeping a high advantage as well, just to make matters worse for Zanaku. It's a matter of what he can do here, but Max has barely been missing any rails apart from that one. But saying that, Zanaku can get heavy. He's done a huge amount of damage. Max needs to try and get away here if he can, but Max has missed so many rails, which is unlike him. And now Zanaku's the one, after what I just mentioned with the item segregation, has now got a huge stack himself. So it's looking very good in Zanaku's favour. And one more thing to add, look at the rail percentages. Zanaku, 73% to Maxter's 50%.
And a considerable amount of shots actually being fired too. That's 73% rail. He's fired 15. That's not bad at all. But he needs a little bit more as Maxter. 2 frags in the lead here. Just over 2 minutes here on the clock. Zanaku with the stacked to make something happen. But you need to show respect. Maxter, when he needs to hit those ranged rails to just put that dent in the stack you're working on, he tends to hit it. And surely Zanaku must know now at this point, Maxter is not taking these items because I think he's now starting to err on the side of caution. He's not making his presence known anymore. They do trade rails. That rail's not going to be, though. Oh, but he gets the rocket in the perfect moment. Zanaku picks up the heavy as well. This is his opportunity to start, and he gets a rail to begin. This could be where we equalize, Lethal.
I wouldn't be surprised at all in the slightest. Oh, as that happened as well, Zanaku, remember, he has the mobility to catch up. He's got plenty of time. He's got 1 minute and 40 left on the clock. As long as he keeps his items under his control and eat up all these lights, he should be perfectly fine. Depends on what Max's game plan is. He's got to be very careful where he stands. He seems to be not hesitating, but he holds certain areas of the map way too long. Longer than he should be, and then he gets taken down and taken off guard. Like, this is a great example here. Would he be able to clean up with the shotgun? No, yes, he does. Tied 8-all. Would not have expected this in the slightest, considering the situation Zanaku was in earlier.
I mean, Zanaku was going to be able to take that heavy at the very beginning. Maxter, the best he had really was a tri-bolt. He didn't have much, so he wasn't able to necessarily make his presence known right there, but afterwards, Zanaku pushing forward, knowing he's near rail side. Hang on a minute. He gets caught and over-dedicates Maxter. He's able to get the lead again at the last second. We have less than a minute on the clock, and this is a tense and or sweaty game one.
Yeah, sweat's an understatement, especially map number 1, series number 1 of the day. Yeah, we can't complain. We can't complain. As Maxter, 79 HP. What is he going to do? Is he going to try and hold this out until the final frag? I wouldn't be too surprised here. He's got 25 seconds left. He cannot fight back against someone like Zanaku with this huge stack. He's just looking around at the moment. He does have the orb in his back pocket, so if he does need to get away, he can do, but 12 seconds left. Will Zanaku find him as he manages to get the mega, which ain't going to help Zanaku too much, but it looks like he will be able to get away. He goes up on the jump pad to rail. He's literally almost on the opposite side of the map. Zanaku does find him, but it's just way too little, too late, as Maxter is the one who takes map number 1 in Molten Falls. And that was actually the map we kind of made the assumption that Zanaku should take it, considering his history on Molten Falls.
I mean, it was a close exchange too. I mean, I'm looking at these stats. The damage was quite even.
76% rail.
That's pretty impressive. But I mean, I'm looking at these stats near the end, and there was no considerable advantage over the items. Zanaku, funny enough, actually did manage to take a few more, and I think that came down to the closing moments where Maxter started to shift gears a little bit, become a little bit more defensive, a little bit more slow pace, allowing Zanaku to kind of take some of those items. I think having a lot of confidence in his own rail at this point, you're starting to hit so many shots where you get an item. And then bam, you get hit by 1 or 2 rails that you haven't returned, and that's it. You've lost all that work basically. But it came down to that final moment. I think just going in for a peeker at the wrong time, Maxter drops down, punishes you, and then some. And is able to inch out that map by 1 single frag. But I really felt like this was going to be a close exchange. And even if this turns out to be a 3-0, who knows? I think a 3-0 is still, I wouldn't expect it. However, I cannot see a dimension. I don't know if commentators curse it, but I do not see a reality where any of the maps are a stomp, because they just seem so evenly split at the moment.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Like Exile, both these players like this map. You know, it's one of Maxter's favourites anyway, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. But to edge him out on his own map, 9-8, it's going to be very difficult. But still, 76%. I know it's only 17 rails, but the only difference with Maxter, he shot just over double the amount. Still had 54%. A lot of his rails was more clutch rails, which he managed to be successful with and get some of those frags. 76 is really good. It's not even against a large champion either. It's against a Rangers. So against a medium champion, that's still very, very good. Very solid from Zanaku. And I think he did play that well. You know, you saw with his strong, with his mobility, he was trying to flank in many, many ways, trying to abuse his, the power he had in terms of with the stack disadvantage. But he just couldn't get there in the end. And Maxter played it really safe, make sure he tried to secure that victory right at the very end. And it was weird because they played it very slow to begin with. We know some matches can be like that anyway, but it's not in Maxter's style to do that. And I think Zanaku was also a little bit put off, a little bit surprised there, where right at the very beginning when he was sitting on rockets, he was waiting for him to make the first move. But he wasn't. Max was just still standing his ground, which is a little bit surprising. But XL, I think it's going to be very different in comparison from what we saw on the start of that first map.
It's a display of confidence. That's what I've always loved about watching Maxter. Ever since his first week in the Pro League, I think everyone would always say the same thing, where it's like, you'd never have guessed this guy came from challenges, in the sense that there was no finding his feet, there was no warming up. It was, I'm in Pro League, okay, I'm going to do my thing now and just play with confidence, play the aggressive style when needed. Sometimes not, but just playing clean and efficient Quake, which is something that when a player kind of comes into Pro League, there's definitely a little bit of, I think, teething problems you can sometimes see, but not so much now. But we're loading into Exile, and matchup-wise alone, you're going to have that mobility of Doomslayer, always important, especially as a map as, we'll say, hazardous, as we did last week, because we saw a couple of accidentally falling off happening. But the matchup is going to be a heavy versus a medium. So Doomslayer, all about that mobility, but this is a close quarters map, and you're having to deal with a saw lag. That is always going to be a scary combination, no matter how you look at it.
Well, we are going to start at Zanako's POV. Even in week 6, we saw 10 plus ringouts, I think, something silly like that. Will it happen this week? I don't know, but things are possible. Miracles do happen, but we'll have to see. Zanaku already starting on board with him, only 20 seconds in, both trading the items. Zanaku still just finding his footing to find out exactly where he could be. He hasn't got a rail yet, which, not the biggest of problems as of yet. He's just trying to find out where he could be. He's found him, but knows he can't go from it as of yet. He's going to go around behind to see if he can at least clean him up. The shotgun got a great LG there, and he gets the Mega on top of that. Maybe even the rail, sorry, not the rail, the actual heavy side, but it doesn't matter. It gets hit up both the lights, gets the rail. Got the unholy trinity here, Ketchup, so he should be perfectly fine with that height advantage as well.
The perfect beginning. Maxter is able to fight fire with fire, though. Zeniku going for a rail right as Maxter chooses to dedicate to it. Those kind of rails, you often go for them because you're just so convinced they're not going to turn around and just come the opposite way. Gets decent damage, but Maxter has that last laugh. The super shotgun is going to be such an important weapon versus those heavy champions. And this will be a brawl again. I almost see all 3 maps going this way, because we have Deep Embrace up next. It's hard to see any other map that's not going to be just we trade. I take one, you take one, rinse, repeat for 10 minutes. Oh, and there's the acid. Maxter melted away. And Zeniku, the good call out. He's going to hold around near that light health. If you're going to try and stop the bleeding, you need to pick up a health item, which unfortunately makes your movement pretty predictable if you're on the defense.
Maxter's tracing is looking very good, especially with that LG. Back away for now. Hasn't got a rail yet, but we'll be going for it momentarily. Just wants to make sure that Zanaku isn't on his case, which he was. Finally gets to back away. Only on 10 HP. Good trade of rails there. Picks up the light, but it's still only on 10 HP. He's trying to re-heal as quick as he possibly can. But he's going to go for the telly and knows that that Mega will be up in the next few seconds. So it's a matter of which of these players will go for which item. It's like they're both going for the Mega. Zanaku had more confidence there with his aim. Go for the Mega. Good rails from him. Third one there, just literally taking him apart. He's trying to back away as quickly as he can, but will he be able to? He's still trying to get away from his Berserk. Will he be able to clear up the LG? No, he doesn't. Regular shotgun comes out to play, and Maxter is the one who ties things up.
Another immense back and forth. Oh, there's the close exchange. Maxter, it's going to take one shot. Spam away. We got 60 bullets. Boom. That's going to be it. Only 10 damage, but who cares when you're that weak and tender. Zeniku. Heavy is going to spawn now. Perfect timing. Ooh, they both missed their rails. Zeniku does not want to drop down towards that armor. It's so attractive to pick it up, but you run the risk of putting yourself in a railable distance where it's just not going to be worth it. Now the acid spit is ready. Oh, he had the information to know that Maxter was over there, so he can pick up the armor, but he still took a rail for his troubles. There's another one. The armor keeps him alive, barely, looking for the damage he can get, but Maxter will take him out once again. But fresh off spawn, Zeniku will at least get a couple of damage numbers.
He knows the heavies have been taken. Needs to try and go for lights if he can, but he's going to go straight in for it. We have to clean him up. No, he will not. Zanaku.
I'm surprised that punch actually landed.
Yes, it was me, actually.
It wasn't anywhere near him.
Looks like it was just out of range, but you know, they still hit him. It will take it anyway, no matter what. Zanaku.
Sorlag's just got that long snout, dude. He's got that big face.
Oh, dearie me. Max today managed to pick up the heavy. Hasn't got the stack advantage, but he's going to back away and see if he can get these lights before Zanaku can do anything. But Maxter just holding his ground. Just let him know that he ain't going to move away until this light reappears on spawn. But it looks like it's given him plenty of time here. Must have only just recently been picked up. Manages to get it finally. But didn't have the information he needs to find him, but knows he's directly underneath him. Managed to get the rockets. Hasn't really got much LG to work with here, but he should be fine anyway, considering how far away he is. He's just out of range anyway. But I like what Max is doing, just keeping that top mid control, trying to at least flank around him, which he has done. If he hit that rail, that could have been completely different story. He's expecting him to go for that light. Decides not to, has backed away, but he needs to, the light himself, in all fairness. But realises directly above him, can't really make a move. Hopefully he can catch him off guard. He will not. He'll actually absorb that rail. And Zanaku's going straight in for the kill. Almost got taken down there, but Zanaku, with the stack he had, manages to stay alive, gets the mega, gets the light, back to square one, and now he's going to challenge for this heavy, and instead back to Wayne goes for the light instead. Perfectly understandable.
Now Zeniku did manage to soak up a whole bunch of items just then, going for a why not rail in that position. The 5-minute warning, we're halfway through this map. The area denial of the acid spit. A bit preemptive, though, because now he's not going to have it for this next fight. If the fight even breaks out, there's the rail. First shot. Second shot. Zeniku's looking to finish this one off. Maxter having to escape. But there's no escape to be had as there's a super shotgun and a fast Sorlag coming right in. Right as the item spawn. Wait a minute. He's going to be able to get both of these items here. Maxter has to show it the respect, and he's had to concede both items. Full control and 2 frags in the lead. This was a pivotal moment for Zeniku.
Oh, this is very difficult. When the next mega does come up, he can contest the heavy, but he may not be able to get it. That's the only problem with the timer. It's only 3 or 4 seconds apart for both his items, but Max is just trying to clean him up here and still managed to take him down. Now he can get the mega. He can challenge for the heavy if he wants to. There's a possibility he may not get it, but at least he can throw some rockets down to at least clean him up. Will he be able to? That's the next question. Yes, he does, and Maxter on the verge of a comeback here. Was down 5-8, now he's only down 7-8. He's still looking very good. He's eating up all the lights as well, just making Zanaku's life a misery on this later portion of his second map.
No, he did get caught mid-double jump there with the wrong weapon out, so that was going to be damage he wasn't able to return. Zeniku only has... Oh! He only had the nail gun, the plasma. If he had a rail, that fight would have been an entirely different story, but I think that's why Maxter was confident to take it. He knows that the reverse rail chances were non-existent, so who really cares? If I can dodge his projectiles and damage him, I'm going to win this fight, equalize. Timing that light fantastically, but he has to be careful. Does not have a super shotgun to his name, and the Berserk will not let him escape. He tries to get out, but no success. Zeniku now, 1 frag in the lead, but there's plenty of this map left, Lethal. God, another map, another complete brawl. Oh, but there's the combo, 2-piece with fries.
I just can't believe it. Literally, both of these players are just not backing down. Like, it doesn't matter what situation they're in, if at a disadvantage. I've seen Maxter sometimes where he'll try and fight an engagement till right to the very end. He stands in there of the map way too long, and then he gets punished for it. We've seen him do it a few times over the last 2 maps, but yeah, neither of them are backing down. As soon as they're in an engagement, they just barely back off, and when they do back off, they're like on 10 HP, 8 HP, 5 HP, and it's just bizarre. Like, even now, like, this would be his time to back away. He left it a little bit too late. I can understand he's contesting the heavy, but might be a little bit too much, and he was almost railable there too. Max just needs to be careful and try not to fight too much, because he is railable, and he's still trying to hit him. He's only 1 frag down. He's playing like he's 4 frags down and needs to try and get another frag to his name, but just ridiculous stuff. Don't get me wrong, I love all these engagement, all these bouts they're taking between each other. 23 HP, Zanaku needs to reheal, but they need to be a bit more cautious on what fights they take here. It's great if you're at an advantage, but sometimes if you overstay your welcome, it's just a bit, just a little bit too much for them.
I was really nervous. So not the last frag that happened, the one before, that almost happened, I guess, is more accurate. The fact that Max to hit that rail, popped berserk straight away. I was watching it through his point of view, and if Zanaku went round that corner, he was getting punched in the face. It's a good thing that he decided to hold back just a little bit. Zanaku, can he get some bonus damage before inevitably falling? A little bit, but nothing to write home about. Gets the perfect call, and there's no way, Zanaku! The second you jump down there, and the opponent has an LG, perfect weapon choice there from Maxter, and he pushes you down into oblivion. That's now going to be 10 frags apiece. Absolutely, this is an important closing moment, right? The 1-0 for Maxter currently. If Maxter comes off better in this minute and 10 seconds, which he's working on, it will be 2-0. But are we going to go into a final map decider? That is the question. Ooh, so close to getting a wonderful prediction rocket. That would have been a death sentence. Zanaku gets caught on the drop down and Maxter takes the lead. Harry, this is such a good map for Maxter again, but it's not over.
Oh no, it's not over by all means. 45 seconds left. We can easily see another 2 frags for both these players. Maxter does have the stack advantage, but this map has just been ridiculous. Like I said, they're just both going all out. It's like they're acting as though they're 4 or 5 frags behind and they're desperate to add some more frags to their name. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But am I complaining? Absolutely not. This is what I like to see. A nice chaotic massacre between both these players, but still 20 seconds left. Zanaku needs to choose his engagement correctly. That's not the right one, though.
Oh, that's a GG.
It is. He's just stood his ground with the LG. He knew eventually Zanaku was going to push in. Maxter had to stand his ground at some point, some way, and he has done. 10 seconds left. Zanaku doesn't have the time to get these 2 frags, but GG from both these players. What a phenomenal second map. What a phenomenal series, actually, just to start the day overall.
And you can see there on the player cam, satisfaction and a little bit of relief coming out. The 2-0 at least is guaranteed. But remember, ooh, looking at that damage, Maxter hit so much. No, it's the nature of versus a heavy anyway, but significant amount compared to. But yeah, this is that kind of situation where you know the 2-0's in the bag. You've got the series win. That is the beginning of things, right? Because a 3-0 is great, but the series win is still important. However, man, how can we break down a map like that? When it comes to Maxter and we watch him play, it is composure no matter the situation, no matter the condition. And that's what I love about watching Maxter, is that no matter how far into the map we are, he always kind of just has this mind into the next frag where he's just so happy to brawl with you. You know what I mean? And Zanaku was in the lead for a big chunk of it. But Maxter always kind of trickling behind, right? He's always just there on the sideline, ready to snatch it away. And this was really where everything went wrong. You know, catching him on the drop down, that is such a dangerous place to get caught. And it's no wonder he had the LG out ready to rock, because it's, there's one thing Exile does a good job of, I think, Lethal. It's teaching you the importance of Lightning Gun. Because if you have anyone down there, no matter the game mode, get the Lightning Gun out and you're probably going to get a frag if they get caught jumping down. Because there's no way they're going to stop that pushback. And unfortunately for Zanaku, no matter how much starting stack you spawn with, it's going to get nullified by a ring out. And that was the end of it.
Yeah, it was just ridiculous. And you could see Maxter was very, very tempted to do it for a second time in a row. Like, when you got the neck frag after the one you talk about, the ring out, he was going to go for it again. And he was like, no, you know what? I've already done it once already. I'm not going to risk it and do it again. But I still find it's a very, very strange game. I felt like both the players kind of overextended sometimes. And if you're purposely trying to push yourself into a close range fight against Maxter, you're asking for trouble, because his combat skills is what makes him excel in this entire, in the Quake Pro League overall. And if you're constantly fighting against him close range all the time, you're basically saying, you're not saying like, okay, here's a frag or anything like that. You're just playing to his strengths. And if you're going to keep doing that, then, accidents are going to happen, and you saw it there and then. And it was nice, because normally when you do pressure them on spawn, when they spawn near that rail kind of area, normally there's a few rockets. Normally they wait for them to maybe dive down for the rail or go around the other side, and normally your opponent's got height advantage with that rail. But to see him actually used the LG to take him down was great stuff. You know, it just shows that Maxter, not only has he got good combat skills, he's also got good weapon selection at the right moments at the right time. He plans these things a few seconds ahead. He's got good instincts on what he should be doing every so often. He may not be 5 steps ahead, but with his 1 or 2 steps ahead on spawn, he seems to be able to, you know, pull out all the stops. He seems to be a very, very, very good player and phenomenal in those kind of aspects. But he's got to be very careful in those close range battles. You can't fight to your opponent's strengths, and if you do, at least have the stack to go against it. But we'll have to see now with Deep Embrace. And with Maxter with a kill, it's going to be a little bit difficult, especially contesting that heavy, depending on how early Maxter it is going to be. But with Zanarko's POV, and see what's going to happen in this 3rd and final map of the first series.
This is a battle of the big bodies, heavy hitters. Zeniku on the scale bearer, love to see it. But Keel, a champion that we are starting to see really come into his element on Deep Embrace. And I'd actually go as far to say a champion that's coming into his element more and more in Duel in general. There was a time where he was rarely picked, and now becoming quite common on a selection of maps. Zeniku keeping the control as they trade item for item. Dead even split, and Zeniku. Oh, that was so cute! Zeniku, I like that play. No, but he dies anyway! Man did a full 180 building up the speed to get the damage, to get the gauntlet, to do as much as he can into a bull rush, and it still wasn't enough to get the frag. Maxter coming out on top, but ugh, what a first frag that was.
As if that even happened. That is ridiculous. I didn't expect that counteract from Maxter at all. But again, like I said, you know, playing to his strengths. If you're going to get in his face, you know, there's a possibility, a strong one at that, but you're going to pay the price. But now Maxter is playing this very passive, pretending to rocket jump up. Fooled Zanarku possibly, but didn't get the rail off. So wasn't worth it, but at the same time, he's got height advantage for it. But these rails are looking beautiful for Maxter. He's going to try and get another one if he can, but not if he's going to stampede straight into him. Zanarku's the one who's going to tie the lead, find out where he could be going next, but knows Max is still directly beneath him, and heavy will not be contested.
A decent little opening chunk of damage coming out for the rails once more. And now I like this choice. Soak up and deny as many of these little items as possible. Almost manages to get a rail off as well, but as there is such a delay between the items, I like what Zeniku's doing here. You know, it was damage Maxter where he can't really make his presence known, and then during that time, soak up as much of the map as you can so that it's taken away. However, the rails are still good. They both miss. Oh, whoa! Both players still in big trouble. However, the bull rush, it's going to run out, but it's enough. Enough to close the gap. And now the Mega. Maxter will show it respect. I like that. Doesn't have a lot to answer back, though, so Max has to be very careful. He's taken the Mega away from Zeniku, which is stage 1, but it's not enough. Another frag goes here for Zeniku. Man, this is a really fun map again, and all 3 maps, Lethal, have gone this way. It's just been a complete frag fest.
Yeah, we have to thank Sync for that, of course. 2 phenomenal maps in a phenomenal series. I literally almost had a cardiac arrest, and I thought he was going to fall off at one stage, but Zanarku's still continuing to extend his lead. But look what's changed in his style now. He's keeping that kind of medium to long range bouts with Maxter. He's realised some of the mistakes he made in that last match. He realised he took too many close range fights, and now he's just keeping his distance, even if it's being directly underneath him or just keeping him at bay, just keeping at range. He's just doing a great job. He's realised so quickly what mistakes he needed to rectify. So got to be extra cautious with his pineapple zone. Both these players have had phenomenal rounds throughout the entire course of the series, but Zanarku is readable. He's going to risk going for the health orb. Seems perfectly fine, but he's going to try and go for the Mega. Will he be able to get it? Yes, he does, but he got knocked in for his troubles. He didn't even get it in the end.
Though.
The
perfect spawn. Look at how many weapons he got, Harry. He got the LG. He got the rocket. Ow. He ate a rail.
It's his birthday. Birthday come early, but it's definitely not after that. Oh, that was beautiful again. Another great rail from Maxter and the pineapple just to make matters worse. It's going to go bottom mid. Zanarku was going to go for the trade frag. He knew he was going to go for those 2 health orbs. And again, another great rail from Maxter on the spawn. He's going to circle around to see if he will contest the Mega. Looks like he won't be. And now he's going to get that top mid control. Still has time to go for this heavy. It is up in the next few seconds, but which way is he going to go? Looks like he's going to stand his ground. He's going to rocket jump up. Maxter realizes that Zanarku's pushed away, knowing that he's probably going to attempt to go for it. again, another great rail. And Zanaku's so weak, it just needs to try and push in if you can to finish him off. And Maxa is just doing so much work with this rail. Again, another spawn, another pineapple, another rocket. What are you about to clean them up here? Yes, he does. And just like that, within 60 seconds, Maxter has come back and has got the lead.
Lovely positioning mid-fight there for Maxter as well, knowing the ball rush is coming and just trying to put himself in a situation where you have to pull this really hard turn, and even if you do manage to hit him or whatever, you're now right up against a wall and there's nothing you can do to stop the splash from being insane damage. Nice optimization there from Maxter, who is, again, narrowly in the lead, but it's a lead all the same, and is he going to be able to inch out yet another map? We'll see. The opening rocket. Oh, the click! The click that no one wants to hear. Now, this could be an opportunity for Maxter. Can he get the frag? The Mega's just been taken. Zeniku. He's able to escape because there is no rail. I mean, that click is what really, I think, kept Zeniku alive in that fight.
But then again, those rockets, he predicted this so well. He did so much damage with him. Even after the Mega, he had to try and stand his ground. Two missed rails here. Maxter needs to back away if he can. Zanaku's got away from himself. He still has a slight stack advantage, but this Mega's coming up any second now. This is Zanaku's time to push him, but he's direct. And he's railable, not anymore after picking up that 50 from bottom mid. Again, he's railed. Will he hit the second one? Yes, he does. Great stuff from Maxter to extend his lead. He predicted correctly that Zanaku is going to go around the rail side, but it doesn't matter. Oh, just barely misses the jump. Going up for that heavy. Zanaku, again, in a very healthy position, but not after what just happened then. It's Zanaku stampeded into the bottom mid area, predicting Maxter to go down, which he rightly did. As Zanaku needs to try and catch up now. He's definitely got all the weapons in his arsenal to make something happen. Picks up the Mega. Oh, he almost fell off there. He can still get a ring out if he wants to, but no. As you can see, Zanaku, another rail to his name, another frag to his name as well, and has tied things at 7-all here, Ketchup.
This is just aggression, aggression, aggression. Neither player wants to give up too much control, right? And there is definitely a part of that being the nature that it's too heavy. So they spawn with a giant stack, they can pick up a weapon, they can go right back in and brawl it out, but that's the LG, just for a bit of that bonus damage. Maxter. The Mega has been taken, so that's going to be good timing, at the very least. Uh-oh, here comes the bull rush. Nothing scarier than being pasteable damage away and hearing the heavy footsteps of a scale bearer, and you know that he's nearby. Oh, a rail coming out. Maxter having to be kind of careful here as Zeniku on the warpath a little bit. Mega's the next objective, and there's a giant split between these two items. So an opportunity for Zeniku. If he gets a frag here, that's going to be Mega. And Maxter, too weak to really challenge it. And a long time until armor comes back. And speaking of the light armor being denied, Maxter is going to have to be as sneaky as possible, but he's not going to be able to take this heavy, trying to get a bonus rail just to shut down the usefulness of it, but he can't. Maxter, he's wasting some time, but it's not enough. The two frags in the lead.
But look at this, again, Zanaku, just the last few minutes, just keeping his distance, and that's exactly what you should be doing against a player like Maxter or Nosfer or Ephesus. You know, these kind of players, you have to keep your distance because they're so good with their close range bouts, but you don't want to risk so much for so little. And Zanaku's just doing exactly that, just keeping medium range, just making sure that it's close enough for LG, but at the same time, Maxter just can't slide in and clean up the frag. And he's been doing it for the last couple of minutes. And if Zanaku plays exactly this kind of style against Maxter, he should walk away with it, or maybe even extend his lead. It just depends now. And you can see he's doing it constantly, keeping that medium range, keeping that distance the entire time. Even if he loses this fight, he's just got to be very cautious. He's going in for the 50, but even then, the pineapple is what finishes him off. 34 HP, but like I said, if Zanaku continues to play like this, he should be able to trade frag each and every time, just like that. And now he'll be able to get the heavy for his trouble. So Zanaku, I'm very impressed by the style changes he's made and what he's doing to try and excel at the end of the series.
And at this point, Zeniku, I'd be surprised if he ever kind of changes up the game plan. He's doing such a good job of just starving away all of these different items, and it is that damage mitigation. Speaking of, wait a minute, Maxter. This is his chance. He gets rail off the spawn as well, looking for the defensive shot. Zeniku going right into the belly of the beast, honestly, but he manages to get away with his life. Hits a lovely rail, but he's not going to survive anyway! The bull rush is there, but that was less about damage reduction, and that was more just, I need to get this frag. Unfortunately, it gave Maxter the chance to equalize. Another game where we just trade, and more trade. And 30 seconds on the clock for Zeniku, who is in big trouble now. He's so weak. Is Maxter going to steal this away at the last minute? I think so.
No! I can't believe he just managed to do that with 25 seconds left. What a great rail there from Maxter. He could extend his lead with the direct, but Zanaku, he needs to push in. He needs to make something happen. He's way too far away. He's just trying to get the rockets and then try and push in, but that missed rail will give Zanaku an opportunity. But he's actually managed to get taken out in the end. It's a ring out. It's tied up here, catch up. But then again, Max has got the mega. It is going to go to sudden death in this first series of the day, and it's the final map. And now both his players have calmed down a little bit here, but Maxter does have... surely he'll be able to get this frag with the LG. Yes, he does. He had the stat to back it up. Maxter is the one who takes the series. And I just... You know when you can see things before it happens, and he was like close to the edge, and you knew he had the ball rush. I just knew it was going to happen. I was like, oh, I can see it now. He's going to get ball rushed off the map, and then it's going to be tied up. And that is exactly what happened. That was an unbelievable series to start the day, catch up.
I mean, look, I think that's one of those moments where right as the ball rush is about to connect, you kind of freeze the frame and go dun 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 dun. But I feel like I owe Maxter an apology because he was able to get that convincing victory today. Just playing as incredibly as he did all series long. He had to work hard for it. You know, to give Zeniku his credit, it was simply by one or two frags every time, and it was the closing moments always being the deciding factor and the dedication to the next frag, pushing in to the point where at the end, ooh, even went for a bonus rail near the end. I've never seen someone get sent so far there, but Maxter, again, by one frag, was able to come out on top. But, oh, what a series that was. That was a heavy hitter of a first set of the day, and fitting to set up the rest of the action to come, I think. Well done to Maxter.
Yeah, definitely. 1,550 more damage. Definitely showed a lot more map presence. And Zanaku, look all the lights he ate up just to give Maxter so much trouble trying to re-heal from some of those engagements. But yeah, it was just ridiculous. Like, you saw that coming from Amanov, but then again, Zanaku did react to it, but it was just a little bit too late for him in the end. So not Zanaku for Maxter. So it was a bit of a shame, but just one of those things anyway. I think Zanaku will be kicking himself a little bit. I hope I haven't jinxed him because I said to him it's the best stage he's done since he started the Quake Pro League. He loses to Maxter. But then again, Maxter has proved himself that, he deserved that series victory. Every single frag he had, he just played a massive part to what he wanted to do in terms of his game plan. But if Zanaku stick to the style he was playing, he would have been fine. There was just a couple of times where he just overextended and played into Max's hands, and that was literally about it. As soon as I saw him doing that with the ball rush a couple of times, that's when I knew there, could be a little bit of trouble. But, well played to Maxter. Great way to start off the day with that first series.
Right, so the first series is wrapped up, and as we go into our next matchup, which is going to be Dewey versus Nosfer, another one into the Americas territory, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, series 2 of the day will continue. So get involved in social media, hashtag Quake Pro League, let us know who your favorite players are and the matches you're looking forward to the most of the day. I know we have those chunky featured matchups, but that is a few hours away from now. We have plenty more Quake where that came from. Howdy! You are watching our latest edition of Quake Pro League, and our next matchup will be Nosfer versus Dewey. So, Harry, I mean, this is going to be another fun matchup to watch, I think, but it's definitely a tale of two players that are in different areas right now. Nosfer is continuing to look just very strong in general, and I think that's great to see. It's great to see Nosfer kind of returning to form. But Dewey has definitely been on the opposite effect, which is genuinely surprising. You know, his breakout into the Pro League was a dominant one, and it took lots of opponents a long time to adjust to what was his style at the time. That style has expanded since, obviously. But in this stage, Dewey has had a hard time. There really is no other way of looking at it.
Yeah, statistically, let's not beat around the bush. Let's be blunt and honest here. It's probably one of the worst stages we've ever seen Dewey play. The Dewey we know, normally keeps the games against most of his opponents in the Americas region by 1 or 2 frags, and normally he's the one with the upper hands. He's kind of like the nemesis for some of these players who are trying to get a clean sweep or, trying to get higher up in the leaderboard. And there's normally at times he's the one who takes opponents down, which normally you wouldn't think so, but it's kind of like, the fawn really, like for a lot of these players. But it's been completely different. A lot of people have just been smacking him around. It's been ridiculous, to say the least. And, it's unheard of, I would say, in all fairness. But I would probably assume now that after last week's match against Chain, we kind of saw more of a glimpse of what he's normally like. He's kind of got a lot better compared to the previous weeks. But he needs to sort his life out now, just due to the fact that we're 3/4 way into the season. He's only got a few matches left, and he needs to step up his game now because, if he does it later on, there's not really any time left. It's only 4 weeks left. He's probably only got a couple matches to actually try and work with. So this is his time to try and get the series win. But, against a player Nosfer, who's been learning to adapt better over the last couple of months, it's a big ask. It's a tall order.
I think telling a player of getting better that they need to sort their life out is the most lethal thing I've ever heard. Anyway, let's go into the picks and bans and find out what our first map's going to be. I do know that matchup-wise, it's going to be Strog versus Sorlag. That scale bearer, we wasted no time taking it out. It's something that Dewey, as much as he likes playing the champion, almost never gets to play. As we now go into Molten Falls afterwards, Galena removed, Visor and Ranger. Nice and standard traditional match, that one. And then finally, Keel taken away for Veil of Nath, as it's going to be more meta picks, I think, once again. This is what we're growing to get comfortable with. It's the BJ, it's the Ison. And looking at these picks alone, it's kind of hard to see who has a bit of a kind of clear advantage, to be honest. Mostly because you look at the first map, Ruins, it's mobility and mobility. Yes, there is going to be a more significant stack on the side of Nosfer, and it does aid his kind of aggressive nature. In fact, all 3 of his champions do. But then you look at Dewey, and his champion picks reflect his, I think, slightly slower pace. He can frag when needed. He's not a one-trick pony by any means, but I do think the champions that we see here really set up for the style of play we can grow to look at.
Absolutely. I would say for Dewey, he's got a slight advantage in terms of banning certain maps. Nosfer's very good on Exile and Awoken. He's banned those both out straight away. But then again, Nosfer's also very good on Ruins and Molten Falls. So I think Molten Falls is going to be the turning point between these two players on who can actually take the series. But champion picks, I would say Dewey has the advantage with the Strog, against the Sorlag, on Ruins. I think that could be something he can take advantage of, feed himself in for the peak if he ever goes for the heavy, and even with Molten Falls with the piercing sight, he can find out exactly where Nosfer's going to be depending on what he wants to do. It seems like, if he wants to choose certain engagements, he can do now. And let's be real as well with Veil, you would say that with Eisen, it's a very common pick. Like you mentioned, it is a meta pick. So if he gets that top mid control and the top mega and has the turret set up and ready, it's up to him how he wants to push for this. So I would say for champion picks, Dewey has disadvantage, but Nosfer has the advantage in terms of maps because he's got Ruins, he's got Molten. He's very good on both these maps as well as Exile and Awoken. But even though they're taken out, he's still very good on these first 2. But we'll have to see. Veil's going to be a tricky one. It depends on how Dewey actually starts off on Veil.
It's a bit of a tricky situation here for Dewey, though. I've always been a big fan of Dewey. Since I saw Dewey kind of first make his I guess really competitive debut. The jump into the old days of round-based duel here in Quake Champions, where he was definitely one of the players that kind of played Quake Champions as its own standalone game, right? I think there are definitely players out there that had a lot of deep-rooted fundamentals in a lot of previous Quakes, which, look, it makes total sense because Quake is one of the most legacy-driven games out there in all of esports. But there were players that kind of came into Quake Champions and were like, right, so I can try and learn Quake 2, as in not Quake number 2, as in Quake as well. And we need to look at, right, the champions are a big deal here, and they can be a big game changer, especially back then when it was round-based and the abilities were a little bit overbearing at times, because all you had to get was that one frag and it would reset the round and go straight into another one. So Dewey was one of the first players I strictly remember playing Quake Champions like as its own standalone game, right? Where the champions were a huge part of his entire game plan. And I became a big fan instantly because I liked players that kind of like played each champion as their own separate experience almost. And Dewey was definitely one of those. And I mean, it took him a while, I think, to accustom to time-based duel. That's why his style was so slow at the very beginning, because I'll never forget him telling me, I think I spoke to him at I think what time was it? I spoke to him at one of the stage finals. I can't remember which one it was. It was an in-person conversation. It was before lockdown and everything, where he mentioned that was him really kind of finding his feet and getting comfortable again. You know, unless he truly believed in every decision, he wasn't going to over-dedicate, which resulted in these absolute snail-pace matches. But now, times are a little bit different. But he's going up against Nosfer here on Ruins of Sarnath. And Nosfer, a player that is not shy of aggression himself. And if he forces Dewey to play at 1,000 miles an hour, Dewey had better be prepared.
Dewey can definitely do it. You know, I'm not annoyed at him in terms of anything else. It's just that I'm annoyed at him because he knows as well as we all know, you know, watching this, but he's capable of much better. You know, he's got a lot more potential. And we know that he's the kind of player who controls the tempo of the game and decides what he wants to do. But he hasn't really been controlling the tempo that much for the last couple of months. He's kind of let them kind of get away with things which they shouldn't be getting away with. And after seeing last week's performance against Chain, even though he lost, we saw a lot of elements to his play style, which makes him who he is as a player, you know, defensive, counteractive. But we'll have to see exactly what he can do here, as both these players still, Ryan, haven't picked up an item. But finally, Nosfer's the one to start things off. But Dewey is looking to just delay it just a tiny bit. Even though he won't get the next item, he'll be able to at least contest it a bit before his opponent picks it up.
Wait a minute, Nosfer. Whoa, he was right around the corner. This has been definitely not your standard map start here on Ruins. The rail comes through, both players having it locked and loaded. But wow, an entire minute and a full rotation of items that never even happened. It didn't come to be. But back in, they traded off. Heavy will appear and be taken by Nosfer. Right as Dewey going for a complete switch up. And this is a strong hit and run style of game from Dewey so far. He is trying to keep his distance. Ooh, that's a painful little rocket to start. And here comes the Pika. But Nosfer, this is the champion we're talking about going in with the acid spit to open up some damage. But Dewey able to stop the bleeding instantly and take that first frag. This has been a rather interesting first 2 minutes.
Dewey seems to be playing back to his normal self. It seems his aim's on point. He's waiting for his opponent to make the first mistake. This is the Dewey we like to see, and he wants to do things. And now Nosfer, he's the one who pushes in. He's very aggressive, not as calculated, but he needs to be careful on which engagements he wants to take. Now Dewey's just backing away again. You can see that he's playing much better compared to the last couple of months, and it's great to see as well. This is exactly the kind of Dewey we will pretty much we know and love at that aspect. But now Heavy's coming up. He will be able to grab that. Nosfer was looking to potentially drop down there, but it managed to get him with a lot of Pika damage anyway. He will be going for the Mega. And Dewey's waiting to see exactly what Nosfer's next plan of action is. It looks like he will be dropping down to see if he can find him around that heavy area, to see if he's just holding his ground in that area. But no, he's probably making the assumption that he will be around that heavy jump pad. But no, Dewey's just sitting on that top Mega. He knows Heavy's coming in the next few seconds. He's going to try and push in and see if he can take him out. Good direct there, and another great rocket, another 77, finishes him up with the super shotgun and gets to Heavy for himself. Good stuff here from Dewey.
This is definitely looking like the Dewey of old so far. His style of play, really no players out there that play like him. That has a blessing and a curse, where if he's on an off day, it seems kind of hard for Dewey to maybe be comfortable. But these rockets are so good, and they trade. That's as good as it's going to get for Dewey. Because actually, wow, he gets a really good spawn. Rocket side, LG as well, in perfect position for the inevitable Heavy. I don't think Dewey could have asked for a better spawn right there, but unfortunately the damage was too extreme for him to stick around. He will have to give up the Heavy all the same. But no, actually, Nosfer. Did he think that Dewey took the heavy? Or was he just using it to jump down?
I think so. Maybe because he felt like he didn't hear the sound cue for the heavy pickup, he just made the assumption that, maybe he got it during the bout, like during the fight they had. Like, maybe the sound of the weaponry they have covered up the sound cue. But he made that assumption, but then again, he picks up the heavy anyway. So I have to see what Dewey can do here. Mega's come up in the next 5 seconds. Nosfer's just prepping himself early. The only problem is he hasn't got any rockets, so we have to stick with the LG if he does take this next fight down below. He's going to hear that Mega's been picked up. But if he drops down, he needs to get ready to either go up those stairs or go up the jump pad. But it doesn't look like he needs to now. That first rail backed him away. Took a little bit of peak damage, but Dewey's still looking to get that second rail. It's not going to happen though. Gets the hourglasses, gets the acid spit once again, gets the health orb. Looking very healthy here. So Nosfer still has plenty of time. Still has 5 minutes and 15 left on the clock. Still has the acid spit, and it looks like he will not be contesting this Mega. He's just going to hold the high ground, hopefully catch him off guard. And if he doesn't push through, then he'll have to drop down for the heavy. But it looks like Dewey's already dropped down for it. Some good nail shots here, taking a lot of damage, but Nosfer's taking a huge amount himself and still taking a large amount here. And I'm surprised that, in that kind of engagement, especially with the stack Dewey had, should have been taken down, but it was lucky that Dewey missed a couple of those shots.
Some close range plasma's pretty good, but it's not enough as Dewey's able to, unfortunately, not take that as Nosfer. He's weak, but he is going to get Mega. Oh, there's that immediate shot. Just to take down that Pika Dewey. There's been a couple of situations where it kind of feels like, although he's been in the lead and he's looked kind of comfortable, he's not fully capitalized on some of the situations that have been put forward onto him. Unfortunately, this is 3-2. Kind of feels like we should be maybe 1 extra frag up here.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Oh! This lead's going to really last how long in this situation now? It's Nosfer. All it takes is 1 good string of momentum, and that's 1 rail. Just like that, the fake rocket jump. You sneaky, sneaky man! But he gets lifted. It doesn't matter, though, because he still has the stack to take it. That was such a cute little play there from Nosfer.
Oh, that was very close. I think if Dewey fell for that, he would have gone straight to the Mega area, straight towards rockets. But instead, he decided to hide in that corner, and if he did fake it, he can drop straight down again. But instead, did get taken down. Pika gets taken out as well.
Good positioning from Nosfer. He knows that he has to rail the Pika, but at the same time, he has to use as much cover as possible because Dewey wants you to give himself up. Just a little bit. The art of standing still. Swaps out for the rocket all the same. Nosfer's taking a bunch of damage, but the pillar blocks the killing shot as Nosfer takes the lead. Just in time for him to get a bit of health, and importantly, the heavy back and good to go. Now, this is a bit of a shame here, Lethal. Dewey was off to such a good start, but again, it just feels like he hadn't fully capitalized on some of those fights, and Nosfer taking a lead here. I feel like we should have been 4 for 4.
Yeah, I feel like in numerous ways it could have even been 5-4. It's just a lot of advantageous situations he's put himself in, but just not taking advantage of it afterwards. But Nosfer's just playing a really good game. He knows what Dewey's like. He knows that he's have to be a lot more strategic and calculated in order to take down Dewey. You can see from his style that he's not as aggressive as he normally is. He's being counter-aggressive. He's reacting to any kind of situation using his initiative. But this is a great opportunity to try and take him out now. Dewey thinks he managed to get away, but he hasn't. He was waiting for him, and Dewey still somehow traded that. That shouldn't have been a trade. That should have been Nosfer's frag there and then. But looks like Dewey has kept himself in it a little bit longer. But what can he do now? He's still got 6 seconds until the next Mega. But Dewey is in a position to go for it. But I don't think Nosfer is actually the one to be able to stand his ground. And even though he might get that Mega, he's done a larger enough amount of damage in order to be able to take this next fight. So we'll have to see as the heavy will be coming up in the next 10 seconds. We're trying to go for the flanking round, but Dewey's going to see if he pops out again, which he won't. But the fight for the heavy is on. He misses that first rail. If he misses this rocket, could be a little bit of trouble, but good rocket, good rail. Misses that last one, but it doesn't matter as Dewey is on a slimmer of health and he needs to try and back away if he can.
Normally a bit of a point of no return down there, but knowing that Nosfer was really far away, safely able to pick it up. But safe maybe isn't the right word for right now, as he is more than railable at this point. Dewey, how do you even escape? Tries to delay the jump pad. He knows there's a risk, but He needs to go into a part of the map where there's actually stuff to bring himself back up. Nosfer with the call out, the perfect call out, and the perfect time to take heavy. And this is looking tricky now for Dewey. He's railable once again. Even though he hits the rail, it doesn't matter. There's no victory there. 1 minute, and it has fallen out of Dewey's hands. The control is far away. Dewey has to be so careful, getting a whole bunch of plasma. But this is survival mode now for Nosfer. Dewey's going to take the Mega. Great. But now he needs to find Nosfer, kill Nosfer, not die himself, not take enough damage that Sorlag can spawn and just pick up one weapon and finish you off. There's one frag. Now, 2 frags in 35 seconds against a large champion with that stack is going to be hard. And can he even find it? This is such a big map.
I was literally going to say the exact same thing. With the start stack of the Sorlag, there's no way he can do it because of the fact that it's going to be very hard to trade off. But Dewey can do it, though. 59 HP's left. He managed to get the Mega. The Heavy's come up in 17 seconds, but he won't have time to get it. He needs to try and circle around. But will he be able to? He's back to away on the backside of Heavy. If he pushes in now, he can maybe make something happen. He's got 4 seconds. He finds him. 2 seconds, but it's not going to be enough. He finds it, but it's just going to be too little, too late. Nosfer knew he couldn't stand his ground. He knew that he didn't have the weapons in his arsenal to fight back. So what do you do? Just try and get away. But good call from Dewey, but just too little, too late. And look at that, though. 822 more damage. He's going to be kicking himself a little bit. He had a lot more map presence throughout that time start of the game, but it just wasn't enough, I'm afraid. As Nosfer takes that map number 1, but that was much, much better from Dewey. Much better.
It was. And you look at the closing moments of that map, and it's kind of that classic Ruins of Sarnath finish, where the person that needs to be defensive, they jump down near where the eye is, and it's kind of near Heavy, and in that position, the opponent, they can inevitably find you. And there's a reason people don't sit around there all game, sure, but it takes so long for you to dedicate to either option, and if you're wrong, there's a lot of recovery to do, and it's all time that at the end Dewey didn't have. Nosfer having the perfect position. He's up near jump pad. He knows that if you try and chase him down the jump pad, you're just going right into like a kill tunnel, basically, where it's just going to get spam. So you have to dedicate to another direction, but you don't have time. The second he was up there, I don't see there was a position where Dewey was going to be able to take that, which is a shame because it came down to 1 frag, and there were more than 1 situations there for Dewey in the middle of that map where he could have got a bit more out of the situation that was put forward. And I think to lose in that manner by a single frag, it's almost telling of that, because it should have gone into sudden death. It really should have. And Dewey will know that. But it's nice to see at least a solid round start. Things started to really spiral out of control for him. I think consistency can be a real trouble for Dewey here in stage 2, where he can have these moments of greatness, but it doesn't seem to be the entire map. There will be a point where it kind of almost falls apart where a comeback gets made or the opponent will take a narrow lead and he starts to build it back up. But at that point, it's too little too late. Kind of like what happened in Ruins, as now we go into Molten Falls, a map with, a lot more of the open space. It's very similar to Ruins in that regard. They're both large maps, and the matchup alone, we have the Ranger coming through and the Visor for Dewey. So Dewey's going to have information, at least. But in those kind of fights where an orb can be the decider, Nosfer has been a lot more confident, I think, up close. The rails have been fantastic for Dewey, but the existence alone of that orb does make me a little bit nervous if Dewey can't take assertive control to start things off.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Maxter, Nosfer, effortless. These are the kind of players who rely on their combat skills a lot more than maybe other players with their strategical elements. But Dewey, I still feel like he did very well. But I don't know if you noticed there in that last map, just as we go into the second map, but Nosfer only fired 14 rockets. He hit 1 rocket the entire game. He hit 1. And that was literally it on that last map. And he relied purely on his LG, on his rail. That says one thing, he just relies on his tracing a lot more. He doesn't like the predictability of the rockets sometimes. Maybe he just didn't pick up the rockets that much because he only fired a third of the amount. But that was last map. This map. We'll go into Molten Falls. But I still think, hitting 1 rocket in a 10-minute game is just ridiculous, but quite funny to some aspect. But we'll see.
I'm sure we've had series though in Pro League where some players haven't even picked up a certain weapon. I'm sure there was. I cannot remember what series it was, but there was a series where one of the 2 players didn't pick up an LG all game because it was not the plan. It was not the objective. I think it was LG. I think it was a fair while ago though, so
it wasn't his to-do list.
Maybe not. Just not priority. But now as we start things off here, Nosfer, we're checking things out from Dewey's point of view. Dewey being considerably more mobile, and that is definitely respect having to be shown here by Nosfer. Dewey takes the first frag. You fight off against a Visor, you know they instantly have more information than you. So you have to go into the play with every ounce of respect. They'll see you immediately, and you need to kind of waste enough time that piercing sight is no longer useful. Now, drop down rail. Nosfer landing 2, but Dewey has, in fact, got the piercing sight on deck. Nosfer gets it, though. Now, can he... It's going to be so hard to play that springing the trap game when you're going up against a Visor who knows where you are.
Dewey, though, just standing his ground, making sure that he doesn't let Nosfer be too aggressive. That was a good example, but lucky for him, he just missed a jump. He has the height advantage, but he still doesn't want any part of it. He needs to get away if he can, but he still doesn't have the orb either. He only just used it only just a second ago. But Dewey luckily got away. He was only on 89 HP. He was railable. But now he's going to try and feed himself some information. Perfect tri-bolt there. Great prediction from Dewey. And as it was expecting him to go down that archway to go towards the hourglass towards him, but no, it looks like Nosfer decided to go up top, rather get a height advantage for the heavy, and Dewey is just doing Dewey things, you know, just patiently waiting to see what he's up to, where he's going to go, eat up these lights if he can, but he may walk into a fight here with his back turned with the LG coming out for Nosfer. That was just timing. That was a real shame there for Dewey. He had the right game plan. He was making the assumption that Nosfer could go top shotgun and drop down to rockets after him, but instead he quickly went round to the LG stairs and then dropped on him. But will he be able to get another frag? Yes, he does, and Nosfer's still got a huge stack and he's about to clip the heavy, and Dewey spawns right near him, so Dewey needs to try and get away if he can.
That frag near light, you could see some definite frustration coming out from Dewey right there. It just seemed very not happy with how things went down. Maybe perhaps he didn't hear him or something. It just seemed a little bit, ooh, we were nearly in ring out territory. But he takes so much damage. Dewey, he gets a frag, but at what cost? He picked up a mega, but you'd never believe it. And he has some work to do to recharge. But it looks like it's not going to happen as Nosfer refrags comfortably. Gets a rail. Looking to shut down. Doesn't have to fear Dewey too much. You only have a starting machine gun. What the hell are you going to do with that? Tickle me to death. Okay. And that will be another frag as Dewey is unable to land the shot to start things. I actually think he probably would have gone down anyway because he would have tanked the rail all the same. Nosfer picks up the item. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. The opening couple of minutes, Dewey looking very confident, playing that game plan, getting a couple of frags even. But again, we're starting to go into the kind of mid stage of this match, and the control and everything is slipping through his fingers, and Nosfer is getting more and more comfortable. And Dewey seemingly a little bit frustrated, and you know, there's no wonder why. He is railable, only just. Nosfer has to be careful. He pushes in, the perfect timing! Can he finish it? The missed rail again! Dewey. Swaps to rocket.
As if that happened as well. Good rail there from Dewey on the spawn as well. This is his time to make a comeback. And you've got to remember, with the piercing sights, it's not just to feed yourself information from across the map, it's also to help with angles, with how you want to fire those rails, and when they peek behind walls. There's a lot of different factors to add to the piercing sight. But at the moment, no, he's directly above him. He's going to try and get away. Completely understandable. He needs to try and find some lights if he can, but Nosfer's already eaten him, so he's going to be waiting patiently to see when the next one will appear. He knows that Nosfer's just lapping the map to see if he can find out any information as to where Dewey could be. But Dewey's just playing this calmly. And Nosfer knows that Dewey is the one who's going to be actually going for the hourglasses more than himself, just due to the fact that with the orb, it's more about, you know, even trying to catch up to your opponent, or like trying to make something happen, or try and do a huge amount of damage. So it's going to be in your back pocket quite a lot of the time. But the piercing sights, you can use it however, whenever, depending on when you want to use it, depending on the circumstances. But Nosfer now just extending his lead again, 6-3. Still got 4.5 minutes left. You know, it doesn't really feel like a lifetime, especially on a map like Molten Falls. But it is definitely doable. But we'll see what Dewey can do here. Nosfer's just going to try and back away. He's got the LG jump pad. He's going to see if he is still around there. But Dewey's just buying his time waiting for him. I don't think he expects him to come so quick. Good rocket, but he's already picked up the mega. Dewey is at a stack disadvantage, and Nosfer knows this. The orb comes in and comes out with the LG. We're about to clean him up. No, he does not. He's not got any rockets either, so he needs to back away. And look at the ammo though, 22 with the LG, 0 rockets, and that was a good time to hit that rail.
Gotta be said, it's surprising to see Dewey being taken by surprise and snuck up on as often as he is when he has a piercing sight available. He's just holding on to it. And there are some instances where he's kind of weak, and that extra information would go a long way to stop yourself from just being jumped, really. And he's going down. He's getting taken by surprise. He's dying, and he's respawning with a piercing sight. But okay, I haven't really got any weapons, so do I even use it now? He's been a lot more holding on to it than you would expect from Visor players. It's not something I'm used to seeing, I will admit. And I do wonder what the kind of game plan is there.
That's actually why I suggested earlier that it will be Dewey who's going to be using that more. The hourglass is beautiful. 2 rails there from Nosfer. That's exactly what Dewey needed. And can it be a comeback though? 3 minutes 10 left on the clock. But back to what you were saying, this is why I was saying before that with Dewey, I feel like he'll be using up the hourglasses more. So it gives Nosfer an idea of where it could be depending on positional advantage or disadvantage, shall we say, depending on where he's on the map. But Nosfer needs to be careful now. He needs to stand his ground, play a little bit more passive, get these rails in, get the chip damage, and then try and fight off for the items if he can contest him, depending on where he's positioned. But Dewey, though's looking very healthy, looking very good. Needs to be careful in these next fights, because if he takes too much damage, of course, Nosfer can go for the trade. Took a little bit of damage there, but has backed away. So Nosfer's doing exactly what he needs to do, but the piercing sight will help Dewey towards the last few dying moments of this game.
Oh, good lord. A lovely escape from Nos for the benefit of Ranger. Less self-damage means I can use my rocket launchers a lot more when I want. But the cat's around the corner! He goes down again! Dewey, it feels like he's been quite frustrated all map long, and it's not just talking I'm not just talking like his player cam, it's just more in the gameplay. There are a couple of little fumbles, I think, where it's just, we all get frustrated sometimes, and it doesn't cause us to play our best. Nosfer is putting this lock on so far. There's less than 2 minutes on the clock, and he has a comfortable, sizable lead. And there's the piercing sight. Gives him the information. Oh, but they trade it off! Nosfer has the last laugh. And this, by all means, surely this has to be another win here for Nosfer, and a 2-0, I think, is likely, the way things are going.
Yeah, I'll be gobsmacked if he managed to come back from this. I highly doubt it, though. 1.5 minutes left, 7 frags, not going to happen. And it's funny you were saying that about, getting a little bit frustrated with some of the situations that he's put himself in, because I'm not even looking at... Oh, that was lovely. A mid-air direct and the orb. Nosfer, you've got to stop this getting too much. 9 frag lead now. And it's funny because you can even see from their character models or their movement, like if they're acting a little bit more aggressive on spawn, or any of these little kind of instances, you can pick up on these kind of moments even without looking at their player counts. Because like I said, I'm not looking at the player counts, but you can just tell from their movements anyway.
I've been watching his point of view for a couple of minutes. He is absolutely on autopilot right now. He's going down. He's going down. He's running straight in. He's looking for the next fight. He's getting caught. Almost seems a little bit carefree, because the reality is there's nothing he can do to change the outcome now. He does not have enough time to get the frags he needs. This map is going to be over, and it will be Nosfer with at least 2-0. But the way things are going, 3-0 could absolutely be likely to finish things off. Dewey's going to get some bonus frags here. Good for the old muscle memory at the very least. But yeah, this was a tricky business.
Dewey had, again, a very good start. And then all of a sudden, it wasn't that he was overextending. It was more he was being a bit over-aggressive. And you saw there that Nosfer is just, is tracing his aim. Everything he was doing was just so much better. But, I still think Dewey has improved, though. But obviously not enough to win this matchup, as now Nosfer is up 2-0 in the series. He had a very high rail percentage as well, I believe. 65%, yeah, against... So Dewey had 55%, but when you're hitting 55% rails and you're still getting done in, you think to yourself, like, Jesus, what more do I have to do? And Nosfer looking at 25 items in control for him and 18 lights on top of that. So not really giving Dewey much of a chance to re-heal either.
There were a few frags in that map that I think really bothered Dewey, and it seemingly stuck with him for the entirety of the map, because it caused, really, I think, the downward spiral that began just over the halfway point, where he completely lost control. Nosfer was overwhelming. frag after frag after frag, and with a couple of minutes left on the clock, Dewey not really having enough time to get the job done. I don't want to say he gave up, but I definitely think he wasn't giving it his 150%. You know, I think it was kind of just going through the end of game motions, I suppose, and running into things being a bit, like I said, autopilot seemed a bit more obvious watching his point of view in the closing moments. And unfortunately, Nosfer was able to keep his head in the game a little bit longer, and was, you know, if we're talking about the mental game, Nosfer has had the upper hand pretty much since we started. And it's a shame to see this happen, because Dewey has normally been a player that is able to stick true to that game plan through thick and thin, and just isn't all the way there today. And it seems to be a, you know, dare I say, a common theme throughout stage 2 for him, because we know he has more than this in the tank, and we've seen it for years. I want to see it back.
He's more than capable. It depends how much he's been grinding. You know, has he been playing a lot? Has he not? You know, this is another question, and it's going to definitely affect, you know, not only your mental altitude on like how to actually see things when you go into certain matches, but also, you know, your playing ability. I still think his aim looks really good in terms of his rail, but I think those two key moments was just in the exact same position. When he was contesting heavy from above and he dropped down, he got railed twice and he got taken down. And then the second time round, he got railed 3 times in a row. And he's just thinking, like, you know, what do I have to do to contest this heavy and get away with it at the same time? You know, he just doesn't hit those important clutch shots. You know, if he actually fired 1 or 2 himself and actually hit Nosfer would have just gone running straight away. If he hit like his first one and they both traded out, maybe Nosfer would have backed off a little bit early. But you know what Nosfer's like? I've said it before. It's like Max. It's like effortless, like some of these other players in the Americas. They like to stand their ground and take those fights near almost to the very end. But Dewey is a player who likes to control the tempo. He's been doing it for the first few minutes in these first 2 maps, but in the later stages, it's just all haywire. But now I have to see what Dewey can do here on Vale. He has got the eyes in, so he has that element with the turret for the map control top mega if he wants to. So we'll see if things change compared to those last 2 maps.
What concerns me with the way the other 2 maps have gone is that Nosfer now has dual wield. And that does scare me a little bit. As Nosfer pushes forward, armor still Dewey. Oh, good lord, he's tender. Oh, he's tender. Dewey needs to try and stop the bleeding a little bit. The problem is Nosfer, he's already been down there to shut down a bunch of the items that Dewey needed to lick his wounds, and it's put him fully out of control. The scraps that were left on this map is this corner, where if you get caught in a bad position, you're gonna go down in the first frag. More frustration setting in. Not looking like Dewey's day so far. And Nosfer, he is weak, but he's going to regenerate just a little bit of the extra stack. Oh no, fumbles the rocket jump.
That was a good play from Dewey though earlier. He knew the rotation Nosfer was making, so he did the same thing, jumped through the telly, and the lights weren't going to get picked up. The health walls weren't going to get picked up because Nosfer has already got a huge stack, so it doesn't matter.
I don't mean to laugh, that's just twice that's happened now.
Go on,
sorry
time
Nosfer,
lucky.
I apologise. Anyway.
Nosfer, 3rd time lucky. Not going to happen though, but you know, trade comes in. Dewey managed to match things up, both at default stack again. 90 seconds have passed. The mega's coming up in the next 12 seconds. Items are segregated. You could probably say Dewey can make it to the heavy after the mega, but it depends what he can do and how much damage can be done. But he will pick up this mega, shouldn't be an issue. As I say, that Nosfer with a lovely vertical rail there and picks up the mega for himself. He's going to go straight for the heavy. And now it's delayed by an extra couple of seconds. It's perfectly segregated for him.
Dewey was looking to spring that trap underneath Mega. The problem is he didn't really have a lot of stack to work with, nor the weapons. I think the rocket launcher was all he had, and Nosfer is pushing forward and outgunning Dewey at every turn, and being knocked down into the acid certainly doesn't help. Getting the perfect scout out, Dewey spawns in the same place twice, gets hit for the rail twice, thrice even, because now we push forward. Can he get it? No, he drops down! Oh, God. If you were frustrated before, you're going to be frustrated now. 6-1 here for Nosfer, who just seems to have the upper hand in every single fight, Lethal.
It's just ridiculous. 71% rail, 75 now. You can increase it, no, decrease it just a little bit, but it's gone 6-0. Dewey is taking himself out for the count, but yeah,
he knew he was going down there. He needed to spawn with a fresh stack, but he's just piling into these fights, and I really think that this could be the beginning of the end of a strong 3-0. It just feels like there's too much else going on, you know?
Yeah, I still think that vertical rail was a tilt rail. I think that's what could have changed things a little bit. You could say the first couple of maps, but Dewey seemed to be okay. But again, the first couple of minutes. But that tilt rail from, down below, looking down to see exactly where he was going to go. I don't think he expected him just to turn around and rail him like that. But good rockets from Nosfer. He's not with a huge lead, but also with a decent stack. Hasn't taken too much damage from that bout. It's going to rail him on the spawn. Yes, he does. Will he go for the second? He's going to get the LG out just in case, Ryan. Just in case, just
pushing in with the rail in that situation when it's the only weapon you've got, and even if you hit the shots, you're going to be toast anyway. Pushing forward towards Heavy and getting deleted, holding just straight forward. So an easy trail of LG, barely going to miss a single cell during the sequence. And I mean, dare I say it, Lethal, I'm pretty sure this map is over. We're not even 4 minutes in, but I can't see a reality where somehow a comeback is made. Not with the way things are going. Nosfer has been playing his absolute A game, and Dewey has been struggling all the way through. And I think he's been a little bit too one-dimensional in this final map, where I think he's just a little bit bothered.
Yeah, I have to, I don't want to agree, but I have to, it's just one of those things really. I still think that rail from outside rockets is pretty much sealed the series 3-0. But we'll have to see though. I know it's only still early on in the game, but look at this, 11-0. Exactly.
He's going to get more and more frustrated though, the less he can secure these frags. Nosfer keeps just having the last laugh in these fights. You think he's going to go down.
We've lost him. We've definitely lost him. But, he's going to make a few attempts to maybe even keep the score respectable. But, yeah, like we said before, 5 minutes and 25 left on the clock, 11 frags. Both items are up, and Nosfer's just eating them up, wherever he sees fit, and he's just not missing the rounds. Let's have a look at the percentage again. 66% out of the 18 rounds he's hit. And for Dewey, it's 14. But, his mindset sadly has gone out the window, and I think he knows that with 5 minutes left on the clock, he has to, make a huge detriment, a huge change, and play to a style he's not fully comfortable with. 12-0, 5 minutes left. Not happening.
Hey, look, the thing is, Quake is a brutal game. It demands perfection at this level of play. You have to be aware of so many things at any given moment. Your execution needs to be on point. Your brain needs to be nice and healthy as we go into another match, right? Because there's so many decisions you have to make, backed up by the fact that you need to have fantastic accuracy and all this stuff. My point is that this game is hard. This game is hard, especially at this level where Nosfer is playing to this caliber. If you're getting bothered, and if something, for lack of a better term, tilts you off the face of the earth, it's going to be very hard to compete in a series. You need to be so mentally screwed in. And unfortunately, I think we're kind of seeing the other end of that, where Dewey has really struggled to get himself into the game, mentally being the biggest challenge of this series.
Again, completely agree. This is why Quake has one of the highest skill ceilings almost out of any esport you can think of. It's very, very difficult to, try and come back from such deficits, like 13-1. And it proves the skill ceiling as well, having some of these players who are in the same league, but yet some of these deficits can happen. It shows the skill ceiling. It shows how much, is required as a player to have such a strict mindset, work ethic, discipline. There's so much in the bag you need in order to be, one of the top players, especially in Quake Champions. And a lot of these players prove it. Look at Rafa, for instance. Look how Nosfer's progressed over time. Even though it's been the last 18 months, Nosfer has continued to progress over time. Maybe like the most minuscule of improvements, even if it's by like 1%, but over time of 6 months, these things can happen. And when you want to try and progress as a player in Quake, that's where you've got to understand, but it's not an overnight thing like other games. It does take like a year, 2 years, maybe even like a lot more time than that. It just depends on how much time and how much how strong your work ethic is to try and get this good. And so far, in this match out 14-1, 2 minutes 45 left, and that rail, just to add insult to injury here. Yeah, it's pretty much done here. Dewey's just he could try and keep the score respectable, but the damage has already been done here. Catch up.
The series is going to be finished. This will be a dominant 3-0 for Nosfer. Absolutely. Unfortunate to see it go down the way it has. And it is almost strange doing this kind of, before we wrap up the map commentary. We're kind of chatting about what it means and the openings here for Nosfer. The fact that he's going to get a lovely injection into that leaderboards. And Dewey, unfortunately, will be staying in the struggle territory that he's currently at. We'd normally be talking about this stuff when there's a couple of minutes to go, maybe 1 minute, but not when it was 5.5 minutes left of the map. You know, this is just how insanely one-sided it has been since the very beginning. A push forward from Dewey, just try and get any frags he can, but even now, Nosfer, the delay just to mess up the timing. Reactionary rockets are going to be almost impossible if he goes in all guns blazing. 1 frag for Dewey, 17 for Nosfer. And the fact that he already had the 2 maps. A comfortable 3-0 that Nosfer will happily take.
He'll happily take that indeed. 67% rail in favour of Nosfer. In terms of damage, just under 1,800 more than Dewey for Nosfer. But 17-1, you know, it's like I said, you know, you can keep the score respectable, but like Dewey knows it's already been done. He needs to try and get as many map wins as possible. And I think in the situation he's in, it's definitely required here, because I said earlier that, you know, he needs to try and get a series win now underneath his belt. But I still think he has improved a bit more since compared to like a few weeks ago. But, you know, it doesn't seem to be enough here, especially like a player like Nosfer, who's continued to improve every single week, month on month end.
The Pro League constantly able to show that players can display this progression. Nosfer, the return to form, becoming the Nosfer that we all remember and love dearly. Dewey, it's a shame. It really is a shame to see this kind of be the continuation. I'd love nothing more than for Dewey to have that 1 week where he kind of breaks back out, reminds everyone why he's here. Because there's a reason he's been in the Pro League for so long. There was a time where most people could not take him in the weeklies. His style was just too unorthodox, too weird even to get comfortable with. Oh, looking at that from Dewey's point of view was savage. And another frag's gonna go down. Nosfer, okay, does miss a shot, but it is a done deal. We were finished well over halfway of the map, and we will now conclude as a solid 3-0 here belongs to Nosfer. Unfortunate business today for Dewey. Really, there needs to be some kind of drawing board, perhaps, or I don't know. Some real reflection, I think, is going to be needed here, because we're going into the late stage now of stage 2. You know, the finals are it's just not long away now, you know. And if you're in a situation where you're losing series after series and going down in the fashion that it went down today, this is a bit of a critical moment if you're Dewey.
Yeah, it's a bit of a yikes, to be honest. You know, there's 3 weeks left. He's probably got 1 or 2 matches remaining. The only thing you can do is keep it respectable. You know, we're not too sure how far away he is from relegation, but he's definitely very close. And, you know, relegation is probably coming for him. But even if he does get relegated, you know, and he does play his relegation match, he is going to be one of the toughest opponents I think anyone in the challenges would actually play against. Because against a player like Dewey, you need to be able to read your opponent fast. You need to be able to adapt and read exactly what he wants to do and what his game plan is. So I think anyone who comes up, who tries to attempt to get in the Quake Pro League from challenges will have a difficult time. But we'll have to see. That's still at least another few weeks away as of yet. You know, Dewey still has a couple matches yet. So, you know, might be too early to call. We'll have to see. But I still think, you know, scrapping that series in general, I still think, you know, we've seen a bit of flair from Dewey, but that last map was pretty much a write-off, and I think we all like seen that from the actions and like what he was doing after the first few minutes. I
think personally, the way this stage has gone for Dewey is that, you know, what I kind of hope this is simply just a bit of a blip in the Quake career of Dewey, because you know, it's hard to be consistent in every stage, because a lot of these players have other things going on in their lives that they do and other responsibilities, and Dewey's definitely been one of them. I know one of the reasons that he kind of had his kind of short-lived break away from competitive gaming in general was that, you know, he had a lot of other responsibilities and he didn't want to compete unless he could give it his 200% focus, which I absolutely, as someone who, that's actually the reason I don't compete in games anymore, you know, because I can't give it my 100% focus either. I absolutely relate to that, and I understand. Very, very hard. But at the same time, I really kind of want this stage to be almost a bit of a wake-up call of Dewey, where, you know, if this is absolutely where he's going to dedicate here in Pro League, if he's in relegation territory, he gets back under that waterfall, he starts to grind it out, prepare himself for the match, wins that match dominantly to stay in the Pro League, and it's like, right, that was just a moment where things didn't go right for me. It was not a great time in my Quake career, but it was a learning experience and a chance to get back, you know, into the classroom. We start reaching the form that we once were. I would love to see that. I'd love to see next stage Dewey start to get those wins out consistently. Be a player that's always going to be that kind of like high level that you're always going to be confident with. Because it's not now, but I hope this is not just where it ends. You know, it would be a real shame, but ultimately, well played here for Nosfer, and he will continue with a 3-0. So we're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, our next series will begin. Won't be long. Grab a cup of tea or something, and I'll see you in a bit. It's Dramas, it's effortless. Welcome back. You are watching our latest edition of the Quake Pro League. My name's Ketchup and I'm joined by Lethal. Now we're going to go into this next matchup, the third series of the day already. Been a bit of a fast day, it feels, yet here we are. Two players that have been there, done that in Quake Pro League and are in, I think, interesting positions. Because Effortless, I definitely think Effortless he's got a slow grind, but he is progressively getting better and better, personally. You know, from the Effortless that we started with in Pro League to the Effortless now, very much a different kind of beast. Dramas, unfortunately, has again been a bit more of an inconsistency, which is almost weird to say about him because he's normally a player that you bet is going to sit around that kind of comfortable upper mid level. And, you know, there are some players that you know he'll be able to take out, and there are some players that you know he'll kind of struggle with. This stage, it's been kind of hard to say, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it has been a bit weird. Like, his recent form has been incredible, but like even like during the early stage of stage 2, it's just been completely different, which is a bit strange. And for Effortless, you know, we've seen him like talk about it and say that, you know, with his, you know, work life, and obviously, you know, when he comes back home and he actually needs to try and play as well, it's, you know, it's very stressful for him. So he hasn't really got as much of, you know, enough time to put in order to grind Quake Champions, especially for the Quake Pro League. So it could be why he's, you know, technically at the bottom of the barrel, but then again, he is a kind of player where he can definitely bounce back when he needs to. But he's got to be a little bit more careful because Dramas, it seems like his recent form is a lot better from what we've seen in previous weeks. But you're right, though, it's a bit weird for Dramas in this respect of Stage 1 finals, he was taking out opponents we did not expect. He continued that form for the first couple of weeks and then all suddenly kind of dropped again. So, yeah, a bit unheard of, you know. Again, you know, it's not the kind of thing you normally see from Jammers, but actually then again, you've seen Jammers do that before where, you know, he's hit his peak performance and then all of a sudden he's dropped again. But we'll have to see. We know what kind of player Jammers is like, you know, very counteractive, likes to be reactionary on certain situations. He's kind of like Dewey, but a bit more aggressive. But Effortless is kind of the guy who likes to go for those full-on, you know, close-range combat or using his combat skills to his advantage in any way. So we should see a lot more of the smaller maps compared to what we've seen in the past. But we'll have to see, though. With both these players, it's a must-win. You know, they're teetering on relegation. You know, same with Dewey. And I think it's going to be a fight for those three, maybe even a fourth player. You know, it's very close between them all in terms of points and if they're going to go into the relegation zone or not. So for these two, it's a must-win.
So when we get to see the maps and everything else in the journey, it looks like we are going to be going in with those close-range maps, as you quite rightly pointed out. We have Corrupted Keep, Deep Embrace, and then Veil of Nath. The champion picks are Keel versus Strog, then with the Ranger and the Athena. Ooh. On the Deep Embrace, actually, which has worked in the past and sometimes has gone catastrophically wrong. And then Veil of Nath, Scalebearer versus Galena to finish things out. Both players, I think, are just waiting on their opportunity to start off. So we should not be too much longer. But I think you made the right call out. We are going to have those close quarters maps. And we're starting off with Corrupted Keep with Keel and Strog. I mean, this is going to be potentially a bit of a heavy hitter.
Yeah, Effortless with the kill, so we won't be seeing that on Deep Embrace. And in terms of map picks as well, Dramas seemed like he would be a little bit skeptical. Like, one of his best maps is Veil. He's won Veil almost every time. And on Awoken, I feel like he is good on Awoken too. You know, he's had some hit and misses, but in terms of his recent form, he has been looking very good on Awoken. But he knows for Effortless, that's his best map. So I think he didn't want to take the risk. He's like, okay, do you know what? Even though I'm quite good on this map too, I'm not sure if I'm capable of actually being able to beat your best map. So he's decided to remove that, which is, you know, understandable. If you don't feel as comfortable as your opponent, then why choose it, even if you are quite decent in that map? And Deep Embrace for the Ranger versus the Athena, with the verticality of the Athena, see what Jammers can do. And yeah, the final map at Veil, the Galena versus the Scalebearer. So it means that Dramas will have to be on his toes and try and take out all these totems, especially around the rail area or maybe up top. It's, you know, there's a lot of things you've got to take into consideration, but he needs to make sure that for Effortless, he keeps his distance.
Yeah, I'm looking at that final map, and it's almost a mirror, actually, because we start things off with the Corrupted Keep, and it's damage and chunkiness of the keel, and then it's mobility. Mobility really being a bit of a magic word here for Dramas, and it is often. He's a big fan of those high mobility champions. His execution is phenomenal. And you know, there's a reason the crouch slide, I think, tends to be his secret weapon. But in that final map, I'm interested over what could happen there, because you've got the Galena, which is often a very popular pick on Veil, because it's just the denial, the health all makes a big difference, sure. But the Scalebearer being able to just bull rush through all of it is something that I'm looking forward to seeing. It's not a matchup that I see every day, actually, Galena versus Scalebearer. So we'll find out what happens there. Looks like we're actually loading into the Corrupted Keep now, so it shouldn't be too long. Had a bit of a thing to sort out there, but we should be good to go. Both players now ready. Thanks for your patience, as always. But, I mean, Lethal, predictions. Who do you think has the edge here? Because I think this is a bit tricky to predict with the way things have gone recently.
Yeah, you're not wrong in all fairness. I would say, in terms of prediction, maybe a 2-1 in favour of Dramus. If it was Dramus like a few weeks ago, I probably would have said, don't even ask me to predict it, because I don't have a clue. It can literally go either way. But the way Dramus has been playing recently, and the fact that he able to get one of his best maps and he's taken out Awoken, I'd probably say it should go 2-1 in his favour. I kind of feel like with Effortless, he's trying to work on his work-life balance at the moment. He probably hasn't had as much time to play, and I'm sure a few other players are like that as well in the Pro League. But we'll have to see. I feel like Dramus will be the one to take this. Like, only by an edge, though.
No, I tell you what, work-to-life balance is something that is hard to explain, but is so important, because sometimes you'll do things during the day, you'll try and get practice time in the evening, but I mean, you need to have a life too. Time spent with loved ones or whatever, and it's very hard to juggle all of it, speaking from experience. But that's going to be an instant first frag coming out from Dramus. Opens things up strong with the super shotgun. And Effortless doesn't have a lot of utility to take out the Pika. The super shotgun was as good as it was going to get. But now, we start things off. Dramus, good range, but Effortless doesn't really have the weapons. Oh, that's a good rocket, though. 100 damage just like that, and he stops Dramus from picking up the Mega.
Oh, he was so close. He wanted to take that risk to go for the Mega. Do love to shamble his arm, though. He's trying to LG him across into the red room, and now he's stuck there. And this could be Effortless' chance to go for it, but instead has decided to go for the rotation. He had an inkling, an assumption that he was going to go across there, but it still got taken down. Maybe Effortless should have pushed into that red room to stop him to go for the 2 health bubbles and go in afterwards. But, that's all in the past. Effortless has had to tie things up, picks up the Mega. And how's he going to go for that, though?
I haven't seen Effortless as player cam for the first time until just now.
Oh, go on.
And I just realised what he's wearing.
I didn't even realise. Like I said, I don't even normally look at player cams, but I must say, Effortless, you are looking dashing, mate.
I mean, we're starting to see it more and more. We had Chain with the Athena cosplay last week, and now Effortless pulling out all the stops. For that reason alone, I'd like to see him get the series win here. Totally not biased, I promise. But now 3 for 3. And they do continue to simply trade the frags on and off. But, as Dramus comes flying around that corner, he does not take a whole bunch of rocket damage, but you're stuck. The juggle.
I don't know if I've missed out on the memo or something about Fancy Dress Party, but, Effortless is definitely playing his part. Looks absolutely fabulous, but will his dress sense be able to be the same as his skill during this series? We'll have to see. But Dramus has taken so much damage from the nails. Already tied things up 4-all, and Effortless is looking very, very good, both in and outside the game. As now he's still got 7.5 minutes to work with, still got a huge amount of pineapples. Hasn't got the LG as of yet, but he's doing so much damage with the heavy machine gun. A great rocket there, 78 to clean him up, and the super shotgun to do its duty to get the lead 5-4.
Gets caught a little bit swapping weapons towards Mega. Oh, Dramus is weak. Faintly in the distance, there was a strong... And now, can he finish the job? There's no pickups in there anymore. In the nail gun room, underneath. Tries to get in and out and take those lights all around. Effortless has to be careful. Gets the wonderful call out on the drop, but he can't get the kill. He's so close.
Been back and forth between both of these players, and it's kind of what we expected. And both these players, it is a must win, even trying to get a 3-0 between each other, or even if it's a 2-1, but every map counts in this Quake Pro League, and this series win is absolutely vital for both these players. Both in a similar situation on the America's leaderboard. Dramus needs to back away at some point. He is heavily outstacked in comparison, and Effortless is looking for blood. He knows he's weak, manages to clean him up. Mega's come up in the next 3 seconds. Dramus isn't really going to have too much time to contest it, but Effortless needs to try and get it before he will. But no, it's actually Dramus who picks up the Mega. It's an awful way to, you know, give that item away, and now it gives Dramus, you know, a chance to get back in this game. Oh, okay, maybe not. Apart from that, LG does burn the heavy though. Will he be able to get away? Oh, just manages to lets 2 items, you know, creep away, which is a little bit of a surprise. As long as he gets to 50, should be fine, but he has to back away. He can't fight. He cannot give Dramus this trade.
Now I feel like as we go into this next fight, the Mega's good, but the shotgun's great as well. Trying to stay safe. Oh, the rocket splash! That was so close. Could have gone either way, absolutely. But as Ephesus now spawns with a giant stack, the heavy does get taken. I think that's why the frag going down was a bit frustrating to deal with, because if you've got that frag, you go in and take the heavy. If not, yes, you're going to spawn with a giant stack, but they're going to have armor to compete with yours. The Pika is good as well. The Pika has been a bit of a common problem for Dramus. He's using it in situations where he's taking loads of free damage, but is thankfully able to pick it up right there. And they are even split in this all-out brawl. God, today has been an absolute swing. We just go in.
I'm definitely not complaining.
Oh, no, definitely not. I love these matches.
Effortless though. He's the one with the lead. I'm sure Dramus will somehow take it back somehow, some way. Effortless though, good LG from him. He's so weak even from that last Pika. 15 HP. Oh, he was very, very lucky and has to try and get away. Dramus is going to try and take the fight anyway, but no, he has to back away now after Effortless taking that Mega. Completely different scenario for him. Heavy's up in the next 3 seconds. Effortless is going to stand his ground, needs to try and dodge these rockets. I won't be able to, but Dramus takes himself out in the process. But not too bad, but then again, yeah, he's going to get the heavy on spawn. Dramus needs to be careful now of how and where Effortless is going to go. Decided to go bottom mid. He's going to contest the Mega from below. He's going to check to see if Dramus is in the red room, which he isn't, but knows his whereabouts from the heavy machine gun shots. He's going to fire a few out. Probably will let him get the Mega, and is going to back away.
A little bit of opening damage, but again, Dramus consistently using that Pika in a position where he kind of feels protected, at least at the time. But again, Dramus drops right as Heavy's going to spawn. That has been a common occurrence as Effortless controls the Heavy for another time. Mega's about to spawn. Can he get both items? He is going to hear it. Dramus is able to kind of run in and out. Effortless cannot overstay his welcome here. He gets some decent heavy machine gun damage. The fact that Dramus has no armor, that might be a bit of an opportunity for Effortless. Ooh, Pineapple 50, just like that. Oh, and he gets taken out. Wonderful call out. And it will be another heavy.
Yeah, this is great stuff from Effortless. Extending his lead, finding his footing. Like what he did there too, just to purposely waste some pineapples to pick up the hourglasses to stop Dramus from having any more Pikas. Not any more Pikas, but just delaying the Pika advantage. Effortless though, still keeping atomic control. He's looking to find out where he is. Doesn't know his exact location as of yet. Realises now that he's just gone through that heavy telly. Let's see if he tries to drops down or not. But he can rain down those rockets. He decides to go through the telly straight away.
I like that.
Stop him having any more advantage. I do as well.
Strong arm your way through. Force Dramus to escape. He's got a wonderful call out on the spawn. Unfortunately, no rockets to his name. So that's going to be a bit tragic, but at the end of the day, he's able to get the Mega all the same, and Effortless, if he keeps playing his cards right just like this, is absolutely going to take this first map. And once more, the Pika. Dramus is pretty early on the heavy, though. Dare I say, way too early, because he gets taken out cleanly.
And Effortless's LG percentage, you know, 43%, and he's fired over 1,000 shots. It's just ridiculous. And I like his range game, you know, it's just, a lot of people have been saying how you should play Corrupted Keep. You know, one of the best ways is having that heavy machine gun, keeping your distance, especially if they're stuck at the LG. It's very, very difficult without getting out from their area, without taking so much damage. And Effortless has just been keeping his calm, keeping his cool, just switching from the HMG to the LG, making sure that he struggles to go for some of his items. And he's put so much pressure on over the last few minutes, but hasn't really given, you know, Dramus much room to breathe or much of an idea on how to get back in this match. But he still knows he's there. He's picking up the Mega nicely. If I look at the item control so far Effortless has picked up 23 items compared to Dramus's 10.
Wow, that LG was thoroughly impressive, though, on the side of Dramus. Unfortunately, took a significant amount of damage. He is going to be just in time for the heavy all the same, but on the subject of Lightning Gun, Effortless's LG, it's been impressive for quite some time. I feel like it's his strongest weapon, and it has become. Speaking of, another fight, but he's used a lot of ammo. Doesn't have much left in the tank. Oh, and he's not able to shut down the Mega either. Now, 1 minute warning for 4 frags on most maps would say, oh, it's going to be difficult, but this is Corrupted Keep. You are up against a Keel, so you're going to have to keep that in mind, but... Oh, he goes to the teleporter anyway. 100 damage. Do the math. It good. As now, Dramis, big trouble. And hang on a minute. Effortless, he's about to get this heavy. This is going to be a very, very hard comeback to make now as Effortless. Yeah, that's it. Surely that will be a swift GG. The second he got that fight, won that fight, backed off and got the heavy, done deal.
That's right, mathematically impossible. Effortless had a very strong showing during those last few minutes, keeping that full item control, keeping them segregated. His LG just been ridiculous, playing the range game with the heavy machine gun, making sure that he pins him either around rockets or in that LG area. He's just done a great job playing Corrupted Keep how it should be played. nice little pineapple to finish off the map, and there we have it. Effortless with the first map win in this third series. Great stuff from him. Both players played well, in all fairness. It's just Effortless had an edge on some of those bouts.
And, God, wow, looking at the damage alone, both players able to break the 5,000 damage
13.
threshold. That was rather impressive there, but what continued to be impressive was Effortless and just... The items was a big play, particularly at the heavy. A lot of these different frags in this replay might even just be Dramis on heavy first, Effortless having better timing, pushing forward, winning the fight, picking it up. Like, look, in these situations here, consistently Dramis was caught trying to use Pika in situations that just... It's like right as Effortless comes around the corner. You know, I can't assume that Dramis knew he was there, because if he did, he probably wouldn't have done it. But so many of these fights took place near heavy for a good reason that Effortless kind of just ruled those heavies with a bit of an iron fist almost. But a good showing, a great way to start.
Yeah, he was caught with his trousers down a few times, let's be honest, with that peak or when he, contested the heavy way too early. We're not sure if that was his game plan to contest it early, or maybe he wasn't too sure of the exact timing, so we're just having a rough estimate of when it could be. But you can even tell from the weapon selection as well, Effortless favoured the LG much more than the rockets. Like, he literally doubled, the ammo count in comparison of usage compared to Dramis. He was more focused on trying to get the sprinkle, a little tickle of damage here and there, which does add up, rather than relying on the defensive predictive rockets, which Dramis normally likes. But like I said before, the heavy machine gun at LG did its justice, and keeping back the whole time was going for the items. He was always at a heavy advantage in terms of stack, going for the Mega or going for the heavy. So well done for Effortless, playing a very calculated but aggressive matchup on Corrupted Keep.
But it will be one small map into another, as it's Deep Embrace up next. And this is where the risk reward comes in. So the last time I recall seeing a Athena used on Deep Embrace, she just couldn't get started. She couldn't get that momentum, because she is a momentum champion, and Dramis, I have all the confidence he can make it work. But if she gets put on the back foot and spawning with no armor, getting caught by rail, in all those situations where you don't want to be caught, she cannot start her game plan at all. And you are just left with a light champion that is getting constantly railed on spawn. And it's hard to make your presence known on any of the items. It can be it looks like one of the harder maps to make her work well. And that's purely just what we've seen in Pro League. It kind of reminds me of when we first started to see Athena, where when she worked wonderfully, but when she didn't, it was just downhill from there, But hopefully it's not one of those times.
I hope so. We know Dramis. We know what he's like. He likes to test the waters a little bit. It's like that time he used a slash and awoke him. It just did not work. But he's going to try the Athena again and see what he can do here. But I have faith in all these players testing out different champions on certain maps to kind of throw their opponent off guard, because they don't know how the matchup fully actually works in terms of what they should be doing. But Ranger is a very stable, very standard pick for this map. But with the Athena, like you said, hasn't probably worked before, but maybe he has something up his sleeve. As the shotgun comes out, he left on 25 HP, 50 now. Jumps is staying alive. Will he be able to finish with the shotgun? No, he doesn't. But Effortless is seeing if he can get that rail, but it doesn't matter, as he cleans him up with the rocket, and Effortless is the one with the first frag in this map.
But a bit of a messy frag, I think, as well. Dramis. Oh!
Yeah.
So
No.
there was a little bit of dramas, I think, on the player cam side of things there when you can see that first frag was almost a look of, I really can't believe that happened kind of situation where just there was not a huge amount of damage either way. Took a lot longer than maybe it should have. And starting things off with a way that might frustrate you, hopefully it doesn't continue through, but this is where things get scary. A light on Deep Embrace where you can easily get caught by a rail the second you've spawned. It is it's one end of the seesaw or another. Either you're going to be in full control all the way through, or you're going to struggle to get your foot in the door. And unfortunately for Dramis, that is kind of where we're starting. Yes, Effortless is going to have to hit some pretty, clutch little rails to make it work. But Effortless, he's playing incredibly well today. I wouldn't put it past him. Here's the footsteps.
I'm just hoping Effortless just continues to be winning in this matchup so I can look at his get-up, because he's looking dashing in any catch-up.
I mean, it's always impressive that it doesn't get in the way at all. You know what I mean? That's what I find more impressive than anything.
Yeah, it's. I don't think many people
it was
could
like
do that
Chain
in their
last
get-up.
week with the goggles. I'm like, can he even see in those?
Oh, yeah.
Because he had them above first, and Feline are like, what if when the chips are down, he puts the goggles on? The final map, he put the goggles on. And I'm like, how well can he realistically see with those?
Surely he can't get 100% vision on those goggles, but going back into the matchups, only 2 minutes and 15 have passed. Effortless just trying to run, but he has to back away. But it looks like Jamis is all in to try and clean him up. But sadly, he won't be able to, but the Orb may be able to stop him, but he doesn't. Both these players are so weak. Effortless is only on 7 HP. Both of them missed rails. They were straight in over. Jamis missed another one, and Effortless is the one who cleans him up and gets the Mega for his trouble. That was one way to get that frag.
God, that was a scary fight. Now, Dramis, he's only got a rocket to his name. Looking for the grappling hook. Oh, takes big damage, but it will be Effortless dropping anyway. Now, even though the heavy got taken, Dramis, can he find the light? 10 seconds away from Mega, so it's going to be putting yourself in position first. You can see Dramis, he is sticking to Effortless, not giving him an opportunity, but there's the orb. Not quite able to get much. However, whoever gets this frag will be rewarded by the Mega. In this case, it's going to be Dramis. Able to pick it up at the very least. But I like that Dramis, he's not playing this constant runaway game. He's not trying to be elusive. He is making his presence known. He's pushing forward. It is a big risk to take, because you are so much squishier than everyone else, but he needs to make sure Effortless can't just cycle around and take what he wants. Dramis has to challenge him every step.
Yeah, it's like a game of chess. It's like showing your map presence. It's like, I am here, you can't go here. And Jumps has done that very, very well. And so far, he's actually made a good comeback. He was on -1, but now he's back to 2. He's only 1 frag behind Effortless. Has managed to restack, but needs to be careful on the whereabouts of Effortless. He knows he's at the heavy spawn, but it's just a matter of how much chip damage he can do. But Effortless has already got 1 rail in, which is more than enough for him to try and pressure on. But I think the window of opportunity is already depleted. But oh my goodness! As both players do actually manage to trade that frag, even with Drams having that rail, but Effortless has the rail of his own now. But he's railable, needs to be very careful. Both players are railable now, but it looks like both players are not going to challenge. They're both not going to overextend. They know that this map or this series overall is huge for both of these players. They need to be careful on what mistakes and what they want to do in terms of this matchup. But another good rail, but Drams has brought back a second one of his own. Again, another win of opportunity for him to come back. Effortless only on 28 HP. Dramis comes up. Beautiful super shotty there from him. And now Dramis is going to see if he can get some damage done on the spawn. Sadly, he doesn't, but Effortless with a lovely orb there to clean him up and now finally regain that lead.
That's quite a significant eye roll there from Dramis. Off
Yeah, it was right. It was right.
That's the kind of orb that you get hit by and go, ah. That's an exact quote. But as he pushes forward with the rocket launcher in hand, Effortless, there is no armor, especially now. The pre-death sound means that all you need to do is change to anything else. A little bit of splash will do the job. And it's an even split so far to push forward. And Dramis again getting a good rocket. But this is why I'm such a fan of his Athena. Oh
no. As if.
I know, right? That's wrong place, wrong time right there.
Never mind. It doesn't matter though. Effortless can still regain momentum if he can, but Dramis is just having a field day. He's barely missing any shots compared to the previous map in the last 5 minutes. But sadly for him, Effortless barely, just barely stayed alive with 2 HP. Still needs to restack though, and I like the way Effortless has delayed his approach to traveling to bottom mid rather than going for it straight away. Would have been way too predictable if he did that. Picks up the Mega, and Dramus has done the same. Likewise for picking up the Heavy, but they have dropped down. One of his players will be taken down. Looks like Dramus is in a really bad situation. He knew eventually he will go for that 50. But what is Dramus going to do here? He needs to stay up top. Wait for him. Oh, if he hit that rail, that could have been a different picture. But Effortless manages to take him down. Gets the first rail. Will he get the second? No, he doesn't. But he's still looking for it. He's not railable anymore. But at least he can do enough damage to maybe clean up with the shotgun. As will he be able to? Oh, that was a great rail there from Effortless as he picks up the Heavy for his troubles.
Absolutely sublime shot coming out from Effortless. Rather stressful situation too. You know, you're so close to being fragged yourself, but there's a significant chunk of time before either of the two items are going to spawn here. Perfect call out, Effortless. Not making his presence known for the right time. Right as he comes around, but he takes a bunch of damage in the exchange. Not quite able to get the damage himself, but ooh! More of the grappling hook action and the punish coming out from Effortless saying, I dare you to use it.
Back and forth between both of these players. The momentum is definitely in their favour, back and forth as well. Great shotgun there from Effortless, especially after that grapple hook. Managed to restack. He's got the weapons in his arsenal if he wants to take this next bout. But how's he going to do it though? He's assuming that he may have gone to that rail spawn, but he's actually bottom mid. Does have the orb if he wants to use it again, but how will he use it? Is he going to travel over unexpected, or is he going to use it to its full potential and try and get a huge chunk of damage done? Looks like we'll be going for the Mega first. The Heavy is way too close together in terms of timing, so he can't go for that. It looks like he's just going to hide around the shotgun, and you know, this isn't his game plan. He's not going to stay here the whole time. He just wants to waste enough time so that once Jamis feels uncomfortable, then he knows he'll have to push to his disadvantage. Tickle damage there from the rockets. Effortless has got that top mid control again, but that direct is not going to help Dramus in any way. Good LG from Effortless. Will he be able to clean up? No, he will not, as Dramus has decided to back away, pick up the light. He's going to try and contest a Heavy. Way too little, too late, Dramus, I'm afraid. And Effortless extends his lead 11-7. Gets the first rail, looking for the second, doesn't get it. But will he be able to get away though? It looks like he has done for now. Another direct here, Ketchup. The directs are just ridiculous from Effortless.
There's definitely an element developing where Dramus might be a little bit too predictable with how he's using these grappling hooks, because it almost seems like now Effortless is simply waiting for it. He waits for the grappling hook. He knows exactly where you're going to appear once you've used it. And that's it. He just waits for you to use the grappling hook, positions his weapon, and then fires when he needs to. And it's resulting in so much basically max damage situations that Dramus needs to be really careful, because he doesn't have a lot of time left. He's significantly far behind now. And the grappling hook, what was allowing him to be aggressive and compete in the earlier stage of this map, is kind of delivering himself on a silver plate to Effortless. And this is another situation. The use of Super Shotgun, the rocket launcher and the Super Shotgun as an answer to this grappling hook. Effortless, he doesn't care if you use the grappling hook at this point. In fact, it almost seems like he wants you to do it.
Yeah, he's playing his weaknesses of the Athena, you know. It's like if you do grapple hook like that and your opponent expects it and you've got a shotgun in your hands, expect those point blanks to happen. Especially with how squishy the champion is, especially right in your face. It's very, very difficult, you know. Normally you use the grapple hook to your advantage in terms of, I don't know, maybe your opponent's trying to get away, you want to try and catch up and clean him up, but it seems to be slightly different. He's trying to use these grapple hooks at an angle where he can actually push in and you may take him off guard, because he had to take those high risk, high reward plays because he's running out of time.
Uh-oh.
He has run out of time, let's be honest.
They both had the same idea.
Not good enough for now. 16-7. Again, a really great map from Effortless. Did everything which was asked of him and more. Dramus was looking very good when the momentum was in his favour, but sadly for him, it is going to be 2-0 in favour of Effortless. So good job from both these players, but again, Effortless really stepping up his game this series compared to previous matchups.
I mean, what he did an incredible job of in that map was he won the champion matchup. There's really no getting around that. His use of Ranger and the fact that he went Ranger in the first place was really good for this map because of just the way that Dramus was playing the Athena. The orb was almost exclusively used not as a repositioning tool at all, as a combat tool. It was, you come in, you use your grappling hook, you're going to be point blank. That just so happens to be absolute perfect range for my super shotgun and orb to come out and annihilate any stack you had to work with. Like, how many frags in this map did that orb play a part in the second we saw the use of grappling hook, and then the counterplay was orb and close combat? You know, Ephelos, he just had the better tools for the job. He played the map incredibly well, hit some delicious rails. He hit some absolutely fantastic rails, and has earned a solid showing here today as we now go into this final map. But Ephelos, I'm glad to see this level of form from him. It's clean, it's efficient, it's confident, and it's great to see Ephelos bring that, because I know that a while ago, I think it might even have been around the start of stage 2 or just before. I recall him saying something along the lines of, you know, the gameplay will do the talking. You know, the entire plan here was to grind and improve, and no longer be content as a player who's in the Pro League, yeah, but a player that always has to kind of worry a little bit about being within relegation territory. It has been a slow grind, but it's been a grind nonetheless, to the point where Ephelos, that was a fantastic map. You know, it really was. And if we were looking at maybe, you know, the beginning of Pro League, it might have been a different story. But Ephelos he's looking good now. He's looking better than good. And we'll see if he can get this final map here.
Again, he's playing to Ephelos' strengths. You know, he's got very, very good combat skills, you know, especially close range. If you're going to be in his face all the time, I'm not saying 9 times out of 10 you're going to lose. It's just the fact that he thrives off those kind of matchups, those, you know, kind of like strengths he actually has. And if you're going to go in his face all the time whilst he's got a shotgun, then you're pretty much giving him these frags on a platter. And that's why he got such a huge frag lead during the last few minutes. Like, Jarvis was doing fine at one stage, keeping his distance, doing the chip damage, finishing off the LG or the rockets or whatever he has in his arsenal. And then afterwards, it was just all went a bit pear-shaped. You know, he started taking too many close range angles because the deficit started to get larger. He was taking these high-risk plays of trying to use the grapple hook to, you know, make him a bit, you know, unpredictable, you know, you could say. But it wasn't. He knew it was coming, and he just sat there and waited each and every time. And now we're on going to the third and final map. Ephelos is going to be, you know, a bit more cautious about what Dramus is going to do next, especially as that scale bearer. But remember, though, Dramus needs to be on his toes to take out these totems, no matter what position he's in. But great rockets from Dramus to start off with. He's going to go for the telly anyway, just manages to be able to clean him up, and he's on 11 HP. Good God.
There's always going to be that objective. Get that frag on a large champion on a map like this, and really try to take as little as you can in the process, because you know what they're going to spawn with. And on a map like Vale, spawning with one weapon is all you need for a refrag in some situations. Now as the heavy spawns, Ephelos drops down and takes it. The Galena, all about the utility, the heal on demand, shutting down certain advances, but they are advances that I think Dramus is going to be comfortable taking. Now, if you use a bull rush through a teleporter, you're not going to take really any damage through the totem. So it doesn't really matter too much. And the matchup, I think, favors Dramus. This is a great chance for him to get a map on the board. Ephelos with that 2-0 at least. I think he would love a 3-0 given the circumstances. But a 2-1 could absolutely happen if Dramus plays his cards right.
It's difficult for Ephelos because even though I said it before, he strives in that close range fights, he's got to try and keep away from Dramus at the same time, because any narrow corridors or, you know, if he's in his face at any time, he'll use that bull rush to its full extent and then either finish him off with the shotty, the rockets, etc. Whatever he's using at the time, but just needs to be extra cautious on what he wants to do and what his game plan is. But still early days yet. 90 seconds have passed. Dramus is up 2-1. The heavy is up. Oh, it looks like Ephelos managed to take that from him in the end. I think he didn't realise, just due to the fact that he didn't hear the audio cues, and he could take that nicely. But another rail from Ephelos. I love this range game from him. Just using these rails to its full extent. Look at it, took 100, a 36. That totem's going to help out a little bit, but just helps him get away. So I think even with that totem down, he would have been fine, but it's still trying to re-heal. But Dramus is like, nope, I'm not going to give you the chance. But Ephelos is still the one.
It's his LG. His
Exactly.
LG has been fantastic all series long. And now he's going up against Scalebearer, the big lad. I like that rocket jump as well. Minimize the amount of self-damage that he takes. The whole goal here is to control both sides of the stack advantage. A good rail, but he will take a rocket in the process. The teleporter gets him out. Dramus sticking to him. That missed rail gives Dramus an opportunity, but he uses it to escape.
I like that though from Ephelos. He's left a totem on a top telly to know if he's going to come that way, and if he's in the rail room, he's got one on the jump pad. It's Effortless now. Good rocket. Finish him off with the second one. Brilliant stuff from Effortless. And Mega is coming up any second now. As it's perfect timing for him to go and pick that up. Items are perfectly segregated for him. But needs to be careful. But at the same time, he doesn't. Because the bull rush isn't in Jamus's pocket as of yet. Still got another 15 to 10 seconds yet until that comes back up. Good trade. He's still trying to clean him up. He won't be able to. But I like his game plan there. He just wanted to take as much damage as possible and try and, do as much damage to Dramus. And at the same time, if he survives, he can go back and use those two totems to warm himself up. Oh, he ran into both of those in the end, and he will be cleaned up with the
that
LG.
Was such
and
a
the
sick
Mega
setup and a
well.
sick payout, Harry. The fact that Effortless wanted to maximize the heals he get, drops down that second teleporter, and then at the same time covers his back double the next time there's a teleporter going through there from Dramus. What a sequence.
Yeah, it seems like Effortless is just 2 steps ahead here. No matter where he is, those totems up, taking all that damage from those 2 totems helped massively. It, pushed him to force out the engagement. He knew it was going to happen. But what is Effortless going to do next? How is he going to secure this lead and maybe this third and final map of the series? It's going to be another talking point. Good first rail, good seconds. Would he go for 3 for 3? He knows he's gone from the light to the rocket room. He gets the third. Maybe even 4 for 4 here, Ketchup. Will he? No, he won't, but the damage has already been done. He's got the heavy. He can go straight in. The Mega's up in the next 5 seconds. He can decide to leave it if he wants, which he has done. And now he's going to push in. He knows that Dramus was going to try and re-heal with that light and those health orbs. Good stuff from Effortless. Great plays overall. Sadly didn't catch him on spawn, but knows exactly on his whereabouts. And it's delayed the Mega so much that Dramus is too far away to even hear when the Mega will be up next. But the Heavy will be up in the next 5 seconds, and Effortless will be contesting that.
Spending the entire map controlling the top. Oh, and there's the double.
Oh, no.
Dramus was probably expecting the 1-through teleporter. I don't think he was prepared for the 1 jump pad, which is going to nullify a bunch of the armor that he might have picked up down there. Now he's been able to clear things off a little bit. I actually like Effortless. That was a brave yet interesting piece of matchup management, right? Running directly into Dramus because he knows he can tank it, and it's going to really minimize the amount of damage that Bull Rush does. That was a great way to basically use yourself as the meat shield to shut down the damage before it gets too great.
I think at the same time, if he didn't have rockets, I wasn't too sure what weapons he had, but if he did have rockets, and he was going to use those rockets straight after he uses that bull rush, if it bounces him back on the stairs, but it means he forces Dramus to use the LG, and you can't use the rockets at that angle. So that was a great play from Effortless, well thought out. He knew it was going to happen, and do you know what? Sometimes you've got to take it, because you take more damage with the bull rush if you actually, over time, I'm not too sure how much exactly, but you do take more damage if he hits you with the bull rush a little bit later on towards the last couple of seconds. But Effortless though, looking very good, very healthy, huge stack, 4 minutes left. Not looking good here for Dramus, especially after that first rail. Does have a second totem if we want to use it. I think there's a very good chance for Effortless isn't going to go for the overstack, but so far his totem game has been very strong. He's made Dramus literally walk in front of every single one of them almost. He's abused it nonetheless, purposely taking damage and purposely taking fights to go through the tellies and actually use those totems to re-heal. Just a great job from Effortless overall. We don't really see this much play from him. Normally gets a little bit, in terms of his mental state, gets a little bit frustrated, but, we haven't seen much frustration from Effortless at all. He's been playing very well. Will he hit this next round to extend his lead? No, he won't. Dramus will have to pull back, but he needs to do something quick, as he's only got 3 minutes and 20 left on the clock. He's got 5 frags to make up, which can happen on Vale. We'll have to see.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, though, Lethal. I haven't seen that side of Effortless come out from quite some time. I think he's done a phenomenal job of just disciplining himself, for lack of a better term. He seems to have absolutely kind of knuckled down a lot more. Like I said, the grind has been constant, and he's really decided to take it as seriously as he can. And when he is playing now, we're seeing this level of excellence from him. The LG continues to be an impressive weapon. And the fact that he will get taken out at last. It took a while. And we finally saw one of those patented scale bearer frags that I thought we'd see a lot sooner, but Effortless has done such a great job of shutting it down, covering his bases with those totems. This Mega should shave off a good chunk of time. Never forget that common Galena passive, picking up health, shaving off cooldown for our totems, which is great. And now another one gets dropped down in a hidden location. Dramus checking things out from his point of view, but Ephelos has kind of hidden 2 cheeky totems. This one's probably going to get seen, though. Nope, he jumps down earlier. Never mind. Gets the frag. But he's not going to check.
Very well played from Drummer so far. He's about 1,000 damage behind in terms of his map presence, but the item control has gone all the way to effortless. Good LG. You mentioned it earlier, Ryan, and stuff. Fact that his LG has just been ridiculous throughout the entire series. Still takes him down.
The bull rush bounced him into the corner because of Effortless's positioning. That was so smart.
Oh, that was great stuff from Effortless. Just using everything to his advantage, even using his champion's abilities to their disadvantage. Great stuff from Effortless. But look at the item control. Jamis has only picked up 7 items. Effortless has already picked up 25. And Jamis has picked up 30 lights. That just proves to anyone watching this. But he's been on the back front the entire game, constantly having to re-heal. It's been ridiculous. Poor guy. But, you know, 1:20 left. Huge stack disadvantage. 5 frags with 1:15 left to go. I think this could be all said and done here, Ketchup.
There's a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it. Bull rush. Oh, God. Did absolutely nothing. In fact, by the time the bull rush ends, he comes through the teleporter and it's not even active. And at this point, Effortless will just continue to push forward. Keep up that consistency for less than a minute left to go of this series. Effortless was already 2-0 up, but this is going to be a 3-0 Effortless versus Dramis. What a showing from Effortless today. I mean, this has been impressive stuff. Every map, the game plan went near perfect. Being able to match the pace of Dramis on this map, trying to use brute force alone, which, to be fair, Lethal I would say was his strategy all along. The Athena was very similar. Brute force has not been the tactic of success today.
Yeah, just don't play to your opponent's strengths, really. I think that's the moral of the story here. But Jamis did do well on a lot of these maps. It's just Effortless has been playing out of his mind. His mental fortitude at the moment, his state he's in, he's just looking phenomenal. You know, some of his rails were absolute filth. The things he's been doing, it's just been great. And Effortless knew, well, both players did know that this is a must-win. And the only reason why I was a little bit worried about Effortless was just due to the fact that he feels like he definitely could put a lot more hours in if he could. He hasn't put in enough as he would like to, due to that work-life balance. But he seems to be doing all right compared to what we've just seen so far. If he plays like that every map, then great. You know, that's it's win-win for him. But, you know, the fact that he got a 3-0 win this late into the stage, that's literally the time you want it, you know, because we've only got a few more weeks left. We've only got a couple more matches left standing. That 3-0 is going to massively help Effortless to try and avoid that relegation zone.
He won't say no for it. That's the big thing. And I've really enjoyed watching him in this series. Dramis, I mean, shame to say was never really able to get started. I think on any of the maps. I know that the keep, I think, was his best chance at the very beginning. But from that point onwards, I mean, Deep Embrace was an entirely different beast, because we kind of continue to see Athena not have the same level of success that you're used to in the other maps, where if she can't get going, she gets absolutely bullied. And there are definitely some champions that can put a lid on that high octane style. We definitely saw that coming out from Effortless, but he approached every matchup correctly, and that's what I've really enjoyed. Is his positioning for those totems was especially prominent against the scale bearer, because you know that bull rush is going to be something that might come a bit more than most champions, because it's damage mitigation. Why do I have to care going through a teleporter or something if there's a totem on the other side? I'm having damage reduction and it's damage on my end. Probably more likely to do it, but it kind of just exaggerated the sheer amount of totems that we saw put down in areas where you know the bull rush would be a threat, and then he just kept that high ground for the vast majority of the map. Secures a comfortable and a impressive 3-0. Well done, Effortless. But that is our third series already wrapped up, done and dusted. We're going to go for a quick break and set up series number 4. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, the Quake Pro League will continue. we are jumping into Chain versus Dahang as our next matchup here for our latest week of Quake Pro League. And welcome back. My name's Ketchup, joined by Lethal, and we are continuing what has been the marathon of Americas today. And then we're jumping into EU and CIS for our featured matchups. Stay tuned for those. But Chain, Dahang, the kind of eternal rivalry, Lethal, of this part of the world. And going into it with slightly different storylines, I think, in this stage.
Yeah, I'm going to say the difference between these two now and the last time they matched up, I feel like Dahang, now he's able to put a bit more time into Quake Champions. His aim is a lot more solid compared to before. There was a lot of, his movement was always still there, his adaptation was still there, you know, all the pieces of the puzzle he still had, but his aim was always sometimes a bit off here and there. And you could say he's still a very good calculated player, but it's very difficult to be like that when your aim doesn't follow suit. And we know that he likes to try and thrive on his combat skills if you can. But so far from what we've seen from his rail, his tracing, everything he's been doing, it's very, very solid. This is probably the best I've seen Dahang's aim in quite a few months. And Chain needs to be more than ready for this in comparison to before. Like, I know Chain has beaten Dahang before, but like not like this. This is probably Dahang close to his peak. And now that he's got his aim skill back, it's a matter of what Chain can do to try and combat this. You know, I think a lot of the champion and the map picks is going to be vital to consider how we try and predict this matchup, because it can really go either way.
Now, we'll look at those picks and bans when they're good to go, and we'll find out that it's Exile first. Ooh, Chain gets the Athena. Always a good time right there. And then it's Ruins of Sarnath, Sorlag versus Ranger, and then Awoken as the final matchup. And the picks, I mean, everything here is something that we're used to seeing. The one element that, again, is a new one to me is seeing that Athena on Exile. It's not a pick that I've seen a huge amount, but hey, look, it's mobility. It's an ability. It's being able to traverse the map without having to rely on teleports to do it. And that can be quite an important factor. Doomslayer does have those extra elements to him as well. A pick that's consistently excellent for Dahang is the Doomslayer, because it's just easy mobility, decently chunky stack, and he can put all of his efforts into the mind games and everything else that isn't movement, right? You haven't got to worry about it. And the rest of it, we'll see what happens. But, right, with what we know so far of this stage, who do we think has the edge? Because personally, I feel like I'm going to be backing Dahang today, just because of this stage alone. But what do you think?
I'm going to have to completely agree. Like, Dahang's aim, now that it's back on point and he's really shown what he's actually capable of, you normally see some signs of weakness when you watch like two top players in their region play against other opponents. So, for example, if they drop a map, if, you know, the scores are a lot closer than usual compared to when they've played against them. It's only small, minuscule things, but from what I've seen in the past, like, you know, you've seen Chain drop that first series against Nosva in week 1. He's dropped a few maps here and there. There's scores which were just way too close for comfort compared to what we normally see from Chain. But Dahang's just all of a sudden just been dominating, and he's been having like huge score deficits in comparison to his opponent. He's been very, very consistent. And I've been watching some of his scrims on his stream, and he seems to be very, very agile. Like, you know, he seems to be more than capable of taking any bouts he sees fit. But at the same time, he's still one of the best adaptable players in the Americas region. I think this version of Dahang we're seeing now compared to, I don't know, maybe like 3 to 6 months ago, it's very, very scary. And Chain needs to be very cautious about what he wants to do. He can't just, you know, ring around Rosie Dahang and like take these flanks like he could do back when Dahang's aim wasn't at its best, because now it is at its peak. This is where he needs to take caution. If he doesn't, you know, it could all go downhill from here. We'll see.
Looks like we've readied up. So we're loading into Exile very, very soon. And Chain, this is quite a hurdle. He's definitely lower on the leaderboards than I think all of us would have expected. I know that his very first loss in Stage 2 was meant to be a bit of a wake-up call, and he was very, I think, self-admitting of that it was a message that says, right, I need to keep this grind up, because the grind was something that had excelled Chain into the undisputed top 3, and I still think that's very much a case, for sure. But I think that there definitely seems to be some elements of weakness starting to show, and that's something that hopefully he can rectify today, because Dahang is going to be a scary opponent. He always is. And it's much harder to find Dahang having a bad day. And we'll find out if that's going to be the case as we now load into Exile as our first map. Dahang versus Chain. Who's going to get that first upper hand, we'll see.
Well, we will start with Dahang POV. See what shenanigans he'll be up to. Manages to get the rail, so he's going to look for that first one. Sadly misses the second one as well. A little bit unlike Dahang. I've just been beefing up his aim and his aim skill and how well he's progressed in terms of tracing, but not the best of starts, but it's only the first 25 seconds, still very early days as of yet. Both items will be coming up at the exact same time. Dahang is missed 3 in a row so far, but he's using that tri-bolt afterwards to feed himself some information. Oh, he rockets straight across, and Chain should be able to clean him up here beautifully. Very clean there from Chain, as he will be able to pick up the Mega. The light is there for him too on that middle floor. And now he can decide what he wants to do next. As you can see, the items have been segregated quite heavily. And speaking of heavy, that will be coming up next. Good grapple hook is going to try and clean up if he can. Yes, he does. And Chain with the 2-0 lead. Hopefully he won't escalate too much, but he's going to try and pick up heavy at the same time. He can't. Does get a rocket for his troubles, but he needs to try and re-heal. And Dahang knows this. He is trying to find him, but he's going to realise now that he's too far away and will be prioritising the Mega.
Liking the use of Athena so far. I kind of mentioned and teased to this at the start of the map that Athena is one of her greatest strengths, is the ability to maneuver around. Ooh, going down anyway. On extremely vertical maps without having to use a teleporter. Oh, the save! The save! Oh, no! But no! I told you! Hazardous!
Oh, no. It happens. Started to see it twice in one day. Well, the difference was that someone got LG'd off the map that time round when I think when he shot the rocket, got ricocheted back a little bit, sadly. But just one of those things. Chain still has the lead. Stacks are a little bit similar. Dahang has just picked up the Mega to change that, but not anymore after taking that rail shot. It's Chain now. Good few rockets. That rail earlier will definitely help him massively. Oh, he took a huge chunk of damage from that LG. If he hit that rail, he should have been okay, but he's still trying to back away. He hears how weak Chain's Athena is. Don't really take anything from that rocket, but Chain has to back away. He cannot fight this anymore. Oh, he's very lucky Dahang to make that rotation to the middle, but he's going to find him now. He's only on 29 HP, and what a rail. Absolute filth there from Chain, as Dahang has enough breathing room to get away, drop down to that rail area, and get away once again. But the LG for Chain, 10 HP. Is Dahang going to make the rotation for this? Yes, he will, but the grapple hook gets him out of a bad spot. But how long for here, Ketchup?
I'm loving the use of the grappling hook so far, Lethal. The fact that Chain, it's seemingly difficult for Dahang to line up a solid angle, an opportunity to hit a rail even. The speed of just how fast Athena can navigate around this map. Doomslayer's got the double jump, but there's no way he can compete with it. So if Chain keeps this solid lead, it's going to be increasingly hard for Dahang to open up a situation where he can actually get multiple rails in one sequence, I guess we'll say. And Chain gets hit by one, but he's already gone. And he's well out of there. Tries to get it there. Dahang has it lined up. Unfortunately, hasn't hit a lot of shots so far. And the LG pushes Doomslayer back down, where he's not going to be able to take the item. The rails haven't quite hit him. Chain needs to be extremely careful here. Dahang makes the perfect call out. They're going to try and take the light. But wait! Oh, he survives through the skin of his teeth. That could have gone either way.
Oh, I'm not going to lie to you. I was clenching onto my chair when I was always on 1 HP. I was like, surely not. But unlucky for him, Dahang did actually manage to clean that up nicely. Almost re-healed. Just be careful about the chip damage Chain could put on him, as was thinking of going for the next light, but instead he's going to back away and see if Chain actually goes for himself. But good little nail gun jump there with a double jump from the Doom to pick up that light. He has restacked, but how is he going to go for this heavy? As Chain is the one that actually grapples out. Beautifully done there by Chain. A lot of these frags he's been getting on Dahang have been very, very clean, very smooth.
Sorry, I just saw a cat on Dahang's player cam. Right as I looked at that frag, Dahang's cat's in the background. Anyway. Ooh, not quite able to land a shot here though, Chain. It has been mobility, the magic word. An impressive showing so far. I'm not even halfway through. This has been a incredibly back and forth map so far. Again, the Hang's just trying to gauge where has Chain gone. At this stage, we get some rail ammo. Chain has a good amount of armor to work with as well.
5-minute warning.
As Mega spawns next, the next objective taken by the Hang. Heavy. Ooh, lovely little rail. Chain ready and prepared. 2 of them back to back. Doesn't quite get the third, and the Hang pushing forward with that LG just to make it even scarier to push forward and challenge. That's the Heavy. Both items. Gets the catch. Oh, the Hang. He has so much armor to work with that he will be able to push up that jump pad confidently. But can he lick his wounds? Oh, that rocket was so close.
Dear me, this is definitely a game and a half. We're only halfway through map number 1 of this series. It's the Hang now just standing his ground. He wants to try and contest the Heavy, but that was a little bit risky. He decided to go for the flank and hoping that even if Chain does go for the Heavy and picks it up, then it will do enough damage to make up for that Heavy loss. Oh, good rocket there, good direct. He could clean him up if he wants to. He's not railable, so he has a window of opportunity to see if he can clean him up, but it's a little bit too late now. But Chain is on the back foot. The Hang has plenty of time to try and pick him apart if he wants to, but that first rail has made the Hang a little bit weary as to if he wants to pressure him or not. But still, look at Chain's stack at this moment in time, as the Hang is looking to see if he can try and push up or not. But Chain is doing a good job just getting away, standing back, making sure that the Hang can't push him enough to put him on the back foot and keep him at bay in a certain area of the map. But he's realised the light is gone, and will he be cleaned up nicely? Yes, he does, and the Hang is the one to tie things up. Good first rail as he went for the rail. Didn't fall off this time, Ketchup.
That was a lovely shot. He didn't have much of an angle to work with there, and he gets all the damage he could hope for. Right as the Heavy gets taken, so there's not much for Chain to work with anymore. If that rail connected at the very beginning, we would have instantly seen another frag. The Hang, although he could be brave and stick to it, does not want to overextend now as this light should be spawning soon, perhaps. There it is. Breathing space for Chain to somewhat stabilize, but the timing and the items, they belong to the Hang. And this is his ticket to success in this first map if he can keep it up.
I was a little bit weary about the Hang's weapon selection then, but he was tempted to keep that rail out, but switched to rockets anyway, just to be safe rather than sorry. Still 2.5 minutes left between these two juggernauts to find out who's going to take this map. But even then, it's still too close to call. Yeah, sure, the Hang's had the item control for the last couple of minutes, but Chain is still doing a good job contesting and being able to get away. But as I say, that Chain loses that frag, maybe a bit too overzealous to go for that Heavy. Now the Hang's got it. He's managed to pick up the Mega, got a huge stack, but Chain needs to do a lot better with his chip damage with the rails. Both of them have actually been missing quite a lot of shots as we're progressing into the last couple of minutes of this matchup, but they've both had very good tracing with the LG. Dang, looking very healthy. Huge advantage here for Dahang if he wants to try and push up, but decides to prioritise the Heavy, which is completely understandable, not without taking a rail hit from Chain.
This style is Dahang all over. He knows he has a lead. It's not a giant lead, but with less than 2 minutes on the clock left to go in the rest of this map, the objective is far better suited to Dahang if he's able to just keep all the items away, right? If I keep taking all these items, damage Chain when I can, but make sure that his actual avenues for a comeback in the terms of decent stack gets taken away, Chain does not have a lot to work with to stand a chance to even come close to bringing it back. And at this point, Dahang, the frag's lovely, and he probably will at this point. Ooh, narrowly able to get up there, but the question is how long can Chain survive? Chain now has to run away, bring the stack back up, try not to die, even though that choice is no longer his to make, all while at the same time Dahang is keeping you behind. Like, this is done, for sure. I would be shocked if this goes in the way of Chain now.
Yeah, especially with the stack as well. It'd be a little bit surprising. Chain, 40 seconds left, nice rails. And I kind of feel like both these players have missed a lot of rails this game, but the LG and the rocket prediction have been making up for it nicely. So I kind of feel like this is kind of a warm-up game into the series. I think we're going to see a lot more, especially with the rails going into the next couple of maps. But so far, we've seen very good plays from Dahang. Chain had a very, very good start. But even saying that, though, there's still 20 seconds left. The Mega is up. If he actually tries to strangle a hold on Dahang, he could be okay here. But Dane's, he's just delaying it way too much. He can just go through the tellies, he can try and get away if he wants to. He's got the double jump to give him a slight edge around the map. It looks like he's perfectly safe. A little bit worrying at one point, but yeah, 9-7 in favour of Dahang. Well played. Didn't really show that element of aim skill, which I talked about before in the pre-match. But then again, he's done his deed. He's done his duty. All his movement and his adaptation was phenomenal. 511 more damage in favour of Dahang, and the art of control was very similar to both of these players.
It was, and in those closing moments, the only time I think we'd need to get worried for Dahang is if Chain found him pretty much straight away. But that's a hard call to make because Chain, off the back of that frag, had no armor. I mean, going up against a medium champion that at least has some kind of weapon to cause damage, it was, if there was a chance of taking that comeback at the end, it was very, very slim indeed. And exchange near railgun. I don't think I'm ever going to get tired of those exchanges on this map. Exile, God, it's so easy to accidentally fall off, or in this case, get knocked off, whatever the case may be. But Dahang, pulling it out in the final stages, and I just loved the way he approached kind of those last 2 minutes. The fact that there's really no getting around the fact that the plan was not to chase, it was not to secure extra frags, it was maintain the control, starve away anything that Chain might want to bring the map back, and it worked out perfectly. But Chain's use of Athena, I thoroughly enjoyed watching it. It's a style of Exile that I had not seen in Duel yet. But the second Chain picks Athena, you know there's going to be some kind of magic happening. He's personally got my favorite Athena to watch in all the community. But that is simply the first map done and dusted. So we now transfer over. Ruins of Sarnath next, I believe. Ranger versus Sorlag is going to be the pick. And Chain coming in with the mobility once again. But we'll see if he can pull it out. Dahang has gone into this as the favorite purely just in how the stage alone has gone. If you asked this before stage 2, people would probably be like, oh, yeah, I think Chain, because he was a real up-and-comer, and he's still excellent, don't get me wrong, but Dahang is kind of returning to that form, and it almost feels like we're starting to go back to how things were, perhaps.
Yeah, I can completely agree with that. Even in that last map on Exile, he's using Athena to the best of his ability, not to his full potential, but enough to really, catch Dahang off guard on many occasions. He wanted to go in quick and fast, just due to the fact that, I don't think he'll be prepared for him to, he's probably used to playing a bit of a slow game against Chain at first, and then let things pan out after a period of time. But he just didn't muck around. He got those first 2 frags, and he was coming back at one stage. And I kind of feel like the momentum was heavily in his favour. You could see his rail was a lot better during those last 30 seconds to a minute. But if he's like that from start to finish in this next map, then it will definitely help wonders, if you want to see comparison. But I'm sure these two won't be railing as bad as they were before. But then again, a lot of those missed rail shots, it can happen sometimes. It can happen, especially on a map like Exile. But this is Ruins. We're going to start with Dahang's POV. This is map number 2. If you're just joining us, Dahang is currently up 1-0 in this series, the 4th series of the day. We're going to see if Dahang can take the series or if Chain can actually say otherwise and equalise the scoreline.
Now Chain is getting a considerable amount of LG damage there, and Dahang not really able to land much at all. Without a rail, going down for these items, only taking the light when he knows that Chain was not nearby, listening for those audio cues, but he just didn't have much to defend. The bunny hopping nature of Sorlag, it can be a bit weird landing those rockets on her sometimes, and the fact that he didn't have a rail at any moment for the range damage. Now he has one, but it'll be piece by piece, chip it down, Chain, the acid spit, but he's taken so much LG damage himself, the damage over time giving Chain all the information that he needs. That Dahang is coming around the corner though, and he sets up a second frag. 1 minute and 2 frags already. This is already quite different to what Exile gave us.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if Dahang can make a comeback here. I'm sure he will, though. A very intelligent player, has been for years. And it's still early days yet. Only 1 minute and 20 has passed. Chain just abusing the mobility just to keep Dahang guessing. But it needs to be a bit cautious as well. He doesn't travel too fast and get trapped by a rocket or an LG whilst Dahang's waiting for him to make the first move. Good rail there from Dahang. That was very, very important. He now needs to give up the Mega, but look at this, Dahang, again, very unpredictable. Thought, do you know what, I'm just going to go for it anyway. I'll leave the Mega, I'll leave the Heavy. Heavy's coming up 3 seconds later past the Mega, so it doesn't really matter. But can he get this nail gun, though? Some good rockets. Definitely has advantage of the stack, but that last rocket isn't going to help too much. But Chain not looking at his healthiest, but Dahang could actually give him the chance to build up the weapons in his arsenal. He's backed away, he's picking up the light, he's going to prioritise rehealing, completely understandable. But what is he going to prioritise? Even the Mega on Heavy, as both items are about 3 seconds in terms of separation. Looks like we'll be going for the Mega, and it's going to leave the Heavy at bay. He knows once it's coming up, he's delayed it just a little bit now. He's going to delay it for the next few seconds, because if he does, then that way he's going to try and build himself a stack if he gets some chip damage, and then he can contest the Heavy in a much healthier position, you could say.
The rail is going to be an important factor of that first opening of the fight. Chain was looking for it. Dahang maybe a bit closer than Chain was prepared for. Optimization coming out from Dahang, but he can't make it count in terms of a frag, but he puts himself in a situation to grab both major items, and that in its own right is a victory, as Chain left with the scraps down near Heavy. And there are a few lights to soak up down there, so he's going to be able to get himself back up just a little bit. Chain is playing the kind of slippery defensive game so far. He needs to be careful. Can't concede one unchallenged rail, really. Speaking of, there it is. And now Chain is railable. Heavy is going to belong to Dahang, as he's in a better position. The fact that he got Mega first as well. Here comes that rocket jump. Why not? Lovely bit of spam from Chain, but that health bubble stopping the bleeding. Oh, but he's just a little bit, a couple of ticks. That's enough to give Chain some information. How useful that information is remains to be seen, because he still needs armor, but it's the obvious one. Boom! That shuts it down, and the second rail to finish. I almost feel like Chain at that point would rather spawn with a full stack, right as Heavy's about to spawn.
Yeah, I can agree to some extent. Yeah, and also, you know, even if it takes some of that acid spit anyway, you can just burn the light afterwards rather than using a nail gun. So it's not, you know, a huge loss in any way. But in terms of Dahang, in terms of his aim, it's starting to look as though how I've seen in scrims, where he's predicting the shots a lot better. His aim's improving as the series has gone on. But again, still early days. Only 4 minutes has passed. 2-2 between these two players. Playing a lot more of a calculated approach and methodical compared to what we saw in Exile, where there was a lot more aggression, a lot more, you know, counteractive and using your initiative in a lot of areas. But you can see now that Dahang's just holding his ground. Good direct, good second rocket. Didn't do a huge amount of damage, but it kept him away. And luckily for Dahang, from that acid spit, the health bubble was always there available for him. If it went for that, he'd have a long way to go to find the next one. But still looking good. Heavy's come up in the next 8 seconds. How is Dahang even going to contest this, though? Looks like he may be dropping down bottom middle if he wants to. Instead, he decided to go down the jump pad to pick up this next. Heavy realises that Chain is not there. He's probably a little bit surprised, but he knows at the same time that the Mega is about to pop as well. That has been picked up. The items are not segregated as much anymore, though the difficulty of actually being able to try and contest the Heavy will be a bit harder. But Dahang looking very good. Chain also doing a good job just trying to keep himself away from Dahang with a good LG. Acid spit doesn't really do too much there. Good rocket though. That's going to be enough to say hello to Dahang to actually push straight in and get that third frag. But look at this, so just playing ring around the rosy, but that's not going to help with that direct. Good, clean frag there from Dahang, as he's got plenty of HP, plenty of stack to work with. He could get a fourth here, considering the stack advantage he has, and he's only got a try roll. Beautiful stuff there from Dahang, with 4 minutes and 20 left on the clock.
And that's 2 separate times Dahang was able to use that really tidy dire orb to control both items. In this case, secure a frag at the same time. Chain, he's not in an amazing position, but he does manage to have a rail at the very least. But it's not going to be his objective right now. Tri-bolt spam just a little bit. Was able to hear the Heavy, but Dahang, he's been in control this whole game. The items have by far belonged to him. Just to give you a quick recap, it's not only the lights too. He has more lights than Chain. He has 8 Megas compared to 3, 10 light armors compared to 6, and then 7 Heavies compared to 5. This is Dahang all over. He controls the items. You play his game. You play at his pace.
Dahang's been doing really well, yeah, in terms of his item control. He needs to bully every single item to its full potential. If he doesn't, and he lets Chain, especially with the Sorlag, get the stack, get out of hand, it's very difficult to even try and recover at that point. So Dahang knows that if he loses control, it could be all downhill from there, and then that's where Chain will get some momentum back to actually make something happen. But Saying that though, Chain has taken off a lot of his armor, has picked up the Mega, and now really contests the Heavy. He's not really too sure on the stack. He doesn't really want to take the risk in case the Hang does drop on, for example, a random rocket or a rail, but that direct is going to massively help the Hang. It's going to delay Chain by at least another 10-20 seconds until he decides how he wants to approach this. That missed rail may cost him a little bit. That rocket's made him fall off. This is Chain's chance to make something happen, but again, after taking so much LG damage, it's going to be at a disadvantage. Good control with the Mega, and great rail to finish off Chain there, as he's got 3 frags to make something happen. Heavy's coming up in the next 2 seconds if he can actually stop the Hang, but he doesn't. He should be able to pick that up, no problem. And now the Hang's got a 4 frag advantage here with 2 minutes 15 left.
That was all Chain could do. He'd only just spawned and he didn't even have time to grab a nail gun first before dropping down. He had to go start a machine gun only, which is why he had the gauntlet out. I think the Hang knows that, which is why he stuck around. He truly believed he could win that fight, and, you know, go figure, he did. 2 minutes on the clock now as the Hang is on the verge of a 2-0 against Chain. Can Chain start the momentum right now, or is the Hang already thinking about shifting gears here? We can see this defensive movement backing up, making it so difficult for Chain to challenge. All of this is taking time, wasting time. The missed rail certainly doesn't help, and he gets tagged by 1, looking for a second, 7 seconds until Mega. Surely Chain cannot stick around too long here. The rocket's coming out as well. He is once more going to be left with the scraps, and there's not much else to work with. 1.5 minutes left to go, 4 frags to Hang. This is where he shifts around, gets the rail. He's just going to back up now, and he will play like this for the rest of the map because, I mean, it's what you do. It's what you got to do.
Yeah, you might as well. 34 HP, and, you know, the Hang's had most of the item control, 21 items, 12 lights. And even then, he can just do what you normally do on Ruins, you know, pretty standard. Either hide around the back stairs of Heavy, or just stand on that jump pad on Heavy, and that way you can waste at least another 5-10 seconds. You just got to be careful with the saw lag mobility from Chain. But how's he going to do it, though? This is the next question. Oh, Heavy's free, so Chain can at least make something work from that. But, you know, it's not always the back stairs or the Heavy jump pad. The Hang, you know, likes to be unpredictable. He'd rather hide somewhere different. But
oh no,
he didn't actually see him, but he shot the rocket anyway. And he's taking him down. And his stack isn't the best, but it's enough to take this next fight. And Mega's up in the next 5 seconds. He wasn't really too sure whether he should just go for it or wait, but it looks like he's trying to look for the Hang rather than just force himself through. But if he takes him out, here, he may have a small window, but it's not going to happen. There's 15 seconds to waste. It is. That's pretty much said and done. 15 seconds left. And gives him a nice rocket to the face anyway. And that's going to be it. The Hang is up 2-0 in the series and takes that 7-4. Very clean, very smooth, and good item control over the last 4 or 5 minutes from the Hang.
The game changer was the moment the Dire Orb existed. It came off cooldown, and that's where everything changes, because you have the extra mobility, you have the extra damage. In that instance, the Hang was able to do damage and escape at the same time, so even if the orb didn't kill, it didn't really matter because he's now near jump pad, and it's the classic point where when someone has to play that defensive game near the end of Ruins, they do like to hang out near Heavy because it's just so weird trying to challenge it. There's so many different ways you can go, and it takes so long to do it, that it was just good decisions there by the Hang. And Chain, to give him his credit, did make it close near the end. It's just that the Hang had such control locked in from an early point. There was a considerable point before Chain could even get a single item for a fair old while. He'd get one here and there, but it's not enough. It would be swiftly undone by the Hang. He was able to get yet another win, and we're going into the final map, but at the end of the day, the victory will go to the Hang. Question is, can we get that kind of bonus map on deck? Is the Hang going to continue the dominance, or is Chain going to soften the blow just a little bit?
I like the Hang's attitude in a lot of those fights he had as well. You saw earlier on when he's in the light area where he was doing ring around the Rosie, and when obviously Chain took that direct rocket, the Hang was just very, very calm, very passive. He was chill. He was like, do you know what? You can sit there all day if I have to. At the end of the day, you're going to get taken down no matter what. And a lot of those frags, he was very calm and collective. It was nice to see that he has so much patience waiting for Chain to make that first mistake. And when it came to some of the aggression he had in the early on in the matchup, it again looked very, very strong. He didn't really sacrifice his aim so much with the aggression he had pushing up on Chain on multiple occasions. But that's all we need to do, just the full item control, make sure he keeps away from it, because he knew that as soon as Chain gets that full item control in a huge stack, especially with the Soul Lag, it's just going to go all downhill. And you saw there was a small window where Chain was actually looking for him, even with the weaker stack, but still had the weapons to make use to even take him down. But Dahang just did a great job, just made sure that he didn't hang around the same, the usual common spots, the back heavy stairs, the heavy jump pad, or maybe like down below, like somewhere to at least, give it so that if your opponent does catch you, then it's going to be at least another 10 seconds wasted. But waiting at that telly was a good play for Dahang, just to make sure that he's not sitting in the usual common spots most players normally stand in, when they've got the lead and they're on the back foot. But I have to see if this third map is a resemblance of what we've seen in the first two.
Woken's loading in now, so it won't be long until we go into the third and final map here between Dahang and Chain. For those that might have just joined us, Dahang has the series win, 2-0 at least. But now we're finding out whether it's going to be a 2-1 or a 3-0. Remember, in Season 2, every map counts when we're talking placement by the end of each stage. So let's begin. We're checking things out from Dahang's point of view first. It is utility versus utility. Ison and the Galena.
We haven't seen the Ison too much on this map, so it's nice to see him again on the Woken. I'm sure he's going to cause a lot of trouble with little Timmy. Already absorbed one of the totems. Not the best of starts, but then again, Dahang does have the height advantage with those rockets, so Chain knew that he had to back away. But he hasn't got a rail yet, so he really needs to try and push in if he can, but he won't want to push for the telly now. Good LG, look how clean and smooth his accuracy was as he was going up both stairs. Even though he's taking the Mega, he could be able to clean him up here. Yes, he does. And already a 2-0 lead. And Chain can't really let this spiral out of control.
Yeah, 2 fragged in the short space of time is not an ideal way to start a duel, but he has plenty of opportunities to bring this one back. Let's just hope this isn't the beginning of maybe things to come. Now, these rails are not connecting, so there's an opportunity. A little bit of health here and there. Heavy, just about to spawn. There's that health totem. He saw it too. He knows that Chain's going to be pretty healthy, but that rail is going to nullify and take away all of the armor. Looking for these rockets. No rockets are hitting at all! Dahang goes for the sneaky little shot, the tri-bolt as well to keep him away, and Chain is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Thankfully, he's able to get away, but yeah, Dahang, he's had you on the edge of a string so far. What is Dahang's rails? They've just been consistently so unusually sick. He hits the weirdest shots without scoping, and these weird drive-by rails that something about Dahang always able to hit them.
This is what I'm talking about, mate. Like, literally, I've seen him in a lot of scrims. He seems much better compared to what we've seen in previous months. He seems a lot more calm and collective. His aim is just improved dramatically with his traces, especially with the rails. Because I always found that with Dahang, where with his rails, they seem to be very inconsistent, and you can see it in his face, or after he misses a few shots, he goes, come on, I shouldn't be missing that. And it happens every single time, and I think he's managed to rectify his mistakes because he's able to play a lot more. Which kind of shows what happens when you're, when you're actually available to put more hours in. This is the kind of Dahang you normally get, but so far, it's early days in this third map, as Dahang does get that full frag on the board, 4-2 in favour of Dahang. Chain is doing a good job so far, not letting this map get out of control. Very, very weak. Oh, he overextended just a little bit. Maybe he thought it was a bit weaker than he thought, but he had to take some risk to try and even out the playing field. But so far, both a similar stack. Dahang is railable, but he's nowhere near a rail as of yet, as Dahang's picked up the heavy. He's going to be pushing for the Mega in the next few seconds. He's just a little bit worried that Chain may actually push for the Mega first, which he did. Maybe he could have got there early, but he hasn't got the all-seeing eye like we have, so he decided to just wait and see if he does pick it up, and if he does, he can do some chip damage. But so far though, Dahang is looking very good, and again, the tri-bolts are just absolutely disgusting. Pushing for the rockets, will he be able to clean him up? Yes, he does. Airstrikes him down with those rockets. 5 frag deficit here.
We push forward just to get a little bit more rail ammo, just for good measure. The items are starting to go into the favor of Dahang for yet another time. Chain, his weapon situation it's just not been very good. He's consistently just not had the weapons he needs to compete with Dahang at the ranges that Dahang is trying to bring it to him. By the time he finally gets one, he's taken so much damage that he's not even in a position where he's able to utilize it. Here comes even more rails. There's the second. Chain goes down again. Dahang. Oh. These rails are proving to be quite troublesome. Takes one now, sure, but just keeping the perfect cycle. Chain is in position for Mega. Can he get it? I think by all means he should be able to, but he wants the frag first. He needs to put a massive offset between the two items. Can't get the rail. Dahang. Oh, he's able to dodge every single one. How is he still alive?
Just look at this though. Dahang, his discipline has improved, to no end. Like his aim has improved dramatically as well. All the pieces to the puzzle which he needed really, but couldn't really put together, has now been rectified, and it can only get better from here. It's just very chilled, He's got so much patience, just letting Chain do whatever he wants, and then prepare for him to actually take him down. Good rail, almost hit the second as well. Well, that's from what you saw there. It's going to give up top mid control, but Chain isn't going that way anyway because he hasn't got the stack to go for that engagement.
The thing is, that Mega that Dahang just picked up, that's the second Mega he's had all game. He actually has not had much of it, which is kind of strange because normally you associate sometimes Galena as the champion that tends to not prioritize Mega as much because of the totem placement, but Dahang's whole game plan, it's just been so heavily built around just catching Chain in these weird situations where he just gets pasted. Oh, max damage, tri-bolt. That's considerably more than a direct rocket, my friends. That definitely does not tickle.
Oh, this is what I mean though, like Chain, you wouldn't think that Chain is the one who's had more item control, would you, considering the circumstances? And he's almost done almost double the damage, 3,400 to, Chain's 1,800, sorry, 3,500 to 1,800. He's just doing so much work, and he's just been so consistent. It's not even just small elements of his play here and there, it's literally across the board. As it is 11-2 now. I was worried that things may spiral out of control, and that combo with the rocket to rail, just again, more filth to be had and for us to witness. Still a 9 frag deficit. Still got 4 minutes left, mind, but the way Dahang's playing is just ridiculous.
I mean, this is going to have to be a rather ludicrous comeback for Chain to make.
Yeah.
Technically, you could say he has time because of the nature of this map being, I don't want to say snowball heavy, it's no corrupted keep, but it's small enough that you can definitely make these things happen. But you need to equalize on the understanding that Dahang doesn't get any more frags as well, which is definitely asking for a bit of a miracle at this stage. Dahang looking real good to close out things 3-0 here versus Chain. More than re-cementing his position in the Americas as this consistent killer in the brackets. Lovely rocket.
I would love to say yes, but and try and hype this up, but Dahang's already made the scoreline too big, too quick, and still 3 minutes 10 left. And hopefully after this matchup as well, Chain's going to probably realise to himself, okay, I've got to do what I did before and grind, step up my game, and he definitely can as well. We've seen it in the past couple of stages. He hadn't had the best stage, but we're sure he's going to come back like he always has done. 10 frag deficit now, 13-3 in favour of Dahang, 51 HP. Chain's got 2 minutes and 50 left to work with, but it's very, very unlikely it's going to happen. Turret just literally just doing all the work it can do. He's pretty much a teammate at this point. Finish him up the rail. He's going to go around behind him with the LG. Will he clean him up? Yes, he will. Chain's pretty much letting him have it, and is already given the GG even with the 2.5 minutes left, which we all pretty much knew anyway.
I mean, that's it. There's really no way he can do it. I believe Chain, this is a done deal, and the map will be over. But at the very least, we have 2 minutes left on the clock. I mean, Quake Champions, there's no kind of GG option. There's no kind of a surrender or forfeit, I suppose. But we do know the win will go to Dahang right now. 15-3, but at this point, we're going to ignore the scoreline. We're just going to say dominant, decisive victory for Dahang. Unfortunate for Chain. He's definitely going to be disappointed with this. But there's a lot of reflection, I think, for some players in Pro League needing to be done as we go into the Stage 2 finals, right? There are players that need to just look at what's going on and realize, right, where am I going wrong? What's different now compared to before? Because Dahang, he's going to be feeling himself all the way through the end of this map. Ooh! Nearly got ring out.
Yeah, I just want to know what's changed with Chain, really, like in terms of like why he's so different this stage compared to last stage. I suppose one day when we actually get to interview him, maybe for one of the matchups, I'd love to ask him a few questions on, like, what's changed differently, like, this stage compared to last stage, because before against all his opponents, it wasn't even close. But now, like, people are kind of like matching up to his skill level again. Or maybe it's the fact that everyone in the Americas have improved, because we have to be honest, a lot of players in the Americas have improved. Like Nosfis improved, Max has improved dramatically. Zanaku is the best I've seen him, since he started in the Pro League. It's maybe it's just the fact that the Americas players have improved a lot more. Like Dahang, for example, I always said that his aim has always been a little bit off, but his movement and adaptation has been, incredible. But now that he's fixed his aim and rectified some other minor issues, he seems to be, doing really, really well and a force to be reckoned with again.
And we just close out this map, really. Not much else to say that hasn't been said a million times as Dahang re-establishes his position here. An absolute solid top 2 in Americas. The 17-3 map at the last minute. Every frag here, simply bonus frags, because at the end of the day, look, it's 3-0. That's where we're going to be finishing things here with our America's journey for today. Stick around, because after this, we will be getting our featured matchups. We'll be bringing in DJ Wheat. We'll be playing some heavy-hitting 1v1s as always. But this, 10 seconds away from coming to a close.
Yeah, what could we say about this series? Dahang just played absolutely out of his mind. Everything that needed rectifying has been fixed. Obviously, there's going to be a couple of minor things here and there he knows he needs to work on, but just phenomenal stuff. It's just incredible that it was even a 3-0 victory. Like, we saw, a sign of life from Chain in the first map towards the end. And even at the start, the first 2 maps, he had the early lead, but, lost it quite quickly. Dahang just made the game look so smooth, so crisp. It just shows how much more of his work ethic he put in, and like how much discipline he had in a lot of those fights just made just a world of difference to his gameplay.
I really thought we were going to see a 2-1 today. I strongly thought we were going to see a 2-1. 3-0 was not what many of us were expecting, perhaps. However, it is what it is. As Dahang, I think I don't want to talk about this series like it was kind of Chain not playing to his full potential, because it does seem heavily like this was a big part of it being Dahang displaying excellence. Now, you mentioned he's been scrimming a lot on stream. He's been getting right back into the practice. The grind always continues, as I've said many, many times. And with a player like Dahang, who was already at a crazy good level, the second he starts to knuckle down and dedicate a little bit more, reaches scarier heights still. And the rails in that final map were, I think, a real tell of that. But if anything, he kept solid control, perfect timing on the items. Again, all 3 maps, it's what he's famous for. And he was just playing some damn good Quake.
Yeah, he was. We were playing like Dahang. If you've got all those aim, then what can you do, really? It's one of those things.
There we go. We just saw that's Athena's grappling hook, for those that don't know. That's what that looks like. So we're going to finish off our journey of Americas today with our 4th series. And now it is time to set the stage for the 2 featured matchups of Quake Sunday. So we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll be joined by a very special guest, as always, and Quake Pro League will continue. We are just about to start our very first featured matchup of the day, Wenger versus Base. An eternal rivalry, really, that just continues and continues and continues. Lethal, welcome back, everyone, to the Quake Pro League. My name is Ketchup. And it's not going to be just the two of us, Harry. We're going to bring in the one and only DJ Wheat right now. Whoop-ha!
Almost.
There we go.
Nice. What's up, gentlemen? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. Excited to be back for some more Quake.
And we're happy to have you. Now, it's going to be Base and Wenger, a matchup that has happened so many times, and when it does, it just always delivers. I think it's one of my favorite player versus player matchups that we really see in Pro League. They have this insane back and forth nature. They're both just different styles, absolutely. Wenger a little bit more on the wild side, and Base, that just absolute dedication to rock solid fundamentals, right? It's just two different sides of the story, and Wenger riding a lot of momentum off a big victory last week, Lethal.
That's right, indeed. Yeah, Wenger's looking very good. Base is also looking very good. Hasn't played as many matches, but sure to say the least, he will be up on that leaderboard momentarily. But Wenger, very aggressive, very unpredictable, very unorthodox. His aim skill is next to none. He's literally the perfect matchup for Base, because you've got to remember, both of these players, their style is just on the opposite end of the spectrum. Base, even though he is very passive and only bullies the items if he wants to, his aim skill is still next to none. It's really solid. His LG and his rails have always been very solid with it, and it's normally quite difficult to play so passive and yet keep a very strong aim and always keep on the whereabouts on what he wants to do, because he likes to continue being a mystery on where he is on the map, so he can at least get some surprise attack on a player maybe like Wenger. Against a player like Razy, it's a bit more difficult, but he might have a bit more of an opening, a win of opportunity here and there against someone like Wenger, who's just here, there, and let's be honest, everywhere.
Yeah, I love what both of you said. Ketchup, you talked about this being one of those matchups that you always love to see. I think as we are sitting here in Season 2, Stage 2, week 9 now, we have seen some really incredible things out of both of these players, right? I would even say Wenger kind of elaborating a bit on his own style, building off of what we know is the Wenger style. But Base he's been a little bit more liquidy this in terms of just he has been his more reserved self, but we've also seen him play a bit more on the aggressive, more action-paced side. So I'm excited to see, once again, these styles clash, but then this sort of new version of both of these players that we've been seeing throughout. How is that going to change the matchup that we're going to see today?
Well, we might have some extra information as we're going to bring into the picks and bans. And in this case, Molten Falls, Ruins of Sarnath, and Awoken. So we have two large maps, one small, but maps that we know that both of these players are incredibly confident in. Molten Falls, we start off with the Anarchy. Again, a rather common appearance, actually, that we've seen, I believe, from CNZ and Base historically on Molten Falls, and the Galena coming out from Wenger. Ruins of Sarnath, Ison, and Sorlag, and then Awoken. Ooh, we get to see some Athena coming out from Base.
Yeah, looking at the map picks alone, even for Base, he decides to ban Corrupted Keep, but Wenger, I'm so glad that he banned Veil, because Base has been looking very, very solid on that map every single time. It suits his style, no matter what champion pick it is. He is very, very difficult to contend with, and for Wenger, he cannot, unleash his aggression on him, left, right, and center. It's not possible on Veil. It's, there's too many choke points, there's too many narrow corridors. I completely understand why he selected that. Base with Molten Falls, he's got plenty of room to breathe. Even with the Anarchy and the injects, he can choose when he wants to fight and when he wants to. And if he gets that early lead, it's going to be big trouble for Wenger. But then again, he's got to be on his toes to take out those totems. Ruins is pretty standard, with the Ison, trying to at least contest that heavy with the turret and the Sorlag and the mobility could be completely different. And yeah, Awoken, we're going to see the Athena versus Ranger, slightly typical picks, but from what I've seen so far, looking at some of the picks and bans, Wenger is very good on Ruins, Corrupted Keep, on Awoken, and seeing that he's got Ruins and Awoken as those picks. Map picks, slight advantage to Wenger, but those picks in terms of champions for Base look more in favour for Base on that retrospect. But another thing I want to add is the fact that Base actually banned Exile, and I know Wenger, I don't know if Wenger's not really played Exile enough or what he wants to do, but it looks like he's banned it for him anyway, so Wenger's probably going to be a little bit happy about that.
Yeah, not super surprised to see that. I am really interested in the Awoken game. I think that'll be great. We've seen Athena on base before, or rather base on Athena. And it's gone great sometimes, and it's been not super spectacular other times. So that is definitely the map that is the one that sticks out to me. And I'm curious. I'm gonna take your job here, catch up a little bit. But as far as predictions, and I'll kick off even. I'm gonna say that we're gonna see a 2-1 for Wenger today.
I actually agree with you. If I'm looking at this as well, I'm looking at recent play where Wenger, part of it is kind of like what my heart says as well, because I know that they've gone, the 2-1 is the safe bet. I say this a bunch with this kind of caliber, but I would be shocked if it's a 3-0. But I'm looking at, like, just simply last week, how insane Wenger looked, and he maintains to be super hungry, and I don't think either of these maps or champions are like super out there or whatever, either side personally. So I feel like Wenger has this 2-1, but I think all 3 maps are probably going to be close maps. What about you, Lethal? Before we say goodbye to you for a set.
Oh, so I'd say goodbye now and just like save my prediction. I'll tell you afterwards.
You're coming in. I knew it was going to be that.
I'm going to be boring. I'm going to say 2-1 before I head off anyway. But yeah, same applies. He's got the map advantage, hasn't got the champion advantage, but I don't think it's going to affect Wenger in any way.
All right. Well, we will in fact say goodbye to you for now, Harry. We'll see you a little bit later, as myself and Wheat taking you through this matchup. And I do believe we should be loading in right now.
Yeah.
But let's talk about these 2 champions. I mean, we have Anarchy versus Galena. It's actually not a matchup that you see all that often anymore.
No. I want to. Did we not see this exact matchup last week with in Cooler's matchup? I might be wrong. Oh, it was Galena Sorlag. Okay. And for some reason I was mixing up the Anarchy. Sorry. I it's totem placement going to be big, but you've got sort of the movement for base here. How is he going to incorporate that into this matchup catch-up? That's what's kind of super interesting. Like, what is base's attack plan? What is his game plan here on this first map? I expect that Wenger is going to kind of want to keep his corners of the map, but that's also not necessarily the style that he normally plays. So very, very interesting what we're going to get out of this one.
And at the same time, what I find, and I've always found very interesting about Anarchy in Time Limit Duel, is that he's one of the only champions you could really describe as being maybe even like late game because of how his ejection works. Mm-hmm. The fact that he can just gradually give himself more and more stack piece by piece to the point where in the later stages of the map, he's able to tank a little bit more than he could before. There's actually not really any other champions in the game that have that kind of gameplay to them. So that's always a nice little element of uniqueness. If that wasn't a word, it is now. As we go on to Molten Fools, Wenger rocking that Galena and base on the Anarchy. A rivalry that just will forever continue, I think, in Pro League. But who's going to get that upper hand? As we start things off, base. Oh, he's trying to get out, but he's taking so much damage already, and he's down. 10 seconds, DJ. We got fragged instantly.
We saw those two barreling towards one another near that back hallway, and I think we all knew that was probably not going to turn out great from base. The odds that it was not going to turn out great went up incredibly when he got hit with that direct rocket. So nice read and nice shot there by Wenger to pull that one up. Good way to start this match off. I think you kind of got to write that off a little bit, catch up. It was kind of a bad spawn off the start. I would expect that we'll see both players go to their corners momentarily and kind of regroup, but it was a great start for Wenger.
I like Base's little play there near teleporter, though, using cover to his advantage, knowing that Wenger would significantly outstack him, but just try and get a bit of bonus damage. One major factor is no rail yet, and it looks like that's what Wenger is trying to keep control over. Mm-hmm. That's going to be one totem, Base. His position has been given away by doing that, but he still doesn't have a rail, and I think a rail is going to be so important on a map like this. There's that initial tri-bolt. A little bit of accidental self-damage there for Base, actually. And Wenger, I am next.
Yeah, both items are up right now, and the Mega is going to be picked up there by Wenger. Tries to rocket jump quickly over to that teleport, doesn't quite make it, but he's set up for another frag here, pulling out the shotgun. He's got his opponent trapped there in the corner, now down below, and 3 quick shots with that shotgun, and that's going to put number 2 on the board for Wenger. And again, playing this side of the map, you know, it's what we typically see with the Galena players, and it's working out for him so far. Base has just had a couple of unfortunate moments where he's not quite ready for that fight when it comes. And, you know, I don't know if that's just the way that Wenger is controlling things or if it is just small mistakes on base behalf.
I'm looking at the fact that there's no armor. Wenger has starved every inch of it out of the map. 92 HP is all he has to work with. Even hanging around for those lights might have been overstaying his welcome, just enough to eat a rail or something. Rail, though, magic word here, has been able to build one up at least, but he has to be so careful. He has to show it so much respect. He cannot allow even a single rail to hit when the armor has been as desperate as it has been. Base finally gets a light.
It's a big day. Celebrations were had.
I will. But I mean, like, we've been watching this from Wenger's point of view, but yeah, that was the first armor Base has got in quite some time, but he has now got a lot more than that, as he's able to take one of the major items, but doing a great job of scouting out those totems. That's the big thing.
He is clearing the totems and you know, doing what he can to try to get those armors. I mean, on the flip side, Wenger just doing a good job with you know, control overall. One of the benefits here of Galena on Molten, and he's going to make his way over to the Mega now. He's the one without armor. The LG comes down from Base, and a great mid-level attack by Base. He just melts his opponent, but he's so weak even after that fight that it's an easy pickup of that heavy there for Wenger. He's able to grab that light in the back corner as well, which again will put Base. He's always kind of resource grabbing. It's really all you can do, right? I mean, as Anarchy.
I don't think that spawn that Wenger had was part of the plan. I was checking that thing out from Base's point of view the entire time. He kept the heavy up so he could push forward, get the frag, take the Mega, and then, you know, jump down and collect the other one. Ooh, nice rail. It's just that Wenger spawned so close to heavy, he wasn't able to pick it up. Yeah. Oh, and another rail just like that. This is the weakness of lights. They spawn and get railed, and they're basically dead.
Yeah, and I mean, Wenger, I think, shut down the railgun earlier on in the game to be able to stack a few frags here, but he's playing it very nicely. You see the inject come out there, and he is going to live to see another day. But Wenger getting that one rocket, converting it to a frag with the rail, you know, with a 3-frag lead already. Ketchup, like, he's in a great spot. We're still plenty of time, but there it is again, almost a duplicate of that last frag and getting the heavy off of that. How does Base take a fight here?
That's a good question because of what Wenger is currently building forwards. Has the right weapons out, getting some LG. Base trying so hard to take this Mega away, just prevent any opportunity Wenger might have. Lovely LG. Oh my God, how?
Are you serious? I mean, Base's LG has been on point. He knows he might be able to clean this one up, but he's still putting himself at risk by going after it, and the rail as well. I mean, he just can't chase anymore, and if he does, it's going to be that single shotgun blast that would finish him off, and that is really unfortunate. That could have been a huge window of opportunity for Base, and where we haven't necessarily seen him excel rail wise, his LG has been the reason why he has a frag and almost 2 up on that board. So nicely done by Base, but real sad that he wasn't able to pick up that frag when his opponent had just 4 measly hit points.
That's the kind of frag that can definitely rattle any player. Base, probably not so much. We always talk about Base being one of, if not the most disciplined player in all of Pro League. For a good reason. He's not the kind of player that gets tilted or anything like that. Perfect juggle.
Nice.
Oh. Sent into space right there. And just like that, Base, he's got some momentum to work with, chasing it down. But Wenger, the positioning with the LG was delicious. I do not think Base was planning for Wenger to just be standing there, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And Base is going to be able to bring one back. And this is still a close game, right? I don't think Wenger can get super comfortable. He's definitely controlled things. But as we've seen now for a third time, Base's LG has been the equalizer here. Wenger did pull his out. Nice telly there to get a big hit with that rocket and a direct mid-air. Is he going to be able to clean it up? He's looking for an opportunity. He's got no rail, so all he can do is shoot the rockets from down below, and he is going to get hit with a little bit. And unfortunately, Wenger just didn't have the arsenal to be able to clean that frag up, despite the fact that he hit some very, very nice shot.
So much damage coming through. Wenger, nearly survives thanks to the totem, but a rail from base has other plans. And he is piece by piece, brick by brick, bringing himself back into this map. And there is, as a wise man once said, still time.
Yeah. And I mean, now 3 frags, what looked like almost a stomp at 1.6-1. Well, not quite a stomp, but certainly a healthy lead is diminished now to just 3 frags. And I think that a lot of this is just base literally acclimating to his opponent in the middle of the matchup, right? Playing based off of how Wenger is playing. And we talked about that clash of styles when this first game started up. And then we talked about how different of types of styles that these two have displayed throughout this stage 2 of season 2, and we're seeing it in full display right now, Ketchup. It's really impressive to see.
A huge amount of damage has been dished out, but Base, thanks to the injection, able to save his skin and make him healthy enough to at least jump down towards Mega. It's a really crucial rail, but ow, maybe not expecting the totem to be there, as he takes a little bit of bonus damage, and now 18 health, the rockets, the super shotgun finishes the job, and that 1 frag alone is tricky business, because Wenger, there's plenty of stack to pick up right near rail. And Base, he knows everything's gone, he knows Wenger is not going to be weak anymore. He has to put his thinking cap on Wheat.
Yeah, he wanted that frag. You could tell by that very quick movement right off of the, right off that kill. Unfortunately, he knew quickly he wasn't going to be able to get it. Catches his opponent down below, just under Mega. Misses the rail, trying to follow up with some of that LG. Wenger just gets away, no problem. He's positioned just above the heavy. Still got a lot of time until that heavy spawns. But it's going to set him and allow him to set up. Up comes his opponent from the teleporter. A lot of LG damage there, and a quick and easy frag yet again. And it's just, you hate to see it. I mean, Wenger played this one and is playing this one solidly, but with 1 minute left to go, what was a 3 frag lead and potentially still a possibility of winning is now looking very, very tough here for Base.
Pushing forward as much as he can, but really not much he can do anymore. Wenger will back up. As soon as he picks up any health, he's going to get that totem, immediately drop it down if he needs to. And this will be the first map going in the favor of Wenger. But Wenger,
he's just, he's just on fire. 9-4, a great way to start the series. At the LG battle, maybe to end it off. Rockets come out. Great rail coming out from Base. And both players very, very low. Someone going to get that final frag. Rocket into the corner. No, it doesn't happen. Wow, what an anticlimactic end to that game as both players reaching for that final frag. It doesn't happen. 9-4, the score here of the first map. It goes to Wenger. I see what Base was trying to do. Wenger had some not only great totem placement, but also brought some of those totems into battle occasionally, throwing Base off a little bit. Base, as you mentioned earlier, had some difficulty getting any level of stack at all. And very tough, very, very tough ladder for Base to climb. Wenger takes it down pretty easily. There's that 4. Hit frag. His opponent.
That was just a major moment. And there's an element at play too that Wenger absolutely dominated the Mega. The Mega utterly belonged to him. He had considerably more pickups than Base, and you can see there 13-5. Let's not forget about Galena's passive, where if she picks up health, that it shaves off recovery of her totems. So this kind of game plan of Wenger, just playing this rock solid game of patient Quake, having this access to heal in his back pocket whenever he needs it, is simply going to just take that game plan and make it better, because you can fight more consistently, you can escape more consistently, you can get a frag, drop a totem down, which was a common occurrence. You get a frag, put down a totem, the opponent can now no longer just spawn and then frag you, because you've just given yourself a bunch of health, and those megas will allow you to have much more totems on deck. And now we're going from one large map into another, this time the mobility once again belonging to Base in the form of Sorlag, and it's Ison from Wenger. So it's been a pretty common theme, I think. 2 for 2 on these maps, Wheat.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be a little bit tougher for Wenger here. We'll have to see, but base, as you mentioned, going to have a little bit more meat on those bones, a little bit more movement overall. And it's base didn't play a bad game. I think that was, that was definitely he had a tough battle due to the champion picks. But this one, I think, definitely a little bit more in base's favor. We'll have to see exactly how it is going to, how it is going to unfold. But I would expect base to maybe try to pop off here early in this map and get things going.
One of my favorite things to watch in all of Quake is Wenger when he's up against an opponent who he knows has considerably more stack than him. We often say that we love watching Wenger play because he's famously comfortable playing out of control, or at the very least not being a player that prioritizes constant items and stack advantage, because sometimes he'll just somehow have these crazy victories and you'll have all the items. He's going up against a Sorlag now, right? And I'm kind of thinking he's going to have to play like that off the bat because he knows he's up against Sorlag. But it's a comfort zone. It's somewhere I think he's going to be confident. And wait, he delays immediately. Okay, Wenger. But there's a delay still on the Mega.
I think he knows he's got to play with his brain here, but base is he's playing the exact same game, right? He's thinking a lot about what the next few minutes are going to be, despite the fact that we haven't even hit the 30-second mark. And so there may be a little of a swap. We saw base go down into the heavy room and is just kind of chilling down there, but Spit came out thinking that maybe Wenger is going to follow me down there. So he is going to pick up the heavy. Has got a nice solid cooldown on his Spit. And they're heading back over to the what? I can't even believe that. A perfect set of shots. What did he hit with? I didn't even see. Wenger just looked like he got melted.
Just Sorlag things sometimes. It just depends. Base things, perhaps. Oh, base drops down, but he actually lands on the turret, which completely messes up his landing and makes him a bit easier to connect with. Okay, that's a 1-to-1. This has been a very unusual 2 frags here, Wheat.
It has been. I kind of expect, okay, base getting that first frag. That was super solid, but the rockets coming out. We do have a trade, as base knew he could hear the screams, but that did not stop Wenger from laying down the fire. And 2-2, we are tied yet again. I was expecting an action-packed game catch-up, but I wasn't expecting quite anything like this. Turret does go down, fight over heavy, and Wenger slipping through the cracks, threading the needle. He grabs the heavy, gets the frag. He's now taking the lead 3-2, and so far, he seems to be handling base here on Sorlag quite well.
And it just goes into the comfort level of Wenger that we've talked about. Know your enemy. You're up against a giant champion, especially in the hand of base. Base well aware of all the maths, but they trade again. How many trades are they going to have? We can see a head shake there from base. You don't want a trade in those situations when you're absolutely going into the fight with a stack advantage. But Wenger, just the adjustment on the fly. It's impressive stuff.
It is, right? Off of that, he knew his opponent just had rail. He knew that he didn't have Spit up. He was able to go at him with that shoddy. That was a really, really smart play and nice way to read what was going on there. And base is in some cases is being aggressive, but Wenger is not responding to it at all, except for playing smart. He's going to pick up another frag there as the Spit does hit. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage, and the frag is obtained. There is the heavy yet again, as this rotation from Wenger is on point.
Now, base is trying to get sight of where Wenger, because he did an entire cycle right there. 2 laps, if you will, and base was wise to it, but now Wenger, no way he's surviving that one. That's a free pick up there from base. What does it mean, though? That's the question, because as we spawn, there's still ample time until that heavy. But that one rail alone is going to make it really tricky, and here comes base. Full speed ahead, but again?
What?
Again? Wenger finds a way. Base mustn't have been ready for him to just sit around the corner. It looked like he caught him by surprise.
And pulling out that turret is like, what do I deal with? I think my opponent's almost dead. He wasn't wrong. And base just... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's still pulling out these frags. I mean, Wenger, dare I say, Wenger kind of looks like he's just having a ton of fun, just really enjoying himself and hitting some really nice shots too. There's a double rail to make it 7-4. We're only 4 minutes in, and there's already been 11 frags.
Ouch.
It's kind of incredible catch up.
But the frags that have happened with some of these exchanges, it just doesn't make sense why the scoreline is the way it is. Wenger, we said at the very beginning that he's just ridiculous at dealing with an opponent that outstacks him. I've never seen anyone be able to just nullify that issue as much as Wenger can. It's one of his greatest strengths.
Yeah, he's just confident in his own play, and he'll go at it. I mean, chat right now commenting on just Wenger's starting shotgun usage, and it's been pretty insane too. How he's managed to get 2 frags with that so far. But here we go. Base doesn't tie it up. Excuse me. Bank brings his lead or his deficit a little bit closer to manageable. Only 2 frags now for Wenger, and we are going to hit that 5-minute mark. Catch up, and it seems like now Wenger has backed off a little bit, and rightfully so. He needs to respect that railgun from base. He's being pretty consistent with these hits as of late, and these last 2 frags. We could have a fight here at the heavy.
There's that heavy being picked up. Wenger information. I like the readiness, just having the LG out prepared for when the inevitable rocket jump comes through. Light armor belongs to Wenger. The unreturned rail certainly doesn't help matters for base, though.
He is just, well, setting up down near heavy yet again. Base with another rail. He's looking very, very nice with that. I mean, right now, 50 and 55 on the rails, but base is shot 26-20. And there's a great LG bead on Wenger to make it 7-6, and he is slowly clawing his way back. But most importantly, he is clawing his way back. There's still half a game left to go here, and base seems to really be finding his footing, where Wenger might have been having some fun before. Base says, well, it's time for me to play a little bit. Sees his opponent on the stairs down below. Spit does come out. Heavy's up in 6 seconds. Base, is he just going to continue to fire from up above? He does. Will he decide to go down? He does not. He lets his opponent grab that heavy, and will just set up for the mega.
Oh, importantly for Wenger, was able to pick up a little bit more of that lightning gun ammo, so it's going to really pay its dues here. Base was totally unable to stop Wenger from picking up. He had the right call out, though. He wanted to hit the rail right as he goes for the LG. Unfortunately, what?
That's what we call a Quake dance-off.
Yeah, I mean, Wenger was laughing to himself, so I'm pretty sure he's... I was like, wait, is that a spectator bug or something? Like, did that come out late? Waiting for each other to fire to set up the other shot, I imagine. But, okay, here we are now, as it's 8-6, but base weak. But for how long?
Yeah, base hit some nice rockets there. One coming up the jump pad and a direct, but Wenger just kind of shrugs it off. Both players, well, base's stack looking a little bit better now. And Wenger with almost 0 armor stack is going to grab himself this light. Perhaps he's like, nah, I think fighting's more important. And the rails are coming out. He decides to push forward with that LG. Does manage to get some hits, but there's the rail from base. Kind of played with fire a little bit on that one, catch up. But Wenger, again, feeling very confident, knowing his opponent is... well, not that weak, though. He's going after him with that starting shotgun again. I don't think it's going to work this time. Base is just down by 1, and we've got about 2.5 minutes left to go.
Plenty of time for Base to turn things around because he's well on the way so far. The turret, not enough, though. Oh, and it can't get its final shot off either as Base is weak. Wenger will push down towards heavy. That's a fair idea. It's time to take it. Base looking to try and stop the bleeding just a little bit there from Wenger, but... he has to go a little bit into survival mode now, because if he gets found, kind of like now, he's done.
A good eye from Wenger. He saw him just out of the corner of his eye, kind of flipped around from down below. Knew Mega was going to be up too, but the frag was more important, especially when tied. And now Base fighting from down below. Great rockets, 1-2 coming out. The spit does throw up near Wenger, but Wenger is able to do a lot of damage there, throwing that turret down below. And this last 90 seconds is going to be crucial here. Base has to draw it to at least a tie. Wenger he seems to be playing still with some spring in his step here as we hit that final minute of the game.
As we enter this final minute, this is where Ruins of Sarnath tends to become a bit of a different map. The defensive possibilities in this corner, something that we've seen a lot today. Oh, the defensive rockets are so good and Base does not want to chase it. We will trade light for heavy, and Base knows there's plenty of light healths around. But he has to find Wenger as well, and Wenger so good at playing out of control. This is a situation that he is in full control of. But he can't get hit by an opening rail. Oh, there's Base. He uses the jump pad!
Oh,
Manages
and the
to
spit
pick
comes out. He is going to have to run away. The spit is going to tick away, but there's a health bubble. Then Base is on the chase. He's got about 30 seconds. There it is. Shotgun to tie it back up. And Wenger just really exposing himself there. He's going to go after with the starting shotgun again, and he manages to get it 10 to 9. Is that going to be it? No, the rocket's coming out. And a second one that might seal the deal there. 11 to 9, 10 seconds left. Unbelievable. What a game. What a game.
Composure until the very last minute is what that was. Concedes the frag with there about 30 seconds left to go, still able to push forward. Again, looking at the item control alone, Wenger only had 3 megas that entire game. Base had the fair advantage of stack, not only through champion, but through the items that he was able to take. But wow, the amount of robbery moments that Wenger just pulled out this clutch factor.
Yeah.
And stole away a frag that you look at and go, how?
There's a lot of eye rolling I'm seeing in these. Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you what, when Base was coming from the top, when Wenger was in that light armor room, and he, you said that he was hunting for that rail. He went up the jump pad, got hit with the rail. I thought, there it is, right? Like Wenger could have been in a safer position. He could have been playing a little bit more defensively, but he put himself out in the open. He made himself bait and said, come to me, Base, exchange just enough damage to then get that starting shotgun frag yet again, and then follow up with the little rocket battle in the rail room. Like, that's a ballsy way to end a game, but I appreciate that these two players know who they are when they play and are bringing exactly that. What a great game between these two. I really enjoyed that one.
And it's going to open up for the final map now to see if Base can at least get that one map on the board. Because again, remember, as we say many times, every map counts in Season 2 of the Pro League. And we get to see the Athena coming out to play from Base, and Wenger rocking the Ranger, I believe, if I remember. But again, memory like a sieve. Great talent to have as a commentator. But the final map. Do we think a 3-0 is here? I personally believe the opening section might decide that.
Ketchup, you mentioned about last week how strong Wenger looked, right? Winning that 2-1 over Razy. And you can't forget that was almost a 3-0. It was so very close. So would it be surprising, just based off of what we saw last week? It actually wouldn't, right? And these games have been close. 9-4, a little bit further, but 11-9. That was a nail biter up until the final moments. So, is it possible? Yes, it is. But this is kind of all up on Base, right? I think that Athena could go both ways here on Awoken. We're going to have to see how that works out. But I won't be surprised if Wenger manages to really lock down this game, pulls out a 3-0, and maybe solidifies himself as, hey, I'm looking to be the #1 European contender for this stage.
I mean, Athena tends to be one extreme or the other. She either bodies or gets bodied. That's basically it. Now, when you spawn and you've got no armor and you're against someone like Wenger who just rails. And actually, this very same matchup that we did see between Dramis and Effortless on Deep Embrace, the Ranger Orb was a absolute counter to the offensive grappling hooks. Now, different map. We're not going to see the grappling hook used in the same way, but I do think Wenger might have a combat advantage.
Yeah, things starting out a little bit slower here, and we're watching through the eyes of Wenger. And Heavy is up. There's another direct rocket as he seems to be collecting them. He's going to hit another rocket. His opponent picks up that Heavy, but he runs away without a stack. Gets back up to 100 health. There's a light for him, and we're going to go back over and see if we can land some rails. Wenger doesn't connect right there. And so far, 1 minute in, things are definitely, there's still action, but we haven't had quite the chaos that we saw on Ruins. And there's still a lot of this map left to play.
Oh, looking for the rail, I think was expecting Base to run towards Heavy to try and take it, as Base says death from above, flying right into your grill. And that close range rail was not going to get the job done. Even if it landed, I don't think it was going to help him out that much because the LG's good. Base continuing the momentum. That's now 2 frags on the board. We'll see if this is going to be enough to work with.
Yeah, Base is looking like, you know, when you get triggered in the best way, right? You tilt, but you positive tilt. It kind of feels like what Base is doing right here. I think very unhappy. Wenger, though, he says, I'm going to play my game. 2 nice rails. Now, he's very, very low. Does need to get out of there. And does manage to get away. Still only has 29 points of health. Avoiding the LG, but can't get around that corner quick enough. Base is going to extend his lead to 2. Is now 3-1. Dire Orb over to the side, a little bit of damage, but Base yet another frag very, very quickly. And Ketchup, again, Base looks like he definitely wants to bring this win home.
He's in good form to do it so far, however, did eat a starting shotgun right as he comes around the corner, Wenger. Now, he has to be careful. Base! Whoa! Base may be weak, but he had a rail. And that was all the difference, considering Wenger did not have one. And Base escapes narrowly. But he can't escape the second starter shotgun as the Mega spawns. Stopwatch is right. Oh, dear. And now, the woe of the light. Oh, that would have been such a sick frag, Wenger, you cheeky boy!
He made up for it. That was sick. Yes, he knows exactly what he wants to do here, and now he's just styling a little bit as he rebuilds his lead back as well. Wenger with a much better stack at the moment. He's going to drop on that Heavy, perfect timing, and then just blazing across the map, does barrel in, tries to hit a rocket there on the team, not going to happen, and Base now fighting for that Mega. He does manage to pick it up after eating a rail and finds himself with a lot of health, but no armor. This is a 1 frag game, and neither player really going to full stop on this one. They're going to take it all the way to the end. Interesting exchange right there. I don't know. Wenger surprised to see his opponent finally fires the rocket. Dire Orb does come out, but it looks like Wenger's going to have to give up that Heavy.
Wenger, I mean, surely it's no contest that Wenger has the best rocket jumps in all of Pro League. Really impressive stuff. Oh, wrong weapon swap. Ooh. Goes in for the rail, but no success. I think that pause they had near Rocket as well was probably Wenger waiting to bait out the grappling hook and then kind of set up what would have been arguably like a guaranteed rocket, right? Because you can wait for the grappling hook, they can't control them. It's just really interesting layers of matchup knowledge here for Wenger. However, he is still behind here. Base is bringing it to him and then some.
He really is. And maybe this is how Base expected himself to be playing, you know, throughout this matchup. But Wenger's kind of just controlled up until this moment. Base with a 3 frag lead. I think this is the most that he's been ahead throughout this entire series catch up, and he's definitely feeling it right now. And despite the fact that Wenger's caught him with a couple of really impressive frags, Base doesn't care as long as he is bringing home the frags that'll win him the game. So 3 of those frags separating him from his opponent. And I like his movement here on Athena. It's working out for him as he dodges the Dire Orb right there, picks up that Mega, and makes his way back out.
Halfway through, and there's plenty of map for Wenger to make this comeback, but as Base continues to cycle around the map, taking what he wants. Oh, cheeky! But wow. Wenger, oh, he picks up the Heavy though! Oh!
It's shocking, some of these frags that are happening, and some of the positions that these players are putting themselves into. But I like it. Again, we are seeing these two really extend themselves to the limit here. Wenger with a rocket jump up to the top. Base does not have the weapons to really fire. He backs off, doesn't have the stack really either. And there the heavy is there. Wenger has a massive stack now and is on the hunt.
Caught near the jump pad, but Base not in harm's way just yet. And he is playing this slippery game so far. Denies any possible angle at this point. You don't want to give Wenger anything. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Big part of Wenger's game plan is to maximize any and every opportunity. Is now 4 seconds away. Heavy's about to appear. There's the rail, though. And this could be the beginning, the fake rocket jump.
Yeah, this is just some great plays here. About to catch his opponent, sees the rocket, hears the rocket, and now is just going to wait. He's got his opponent trapped into the back. Base wondering, what do I do here? Another rocket jump up to continue to take away those major items. Ketchup is not giving any room to work with here. We're going to have the heavy up in just a few moments. Sheesh, and just every single moment you see Base on Wenger's screen, he is doing some sort of damage.
Oh, that rocket! 100. Just like that. Another opportunity for Wenger to deny, though. Not going to be too unhappy taking that damage, because it means he can just cycle around the map and take resources away from Base. Now, although Wenger looks comfortable on the chase, he's not able to find Base. He can't finish the job. And he needs to at least twice to equalize. He's 2 frags behind currently. Ooh, some good rails coming up from Base, and he needs to be careful now as this heavy spawn's taking so much damage. Opening things up, and Base will win the LG 1v1. But he's tender.
He is tender. You're right. He's also up by 3, and you can already see Base kind of put on that shell armor and start to retreat into that shell a little bit. I liked how he was playing that upper middle area, waiting for Wenger to go by, hitting with those rails, really opening up even more opportunities for additional frags, because 3 frags as we're about to hit this 2-minute mark with 2 minutes left to go. Base will make this very hard for Wenger to win. Now, up there yet again, rocket jump up to the top, and what does Base do? He just drops back down, no problem. He is going to have to keep his opponent guessing for the next 2 minutes.
That's going to be the plan, though. Oh, but he gets caught off guard. Looks to escape, but the rocket is fantastic! Delicious rockets.
But can he do it?
Ooh! These rockets from Wenger have been pretty fantastic. The defensive LG is good too. Wenger with plenty of armor, though, looking for the rails. This is going to be a tricky place to escape, but the grappling hook is able to keep him alive. Oh, he's so slippery, Wheat.
If he didn't have that grapple, we would have just seen 2 additional rails, probably a frag right there. Wenger is doing everything that he can in his power to try to make this happen. Base, knowing his opponent is at the heavy, shoots some rockets down, but 2 frags left to go. We're about to hit the 1-minute mark. We're going to have to see Wenger try to pull out 1 frag and then a quick follow-up conversion frag. He does fake the rocket jump. The orb goes out, which only gives him 1 more orb. Or potential for only 1 more orb left in this game. And Base is just going to, as Chad is saying, just plus back his way to victory. But this is not easy. He's got to be careful. 1 slip up here in the next 10-15 seconds could easily result in another frag, take it to a tie. But he's doing everything right now, Ketchup, and I think he's going to be able to slip away.
However, does get caught by at least 1 rocket here. The rocket jumps. You can't escape. He gets caught. Base fumbles the grappling hook, and he can't escape. And he's found him off the spawn. Wenger, he needs to perfectly head him off. Looking for a rail. Misses the shot. A little bit of desperation, perhaps. A scramble, a fake rocket jump. 10 seconds on the clock, but no rockets. He's out. Can he find Base? Base will try and escape. Can he find it? There's no way. He can't do it. It will result in a 2-1. The victory.
Literally,
ultimately.
Athena Wu as she's running away. That was that window. That was exactly it. And Wenger had it, but Base knew exactly what he needed to do. Man, a few seconds earlier, maybe we would have seen the tie. That was incredible.
It
incredible.
was.
What a series this was.
It was indeed. We've got to give Wenger his props on that final map too for being able to make it as close as it was and base the. You said one slip up. That one slip up cost a frag, and that was almost the end of the game, right? Like, I know not everyone's a fan of that game plan, that kind of style of defensive, extreme defense and runaway, but I mean, in that position, would you rather do that or have Wenger be point blank and taking these crazy fights that he's taken all game long, you know? But let's quickly bring back Lethal. Let's bring back Lethal just for a split second. Closing moments of that map, mate. Ultimately, the win does go to Wenger because it was 2-1, but one hell of a map to finish.
That seriously was. I think that's the most amount of fake rocket jumps I've seen in one map we've seen in so many series. But they fall for it every single time because, okay, you won't fall for the first couple, but when you just like, when it's the dying moments and you've got a couple of minutes left, you have to kind of sometimes force yourself to, you know, make that assumption because there's only a couple of minutes left. If there's plenty of time in the game, it's completely understandable. But you saw there that Wenger, so many high risk, high reward plays to try and get himself into it is a real shame. I think even having Rockers at the end would have made a little difference, but then again, you know, with the LG, you know what it's like. If the LG is in round the corner, it's just going to push him back further. He wasn't available, but you're right though, those gravel hooks were just ridiculous. They saved his backside on multiple occasions in that third map.
Yeah, it was there's just so much to love about that one. And you know, base really didn't go into plus back defensive mode until that final 3-2 minutes. So we really got to see what I think is the scariest base, right? Someone that will step up and go toe to toe every moment, and then immediately has that plus back superpower to really clench the end of that game. I love that one. It was great.
It was an impressive showing, and Wenger being able to survive in so many situations where, look, we're not used to seeing people survive under those conditions. It was, I think, the real demonstration of that must have been like Ruins of Sarnath. I think was the biggest tell of the Wenger style, where he'll get a frag and you'll just go, "What? How did he do that?"
Yeah.
And you know, it led to him eventually getting the win. Now, I do believe we're in the process of and should be ready to have a little bit of a chat with Wenger. Yes, he's here. Wenger, how's it going, mate?
Yeah, stressing as always.
Yeah, that final minute of Awoken definitely looked like an experience, especially when you run out of rockets at the end. I'm like, oh no. But right, we have a lot to talk about actually with what happened in that series, and not only that, but the continuation of what has been some recent success for you. You know, last week even you had a great result, and a great result today. There's something about your style that seems to be something that only you're able to do of that caliber, which is being up against someone who horrifically outstacks you, yet you win these fights anyway. What do you think, and this might be a vague question, but what do you think it is about the way that you play that just lets you take these kind of situations and come off with a frag rather than just going down, which happens to most people?
Well, I think it really depends. Like, if you usually see my matches, whenever I'm playing against a tank, I always do go for some champion that has like Eisen or Ranger, so I can do some damage in exchange. I never like tend to go for like a champion like Galena, for example, against a tank. It's not what I do really often. So I think it's all about being able to at least do that more damage that makes you win the fights, you know? Especially like in Ruins against Orlok, I completely ignore Mega, for example. I didn't really pick it up that much, and I was mainly playing around Rail and LG fights because I knew I could win LG fights against the tank, obviously. So I was trying to get heavy at least, and then with the turret try to force him in other like positions that makes him like uncomfortable. I don't know, I think like my aim has been really good, and I'm trying to use that in order to exchange as much damage as I can. Even if I die, my aim is always to do damage. So it's working out, I guess.
Oh yeah, very much so, especially on map 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, go back to map number 3. You know, you played very, very well. Even if you come out on a loss on that third and final map, literally you're going around the map like an Olympic gymnast. It was just ridiculous. You tried to do everything you could, all these high-risk, high-reward plays. But you came out the series win anyway, Wenger. That's what the most important thing is. But one question I want to talk about on Awoken is the fact that What changes to your gameplay you reckon you could have made to stop him from getting that free frag lead? Because he kind of walked away a little bit, started playing a bit more passive, but you were making the right play to the right movement, etc. But what do you feel like in your game plan you could have done differently towards that second half of the game?
Oh, well, it's really, really hard to play against Athena, and I tried my best. I actually, I missed few rails that could have given me the frag, but that was, probably one of the best things I could have ever done, in the match. I tried to get that fetch with the rocket jump and all that stuff in order to catch him, because otherwise it would be really, really difficult to even come close to that kind of score. And I just think I got really outpicked on that map, and even if I tried to adapt, it was not enough, especially when your opponent is eating a lot of the shaft and rail. So even if you try to exchange as much as you can, base is gonna hit you back with any weapon and do damage. It's just really, really tricky. And I think I used the orb not in a really good way. So yeah, props to him. I think he outpicked me and he played better, and that's not much to say, or what I could have done and so on.
Wenger, hey, congratulations. Great game. Everyone was really entertained throughout that series. I have to ask you, last week 8, you took out teammate Razy. This week you take out Base. I think everyone agrees, back-to-back weeks you have shown, right, some incredible play and taken out 2 of the tougher talents from the EU region. So it is... After 2 weeks like that, is that upping your confidence even more as you are slowly kind of ninjing your way into the #1 spot on the EU side?
Well, for sure, that's the goal. I think everyone wants that goal. I think every player would say the same. So absolutely. I mean, the biggest goal is obviously being the #1 in the world, and that's a tall mountain to climb. But we are here to try our best. It's our job, and we must be sure to make the best out of it. So I'm gonna try even harder next week and the week after and so on. That's my goal.
Well, we're excited to see it.
Good answer.
Congrats.
Good answers all round, I'd say. And again, yeah, congratulations again. We're looking forward to seeing more of your games, and it was a really fun series to check you out versus Base. So well done.
Thank you, guys.
We'll say goodbye to you for now, but we'll see you soon, I'm sure.
Bye-bye.
And that does set up everyone for our final featured matchup of the day, which is going to be Avec versus Cooler. Oh, it's going to be so good. We're going to go for a quick break and set up the final stages of today's show, and we'll see you in a few minutes' time. Hi everyone, and welcome back for the last time today to the Quake Pro League Week 9. And now, Avec and Cooler are about to go head-to-head in our final matchup of the day and our final featured matchup of the day. Wheat, I mean, these two players, they go way back. They've played each other many, many times, countless even. And as we now enter another tournament setting where we're just building towards who's going to be more successful, Avec is looking so good.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're a time traveler, do not use the following question as a way to determine what year you might be in. Are Cooler and Avec playing Quake right now? Because it could span over about 15 years. Like, it is pretty insane how many times these two historically have matched up in one way, shape, or form. So yeah, very exciting that we've got these two legends that are facing off here who have both, showed brilliance throughout this stage, and in other cases have also just kind of fallen short, right? Not necessarily from their own skill sets, but just because the pool of talent right now is just absolutely bonkers and ridiculous. So I am so excited for this one. And after that Veng base game, it's got to live up to a lot.
Yeah, you're not wrong there in the slightest. Like you said, I completely agree with you. They've known each other so well, which means there's going to be a lot more mind games. It's going to be a lot harder for these two to try and figure each other out, to try and at least outplay each other somehow, some way with some, certain maneuvers. But like I said, when you've got 15 years between each other, not even between each other, just separately, how much you've studied each other's gameplay, how each person's going to act. If they do one tiny thing differently, they'll be like, oh, that's new. What on earth's that all about? So it's very exciting to see, because sometimes it can be a game of chess where they're trying to, pick up the pieces and try and pick each other off and try and suffocate each other. And sometimes it can be a very slow paced game. It really depends on what the map picks will be going into this last matchup of the day.
And Avec, a player that has been one of the absolute most successful that we've had in Stage 2. And that is a major factor that we have to look into here, because Avec is at arguably the scariest he's ever been in Quake Champions. And he's definitely returned to that top level form that everyone knew and expected from him. And, dare I say, ascending beyond it at this stage. And as soon as we have the picks and bans, we'll find out what the journey will be. I believe, if this lobby is anything to go by, yay, it is Keel versus Galena on the Ruins of Sarnath. And then it will be Anarchy versus Strog for Molten. And then Awoken Visor coming out from Cooler. And then the Ison. So there's always something about Cooler playing Visor that just feels accurate. He's such a smart player. He's such an absolute god at the mind game and just mechanics alone. And then you take a piercing sight and it's like, okay, well, GG right there.
It's like it doesn't need any more IQ as it is with the piercing sight, but just to be extra cautious, it's understandable. But looking at the map picks alone, I think that Cooler does have the upper hand. They're both good on Ruins. Cooler is very good on Molten Falls. It seems like Avec has banned Corrupted Keep. Cooler, in terms of his recent form, has been pretty good, but I kind of feel like Cooler's been a bit better on Molten Falls in comparison. But we haven't really seen too much of him on Corrupted Keep, only now and again. But every time he has played it, he has been very dominant. And Exile, maybe he's banned that due to the fact that he hasn't played it that much in the Pro League as of yet. But in terms of the champion picks, pretty standard. Not to see a kill again on Ruins, which means he has to keep on his toes against Cooler's Galena with Destrog versus Anarchy. That's going to be a very fast and furious matchup. And last, we've seen another Eisen again on Awoken, but we've seen Cooler use the Visor before on Awoken, and he played extremely well and used the piercing sight to the best of his abilities. So I'm interested to see how these two face off against each other.
It seems, I don't know, piercing sight on a map like Awoken, it doesn't seem like the best possible outcome, right, for Cooler in this final pick. To your point, it has not failed him in the past. I just feel like Ison is obviously a more advantageous champ on Awoken. But yeah, I was almost the same map pool that we saw in the last game, just Ruins and Molten flipped a little bit. And I'm definitely excited for this first one to see Galena and Keel kind of battle it out between these two. What do you think for predictions?
I tell you what, we'll keep this. I'll give my prediction and then I'll bang out because we're going to leave it in your capable hands, fellas. I personally think 2-1 Avec, and that's all I'm going to say about that. See you later, everyone. I'll see you in a bit.
Do you love the
All
way he
right.
didn't give his opinion as to why? He just left and said the scoreline. Just 2-1. So it doesn't need any info to it. Even though it's like 2-1, see you later. But I don't know, really. Like, you know, he's right, though. Avec has been playing really, really well. I might actually say differently this time. I might actually say 2-1 Cooler. And you're going about the visor pick on Awoken. Like, I completely understand your point of view as to why. And I think the only reasoning behind it, I would say, is just due to the fact that he can use the piercing sight to hold angles. But not only that, but because when he has the timings of the items, he might try and figure out or try and see how early Avec goes for these items. And if he's quite far away, he knows he can be the one to go over and stand his ground. If he's, already on it, then he can use that piercing sight to get that quick chip damage with the rail and then be able to push him when he sees Fib. So yeah, I know what you mean. It's like hit and miss, really, in terms of that champion on Awoken.
Yeah. I understand why Ketchup also says 2-1. You look at Avec, he is the number 2 seed right now. I believe he was tied with Wenger. However, that might change with Wenger's past win, but he has been looking, I mean, a 4-1 series win and 10-5 in maps. He's had some blunders. He's had some games that I think a lot of people felt, Avec probably should have won that one, but he's showing more consistency than even we saw in the previous stage. Cooler, on the other hand, same thing. We've had some brilliance. We've also had some, games where he just hasn't looked super great. He looked awesome last week versus Cypher, and we'll have to see how he can do against another player that he has a lot of experience playing against, Avec.
Yeah, it's weird with Cooler. I feel like with some opponents, he has their number, like, without a shadow of a doubt, against Cypher, the last couple of times they matched up against each other. Even beating Wenger, he's the only one who's actually defeated Wenger 2-1. So that's another reason why you think, well, okay, he can beat some really top level opponents and then sometimes he loses to some, which is, a little bit strange, a little bit weird, but, that's probably his style, sometimes he'll get edged out, sometimes he won't. But this one's going to be, very difficult for Cooler. Avec has a bit more agility compared to Cooler, but Cooler can adapt much better in comparison to Avec. Not saying that Avec can't adapt. He's also one of the top adapters in this circuit. But we are going to start with Cooler as the first map of the last series of the day to see exactly what shenanigans he's up to.
Yep, Cooler got himself the Mega Spawn and instantly a rocket launcher and just seems to be playing this one slow and steady, which we've seen Cooler kind of bring back the brain game a little bit, right? I mean, we know Cooler's got aim when it's on. One of the reasons he's been so so beloved over many, many years is the mental game that he likes to play. And I'm not surprised that that's what he would want to bring out here versus Avec. I think he's got to be playing his absolute best. And I mean, obviously to win this one, but the brain game for him is what has been performing the greatest for Cooler in this particular stage.
And I like as well that Cooler's been staying on the same side of the map, making sure these two totems don't get taken down, because he can go for the heavy and then he'll have the overstack afterwards. And he's got 15 seconds until that overstack. Not one totem has been taken down as of yet. He's got the heavy. If he can get back on that side of the map to keep those totems secure and make sure they don't get taken down, he should be fine. But one totem's already been taken down. He's put one in the courtyard, which is very important in case he gets trapped in that courtyard. At least he's got that bit of HP to stack on. But is that a huge advantage in terms of stack? Will he get that second rail? No, he doesn't. Was potentially looking at the third, but he's made the assumption that Avec will just go through into the tri-bot room to go for the tenny, but seems like it's directly above him here. That rocket would have been huge for Avec to at least even up the stack, but Cooler's like, no, I'm going straight in. These rockets aren't the best, I'm afraid. Survives on 15 HP, gets the health orb, gets the mega, but so far, 2 minutes left, it's just been a perfect stalemate between the two.
Yeah, I like that exchange there. It was nice, but as you mentioned, rockets need to be a little bit better in order to really capitalize off that rocket jump. But I'm all for it when players take calculated risks like that could give them a lead. And we do have a fight here that plays out pretty nicely here for Cooler. And off the spawn, he will land another rail. He's got to be very, very careful, though. His opponent has his number, and there it is. Avec gets it to bring it home and tie this game back up. I feel like Cooler could have pretty easily gotten away from that one, but decided to kind of press his luck a bit, and Abic took advantage of it to tie us up.
Yeah, I think it was being a little bit greedy from Cooler's end. I think he was hoping that if he went underneath and Avic prioritized going for the weapons, then he could have just gone straight for the mega and then he contested the heavy. So I can understand the play. Just sadly for him, the risk didn't pay off. But for Avic, you know, Cooler needs to be very careful. Avic is very strong on this map. Even though Cooler is too, we've seen some great things from Avic on some absolutely ridiculous comebacks. Good rail from Cooler. Return rail from Avic, but sadly misses. Back and forth here just due to the strays, but he isn't available yet, but it's just going to be a little bit careful. Pineapples come out good, rocket there, just to keep Cooler at bay. But he's keeping the mega standing for now. If he takes a bit more damage, at least it's been a bit more thoughtful on the stack. But so far so good for... Oh, it might have been the wrong play for Cooler there. I don't think he expects him to be up there. Luckily for him, don't know how, but he got away with his life. It's taken down that totem in the courtyard. But Cooler's going to be playing, you know, he's going to be backing up for quite a while. But after picking up that health orb, Avic's heard it, extending his lead, or say just gain a lead, 2-1.
Yeah, he knew Cooler was low, and there was just only a couple of places that he could have been. So nice sniff there by Avic to really know exactly where his opponent is and take him down. Gonna have a fight here at the heavy, and this is where those pineapples come very, very nasty. You really have to be careful. You can just... your face can just absolutely melt. Couple of nice pineapples thrown down there into the heavy. Oh, and the mega is denied with what is a very nice rail coming out from Cooler. He's going to tie us back up in 2-2. And I like how Avic is playing positionally with Keel, but it's not really stopping Cooler. He's playing the game he knows he can play versus Keel.
Yeah, with the pineapples as well, it means that Avic can actually drop down to the heavy early before it picks up, get those pineapples out, just keep him at bay, and then Cooler's the one to make the decision, where do I take this risk or do I not? But he has a totem if he needs to use it in this match, but the LG from Cooler to trace it was ridiculous, and the rail straight afterwards just made matters worse, and Cooler is the one with the lead, but how long for though? Needs to try and restack as fast as possible. The heavy has been picked up from Avic, but Cooler needs to be a little bit more cautious about his next move.
Yeah, with the lead too. Gives him a little bit of breathing room. Misses that rail and will immediately retreat back. He knows that mega is up soon, but Avic is all over it, and as Keel, that is easy place to kind of defend. Get some more damage off. That grenade almost nails Cooler in the face. He is going to stack up, and the LG, and there is a trade because the totem goes off, and it is still 4-3. What an exchange.
Oh, that was ridiculous. And the good thing about Cooler, he had a massive stack disadvantage, but he had a positional advantage with the LG. So very lucky to have a very good tracing aim on that end of the stick. Avic, though, is the one with the stack advantage here, though. Got 8 seconds left until the next mega, but he decides to put a little bit of pressure on Cooler here. He's heard him go through the telly. Cooler knows that he's in a bit of a bad spot. If he can try and survive this, he might be okay, but he's trapped in the courtyard. But what does Avic want to do? He decides to go for the mega, circle round. He might catch Cooler off guard without even knowing, and yes, he does. Cooler probably thought he had a bit more time to actually get out of that courtyard area, but it doesn't matter. Damage has already been done. Avic has tied things up 4-all with a huge stack.
A wonderful job there by Avic. I mean, he really read that one super nice. We're gonna have a fight over the mega, and it's pretty early. Solid 6 seconds still left on that one. And Cooler with the rocket jump up above does get a surprise rocket on his opponent, but a nice rail. And now they're going to exchange yet again. Avic on the winning end of that one to finally take the lead back. Is now 5-4 off the spawn too. Tribolt not going to do the job. Avic with an easy conversion frag using that LG. And now he suddenly has a lead of 2. And I'll tell you what, just based off of what we were seeing from these two, I think I would have even said like Cooler is sort of in form to be able to take this and hold on to this lead, but Avic is just playing perfectly, and his reads have been off of the wall.
Yeah, Avic has always been very good on ruins, and even on that spawn frag earlier on the tribal area. Avec was literally just outside the radius. If he pushed in just like a tiny bit more, like even a split second, then Cooler would have spawned elsewhere. But lucky for him, he knew about this, made sure to stay just barely outside the radius of the respawn, and he spawned in that tri-bolt area. But so far, so good for Avec. Still got a good enough stack. Realizes that he has the height advantage. He's still keeping a close eye on these totems. We know Cooler that did a good job with the totem collection earlier. He was having, spreading them out around that side, but you can't keep him up as well as he would like to. Hasn't had too much of an overstack, but he has been using to its full ability anyway. But we'll have to see what we can do here, as Cooler is still on the back foot, hoping to try and contest one of these items. The next one will be the Mega in the next 12 seconds. He's going to sit early, sit tight, find out what Avec is up to. He knows he's going to be in that courtyard area, but now he does have the overstack if he wants to use him, which he does.
There it is. He's just going to wait for this Mega 2 and pick that up uncontested. He has the possibility, Lethal, of potentially going after the Heavy as well. And Rockets flying in. Maybe after that exchange, he's not going to do it, but let's see what happens. Sees his opponent drop down. Rockets and LG being fired. Some great rockets there by Cooler. Another rail on Avec. Avec very low, but he's got the armor to be able to take it. He does take another rail. And, well, Cooler, good exchange, but really didn't get much from it. Didn't gain much ground from it.
Oh, 1 HP he was on. Could have changed the tide of this first map towards the last minute. But this is where Cooler is going to have to overextend and take some risks. He knows that better than anyone. Avec so far, making Cooler think that he's actually dropped down towards the Heavy on towards the backstairs when he actually hasn't. But he knows where he is exactly now. He's heard him jumping across into that tri-bolt room. He's going to try and get away, finds one of the totems. That totem has been there for quite a while. But Avic's just going to be extra careful. Good drop down, good timing as well. Bad timing for Cooler, sadly for him. But it's still got 30 seconds. Cooler needs to try and take him out now. If he doesn't, then it's going to be all said and done in this map number 1. Good first frag. Still has 25 seconds. Has the overstack. If he jumps on the other totem, but he's realised that he's not going to be there. He hasn't spawned in tri-bolt because totems have been taken out. But I don't think Avec would have done anyway. So still 15 seconds left. Looks like it's too little, too late. It's Avic's going to be sitting there, chilling, waiting for map number 2. But a great way to start off the series here,
Yeah, it was, and we saw some phenomenal play from both ends. But Avec really bringing it back, stringing it together. Keel was a good choice there. Galena, kept Cooler alive a lot, but Avec could take those positions, above the rail or on top of Mega or down in Heavy early, like you mentioned. And, there's not a whole lot you can do if you do decide to get aggressive, decide to really heavily hit those areas, try to regain control. You've got to worry about those grenades in your face. And Cooler was on the receiving end a few times. You add that on that, some great control of the items and the rail and LG from Avec, and you've got a winning combination there. So a very, very close and back and forth. And if these were 15-minute, games, maybe Cooler would have been able to bring it back to the last month, but Avec played that one very smart. His reads, especially that one when he had Cooler trapped in the courtyard, there's a lot of different ways that Cooler could have gone to re-energize, to get health, and Avec knew exactly what he was going to do. It was nicely done.
Yeah, there was that 200 IQ play that Avec did earlier where he was just barely outside the spawn radius. I swear, if he literally pushed for another half a second back to top mid onto that top Mega, he would not have spawned in that tri-bolt area or anywhere around the light. So he was very fortunate, but at the same time, he kept his calm. He thought about it during the next respawn. And lucky for him, he has to take him out straight away just to keep him on his toes and managed to take him down straight afterwards. But looking at that, the item control was very similar. The damage was only 132 different. Cooler did show more map presence.
Yeah.
And even though Avec had more of a height advantage in a lot of those situations, but you can see again, Avec relying more on the LG throughout the course of that game. But I still felt like Cooler had a lot better tracing in some of those bouts.
Yeah. And now we're going to be moving on to the Molten Falls, as Avec up 1 game here in this one. He entered into this in the number 2 spot, 4-1 match series and 10-5 map record. What do you think about this one? Obviously, a very interesting matchup between Anarchy and Strog. What are your thoughts here?
Well, it's going to be chaotic. I can say that by the absolute least. But yeah, it's going to be hard between the two because obviously with, the Anarchy, being a light champion, it does have the inject if he needs to use it. And obviously it's going to be a little bit harder to aim across. But for these two, I think it's going to stick up. It's going to be quite slow to begin with. We saw how slow it was on Ruins. I think it's going to be the same for Molten Forge. They're going to try and feel each other out and they're going to try and get that top shotgun spawn to try and hold it, get ready to contest the heavy. I think it depends on whoever gets this heavy first, or at least tries to, secure a decent stack. It depends on when that player who's either top shotgun or near rocket area is going to then try and contest the mega and then let things spiral out of control. It's going to be interesting. I feel like Avik is the kind of guy who will go through that kind of scenario first, but Kula is one of the biggest bullies in this game for items. So, it's hit and miss to decide really who's going to be the first one to, take the initiative to force out that first mistake, because these two don't really wait for the first mistake to happen. They like to force the situation to happen first.
Yeah, and I do think that we'll have a lot of good action on this map, but I agree that we'll probably start things off pretty chill, just like that first map. I mean, I even saw chat people like, what is Cooler doing? And it's like, he is big braining it up on this one. I would expect something similar here, despite the fact that we have two light champions. And Cooler's going to get that spawn near the light, and the rail immediately grab the heavy. But look at that, right away Avik on top of things, not only with Peeker but also with that LG flying way up to try to play a trick there on Cooler, but it's not going to play out. And now shotgun battle over near the rail gun, and Cooler actually comes out on top. Nicely done.
That was a very good early rotation. He made Avik think that there's a possibility he may go towards Rocket then to Mega, but he didn't. He actually rotated around from the rail. Oh, this is very risky from Kula. He decided to just, hold his ground a little bit longer than he should have done, even though he's railable, but he wanted that second frag, and now he's able to get the Mega. So doing well so far. Both items aren't segregated in the slightest. Depends on who's going to push what in the next 30 seconds, but great LG, but the shotgun is just even better. He was way too close range to not take such a huge amount of damage. And Kula's looking to see if he can get that trade frag, especially with the rockets, but don't think he'll be able to. Avik's got the weapons in his arsenal, and it looks like he's got the first rail. Good Peeker, and there we have it. Avik is the one who gains the lead, and is going to be waiting for this next Mega popping up any second now.
Yeah, when he came around that corner, back not by Mega, and Cooler had that LG, I was actually pretty worried there for Avik, but he had the right weapon selection there. He's going to pick up another conversion frag here, making it 3-1 in his favor. Narrowly missing that rail as Avik still manages to get away. Cooler's on the hunt. He does not want to give this one up. Avik is responding very, very nicely with the rail and then LG on top of the noggin. 3 frags up now, Lethal. And this could be a little scary because Avik looks like he is kind of in the groove.
It's the fact that he's predicting where Cooler's going to go in terms of what paths he takes, and he's been right every single time, which is a little bit scary. Know that you can predict what your opponent's going to be like. But like you said earlier, they've got 30 to 40 years experience between both these players just in the competitive scene alone. And Avik, good first round to keep Cooler at bay. He is railable, not anymore after picking up that health orb. And Cooler manages to get the heavy and jump up for the inject as well to go top shotgun. But he's going to circle around, he's going to get the Mega. Cooler's going to have a huge stack advantage. It depends what Avik's going to do. You can see that he's not going to go for it, but he's going to try and put a little bit of pressure on just to see if he can do that chip damage. But look at this though, he's just predicting very well where Cooler's going to go each and every time.
He is, and if Cooler hadn't been hitting these shots either, he might be in a better position to be able to do something with it. We're gonna have Peeker come out, taking the long scenic route, can't quite get through that door, a little big. They didn't manufacture a small size, so unfortunately doesn't do a whole lot. And Avik still though sitting with a 3 frag lead, so right, burden is definitely on Cooler here, and Cooler keeps on hitting these little pixel perfect rails. His rail accuracy is not nearly as good as Avik, but he's hit them when they have count. Those moments where he's peeking from Mega. Oh, and this is not going to end well, as the LG, the inject will actually save him all the way up to the top. In fact, both players very, very low. I thought for certain that was going to be an LG stream of death coming up that jump pad, but somehow both players stay alive.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse. You're right though, without that inject, there was only so much you could have done. It's got the LG. Oh, he barely had any ammo either. He had like 46, 48 shots left with the LG, and he literally used up to the very last shot managed to take him down there. So he relied on his aim, didn't get hesitant at all. He's going to do what he can, and then if he wanted to, could have cleaned up with the shotgun anyway. So it wouldn't really make too much of a difference.
Here we going in again. It does hit. Direct hit from Peeker and over by Heavy. Heavy is picked up, but Cooler does manage to get the frag as his opponent retreats back to the jump pad. Cooler going to go heavy on this one as well, but man, sometimes that aggression, it's a risk, right? You're taking a risk that you want to try to get that frag. Avic knew he was already low, and he called Cooler's bluff and easily picked that one up. And now still 4 frags separating these two.
Yeah, Avic's reads have been really good so far, and he's got a huge stack to back it up if he does want to push straight in, but Cooler's got 1 rail. A tickle of damage with the last rocket. The only problem is, though, Avic's got the high ground. He can do as much damage as he likes, and he's got to be careful with the rockets from Cooler. Avic is still directly above him, gets away, gets the light, re-heals, looking to contest this next heavy. But this is a heavy that Cooler desperately needs. I know there's 5 minutes left on the clock, but 4 frags can be a lot, especially on a map like this. So he's trying to do everything he can just to push Avic away. Good first rail, but he's missed all the other 2 apart from that last one. Left him on 20 HP. And Avic is the one who extends his lead once more with 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Avic's just looking nice. And I think Cooler is, looking a bit sort of frustrated, not playing his best game. He's hitting some nice shots, but, making some decisions that I think are more like, I just want to try to chase this frag. And less, I should, this is the smart thing to be doing right now. And we've seen this before. We've seen this particular stage, and I feel like Avic is absolutely capitalizing on this right now. He's been on the receiving end of what Cooler is trying to do right now, but he just has too much control, Lethal. Not only in the frag count and the score, but just also in overall damage and items, and he's just kind of controlling everything in this map.
I just feel like Avic is the one who's just trying to make the first decision every time. Good LG from both players. We said it earlier about Cooler's tracing. He manages to edge out on that fight. But yeah, going back to what you were talking about, I just feel like Avic is the one just being patient, just waiting for Cooler to make the first move on whatever situation they're in and what part of the map they're on. And then Avic will just take advantage of it with the LG or with the rails. But if Avic is the kind of player who reads exactly what path Cooler's going to take next, then that's dangerous territory. That's where things are going to go from bad to worse. But we still have 3.5 minutes left. Cooler did get 1 frag back not too long ago, but he's still looking to try and clutch it back. He's absorbed that first rail. Picker comes out. He isn't reliable, gets to heavy as well to make things a bit better for himself. But this is a perfect opportunity to try and get that next frag. A few missed rockets, but that's going to help him massively. And look at that inject. 75 HP back. He definitely would have got taken down. And now he's got 3 minutes left to work with. Definitely doable.
And we got the LG coming out from Avic yet again. Cooler on the defense. Can he get another frag? He's very, very low, down to 31. Going to have to escape. Going to pick up the health over under Mega. And I think you're absolutely right, Lethal. Avic just really kind of letting Cooler make that first move and then just playing and adapting to whatever he's doing. But there is a certain level. I mean, we just saw it with 2 frags there where Cooler was able to kind of get aggressive, get in his opponent's face, use that inject in a very nice way, and walk away with the frag. But as the time continues to tick away, he has got to be lessening this deficit by at least 1 or 2 if he wants to look at potentially clear win. Peeker can be used very defensively too. We'll have to see how this will play out in the final moments. But oh my gosh, the 1 HP frag, and that is huge. He absolutely has to try to recover from this one. There's 25 and there's 50. There he's got back up to 50. So that was a pretty big frag right there if Cooler has any chance of bringing this map back in his favor.
Oh, as if that even happened, but great stuff from Cooler. One of very few people to do it, but does he know? Yes, he does know that Avic's just sitting there waiting for him. Good rail. He's going to go for another one if he can, but he's going to go through the LG just to try and secure his frag if he can even get it. Good rockets, but not enough damage. They trade in the end. Avic commit suicide, but also takes Cooler with him. Good first rail there from Avik. That was unreal. He's going to try and go for the second. Yes, he will. We'll make it 3-for-3 as he drops down to try and finish off Cooler if he can, but Cooler's just been a pain in the backside. Pig has done a chunk of damage, but Cooler manages to get away, and I think he had a bit of a feeling as well, but Avik was looking for that third and final rail to make it 8 frags.
Yeah, and I mean, that was super crucial for Avik too, because he's just kind of ticking away the clock during that sort of awkward exchange. Peaker adding even more time taken away. And with 1 minute left to go, it really puts Avik in a position where, you know, he can attack if he wants to. Just walking away, not even getting a frag, but doing a lot of damage helps him out in the situation. Peaker is back up now. And, you know, how could this final 45 seconds? And there it is. Defensive Peaker going to go in for it. Actually misses Cooler, but it won't matter. Cooler doesn't really have the ability to come in and attack and then potentially follow up with what could be a sudden death frag. So from the top level, LG coming out, tracing Cooler all the way down to that mid-level, and with 20 seconds left to go, Cooler having to restack after that one. I just don't know if he can do it. Avik has kind of read Cooler like an open book this entire game, and Cooler chasing because that's what he needs to do. 7 seconds left, even coming out of that teleporter, not going to happen. Avik wins his second map, 7-5. Certainly a close one, but I think when you look at it from a macro level, and Avik just dominated that map.
He played that map completely different compared to what we've seen in the past. Normally, Avik's very aggressive, likes to put the pressure on, likes to try and suffocate his opponent on both Molten Falls and Ruins. But he played, you know, reactionary. He made sure that to see what Cooler's going to do first, and then he's going to, you know, play it out how he sees fit. He did it almost every single time. He was a bit more aggressive towards the end because he felt like if he stands his ground too much or plays too passive, then he will, you know, he's going to start giving away a lot of the items. He won't be able to contest them as well. But so far, so good from what we've seen. A huge amount of damage for both these players.
Yeah, we got 7-5 has been the score of both of the games today, which indicate that they've still been, you know, close games, but I don't know that the score actually reveals all that happened in that game. And chat was mentioning it, we mentioned it a few times, but it certainly felt like Avik was reading Cooler, and Cooler was having to react to whatever Avik was doing. Now, that does not, I mean, Cooler was still being, you know, offensive and still putting together plays, but as you mentioned, like, Avik was just reading it so nicely and putting himself into positions where it's like, okay, Cooler's probably going to come from here, boom, rail, and that opens up a whole nother world of possibilities. So a great matchup there between the two, but Avik winning the series with that one 2-0, and we're going to go into game 3 to find out if this will be a 3-0 or if Avik wins with a 2-1.
Yeah, Avik with 1162 more damage, but you saw that Cooler had a lot more item control, 23 items and 18 lights. So he's eating up the lights to try and help himself as much as possible to stop himself from re-healing. He had good item control. Even though he didn't get the damage done or show as much map presence, he did everything he could to make sure Avik stays away. But I don't think Avik expected that kind of matchup. I don't think he expected Cooler just to dive in a lot of those scenarios. Like, you know, you saw him on the LG stairs waiting for him to portal through. And he's probably thinking, surely he's not going to go all the way towards LG, towards me, which he did. And, you know, a couple of instances there, I feel like Cooler will be kicking himself a little bit. But, you know, Avik, if he's waiting for him to make the first mistake, he made quite a few. It's just a shame that even with the Anarchy, when you've got that mobility, and the same with the Strog as well, that's the problem you see. If you're going at that fast pace and you get caught with the LG, you know, you're going to take a huge chunk of damage. But Cooler did a good job with a, you know, nice comeback. It was down 7-2 at one stage. That definitely could have been a lot worse, could have spiraled out of control. But, you know, have to see how this third map goes. Yeah,
Woken now is the arena shrinks a little bit. We've got Cooler on the visor, and we've got Avik on the Eisen. And I mean, coming off of that one, definitely rough. Cooler needs the map win. Avik, who's currently sitting at the number 2 spot and could actually be tied number 1 with Wenger after this week, depending on what happens here. But I'm excited to see. I think we're going to get a lot more action here, and we're going to kick things off with Cooler, who's immediately going to grab the rail and the heavy. And so far, if you had to take a pick on who is firing the better rails, I have to say it's Avik, and that might be one of the reasons why we saw Cooler play the way that he did last game, because in game one, Avic was definitely winning the rail game overall. But there we see Piercing Sight drop out, and he knows exactly where his opponent is. Doesn't really get to capitalize on it too much. We got a rocket through the window. Wow, huge dodge on that one. But first Piercing Sight doesn't do a whole lot. And unfortunately, a missed rocket jump as well.
And this is what I was talking about in the pre-match. You know, with that visor, you saw where Cooler isn't looking to see his exact location. He's looking to see how early he's contesting these items. You saw there that he knew his position of where he was contesting the heavy, and this is going to be important. But not only about, of course, the angles you hold with the rails is going to be again sufficient. But Avic needs to try and eat up these hourglasses if you can, because Cooler's going to be very reliant on that. But he does have the Piercing Sight again. Oh, Avic's got his back turned. This could be opportunity for Cooler to try and take this first frag off the third map.
Nice.
Yes, he does. Two beautiful rails there. Has the Piercing Sight to find out where he's going to spawn. Will he be able to take him out again? No, he will not. He's just going to see if he can tickle. Damage, but Avic's gone straight through with the LG. No holds barred, and he's literally cleaned him up. I don't think anyone would have expected him to go in so quick.
No way. And you just saw that mouse flick from Cooler when he heard the teleport noise too. I think it surprised him as much as it surprised us. But great play from Avic in the read. He felt like he did enough damage. He was confident enough with that lightning gun. And what a first frag, and now going to take the lead with his second frag, letting the turret come out and play as well. Cooler, I mean, just starting off with some sick rockets and some amazing rails, but Avic is just returning back and says, I can dance this game too.
Wow, his tracing's looking better than the first two previous maps. Avic now very weak. Needs to try and stabilize if he can. Has re-healed slightly, but he knows Cooler is directly above him, and of course Cooler's going to be diving straight in to try and clean him up. Doesn't clean him up fully yet, just being a bit patient with seeing if he can take down Avic. And in another instance, good rocket. That's his win of opportunity. There we go. Pushed him with the LG, and now he's got to try and catch him off on the spawn. But before that, need to prioritize the heavy. He's picked it up. He could fake rocket jump, but decides to back away and see if he pushes for the mecha, which he has done. Good first rail. Looking for the second. Avic is railable, but Avic's like, no. Oh, no, instead, he actually fights back and hits that first rail. Cooler actually replies with another. One more will do it. Beautiful rail again from Cooler. He's looking much stronger than the first two maps.
All right, Lethal, I take back everything that I said about Piercing Sight. You know, I mean, honestly, what I'm seeing is that it's almost more of, you know, from a defensive perspective, Avic's possibilities are limited every single time that it's hit, and it seems like that's almost what, yes, Cooler does get the sight, but Avic, when it is up, when he hears that, also knows, I'm stuck in this back hallway. There's nothing that I can do right now. And, you know, on Awoken, suddenly if you're just kind of sitting in the same spot for a few seconds, you can see just how detrimental that can be to wanting to put together your arsenal, from collecting your resources, etc. So, amazingly done. I take it back. I love to be wrong.
That's all right. I could have been wrong earlier. Don't worry about it. So that was a bit of a risk on my part. But yeah, it's like with the Piercing Sight, you know, it's all about, especially on this map, just trying to contest these items either early or maybe at the very last moment. So if he knows where Avic's going to be, or like, for example, if he's nowhere near Mega, as an example, then Cooler knows that he can just stand his ground on top mid. Or if he knows exactly where he is, he can get that first rail, chip damage, then go straight in. But Avic, 2 HP. Oh, and then he extends his lead. But he could trade him if he can, but somehow he still hasn't traded. That shotgun did not clean him up. I don't know how he survived that week. That was ridiculous, but he has re-healed, but not fully yet. But it looks like Cooler is not in a commanding lead, but has that slight stack advantage. Well, much bigger now after picking up both items.
Yeah, only 8 damage on that one. He'd need a little bit more than that, unfortunately. And it just did not work out for him too well. And I sort of like the chaos that this game is certainly presenting. Great rocket coming out there by Avic, and now his Cooler sits in the middle and just dishes out that LG. Turret does come out, and Avic very, very low. A Cooler needs to close this one and start bringing it back. 5-minute warning, a lot of time left on the clock. But this is like the second time that a window has opened for Cooler, and he just has not been able to secure the frag. And here's another one down to 85 points out. There's the rail, and that's the one he desperately needed. He now has a 2 frag deficit, but looking to potentially make that 1 frag. There it is. That's a huge change of momentum now, and for Cooler.
Cooler definitely making the comeback. 4.5 minutes left. Good first rail. He's going to be looking for the second as he comes out the rocket jump pad, but Avic's just going to be hovering around that area. Let's see what he's up to next, but it's found him. Good tick of LG damage, some good rockets from Cooler there, but you know, he's trying to rain some down from Avic. Avic didn't really get too much damage done, but that rail is definitely going to keep Cooler back, and he's going to have to fight for another day. The Mega has come up in the next 5 seconds. Cooler's still going to try and at least contest it, but it's not enough. Avic probably feels like he may have overextended just a tad, but it's got him that Mega anyway. Still hovering around top mid. Cooler's looking to drop down to see if he can contest that heavy. This is what I mean though. Cooler is a massive bully for these items. Even if he's at a disadvantage, he'll try and make something happen, and he still takes him down after all that. Uses the piercing sight. I think he just saw a quick glimpse of Avic going top mid. This is his chance to maybe equalize the scoreline.
Yeah, that was great. I love that fall away down too with the rocket shot, but into safety, and then just bullied him, like you said. Very nicely done. And following up with yet another frag to tie us up. And Cooler showing his LG after Avic has absolutely been running a masterclass on LG in this particular map. But with about 3.5 minutes left to go, we are tied 7-7. And I hope we get to keep this energy and flow and action for the remainder of the map, because this could be very interesting to see how it's going to play out. Avic now sitting on top of the Mega. Cooler waiting very patiently, knows exactly where his opponent is. Doesn't really get an opportunity for any sort of rail shot, but that heavy's going to be up soon, and we're going to have a fight there.
Yeah, you could see that the only way he could go for that Mega's through the choke point. Avic was literally waiting for him. There was no need. It wasn't necessary anyway. The heavy was coming up shortly. But it's been back and forth for both these players on every map, actually. You know, 7 all so far, 2.5 minutes left. This could be one of their chance to try and push in. He's taken a lot of rocket damage, but the LG is looking good for Avic, as Avic is the one who edges him out into that fight. He knows that he spawned LG, decides to play it safe, rocket up to the Mega. Will pick up the light shortly, but instead he's going to rail Cooler back. We're about to get him for a second time. No, he won't, but Cooler knows that he can still pick up this heavy. He's going to rocket jump up and try and get him, but taking a bit of damage in the process as Avic is taught. So he's caught in a very tight spot. Cooler's like, do you know what? I'm just going to jump straight in anyway. I need to take some risks. I've only got a couple of minutes left. Risk taken. Risk was successful. And now he's got 2 minutes left. Tied 8-all between these two juggernauts.
Ooh, and the Mega is up, but nudging it out is Avic, and he's going to keep it up. Shaping back and forth above the broken stairs. Heavy is back up, but Cooler is very, very low. He is going to manage to get back up and restack here, as they will find each other in the back hallways yet again. Nice rail on Cooler, waiting for Avic, this time being a little bit more patient in that regard. And now piercing sight comes out, knows exactly where he is. Rocket jump up to the top. He's got to deal with Avic and Turret. Does manage to get the frag and takes out Timmy and grabs the Mega, while also grabbing the lead. And suddenly Cooler just turned on his reserves here, Lethal, because he has hit the last 3 rails. He's read his opponent very, very nicely. He's used piercing sight just perfectly. And can he pick this one up? He's got to run away. Almost lands that rail. He's in a lot of trouble.
Oh, that damage from the rocket definitely changed things, but he took a direct bottom mid. I think Cooler may have outstayed his welcome there. Should have backed up a little bit sooner, but it doesn't matter. It's 40 seconds left. Mega's been picked up for Avic. Cooler's still looking to contest this heavy. He's going to drop down through it anyway. See how these airstrikes can do for Avic. Takes him out with rail almost, but he is railable. Cooler's in an awful spot. The Triumph could take him out, but Cooler knows he needs to get away. Oh, the rail as well through Vitelli. This could be the winning moment for Avic. He's now going to try and clean him up with the LG, but Cooler's been so aggressive. The turret's just going to delay the outcome. But can Cooler even come up from this? Good rocket, 46 HP. He's throwing another turret just to try and keep him away. He's trying to re-heal. He's got 7 seconds left here. Wait, this could be all, but Cooler's dived straight in. 42 HP. Will he be able to clean him up? He's railable, but it's just too little too late as Avic just barely manages to get away with his life. 10-9. What a map. What a series, actually, just in general.
I mean, if Cooler had any other weapons in his arsenal there, I think he probably could have cleaned it up. But I was so that last rocket, as Avic came through the teleporter, it bounced him, but Avic still hit the rail. I didn't get to see that through Avic's eyes, but I absolutely have to, right? Like, he came out of the teleporter anticipating that rail, but would have had to correct based off of the bounce of that rocket. Like, that is, I mean, either the craziest thing happened, like there was a correction, or he was totally off and was going to miss, and that rocket bounce somehow like put his crosshair over Cooler. Just totally insane. That last frag, that was amazing. I love that matchup.
Even the smallest difference, it's just ridiculous. I'm not surprised that Cooler made such a great comeback. It could have been a different story in so many different ways. But let's have a word with Ketchup and see what he thought about the whole process of that match. That third map was a doozy, Ketchup. But to be fair, all those maps were very, very close. It was more Cooler being on the back end of the stick throughout most of those maps. But we saw there that it was a very, very close. Avic just barely managed to stay alive. Those turrets, did its work, did its justice, but we saw a lot of abuse with the piercing sight, going for those items when Cooler was going to try and make the decision where if he wanted to push him or not. Just a great series overall.
It was one of those situations that we've kind of touched on many times in Pro League where the final score doesn't really reflect how close those maps were. It doesn't really do it justice, because every time Avec and Cooler have played in Quake Champions, especially recently, they have really good games. Avec has kind of historically had the upper hand, but it's been a hard-fought situation. And today, although the final score count says 3-0, was one of those situations, because Cooler made him sweat for it every single map, and it was always close. It's just Avec. We've touched on him being on kind of the return to form, I think is fair to say, where the Avec that we have now is the Avec that, like, this is the Avec that is so well known as being one of the greatest Quake players of all time,
Yeah, it was great. I still can't get over that last frag. It's like, I can't wait to hear more. And I'm like, I know this is like kind of spoilerish, but I was looking at next week's matchups, and we have Wenger versus Avic next week, which is just like awesome. After the display that we just got on today's featured matches, that is something to look forward to. It's only 7 days away.
Did we expect anything less? Absolutely not. I think that final map was just, basically a glimpse of what we can see next week as well from Avec. I'm just being really very impressed with him overall. 5-1, he's been very consistent across the board against some top competition, and we saw then that he had a huge advantage on a number of occasions against Cooler crawling back as always. But great stuff from both of these players, from both of these powerhouses.
It's been a really good day, hasn't it, chaps?
Yeah, it's been all right. We've had some good matchups, some clean sweeps, but some very close games. We can't really complain, in all fairness.
And it's kind of crazy to think that we're dawning on the later part of this stage now, because we get closer and closer to the stage 2 finals. We've had all these weeklies to kind of establish those storylines and just continue player growth, or in other instances, players that I think are definitely using this opportunity maybe as a bit of a wake-up call where, hey, look, that critical point's been reached. We now have to start looking inward and realize, okay, if I'm doing this wrong or that wrong and I'm not as successful as I used to be, have to prepare for the stage finals, because there are some players that are in relegation territory and there's not much they can do about it now. So they have to just, reflect a little bit, I think is the word that we'll use. But Avec definitely not one of those players, because he has just continued to be a total beast, hasn't he, Wheat?
Yeah, I mean, huge beast. That was just, those 2 featured matches were everything that I hope that we get here as our final 2 matches on Sundays for QPL. It was just so phenomenal. And when you do really go back and you look in our featured matches, it was only about 3, 5, 8. It was only about 15 frags, but separating between all of the games, and across 6 games, that's pretty impressive. We had some really phenomenal close games this week.
Right. I have just been told that we have Avec here for our post-game interview. Are you there, bro?
I'm there. As you can see, I'm there. How are you?
Hello. It's good to have you. Well done. Good games all round. I guess I'll start, and have a little bit of a recap over the stage that you've had. You've looked really strong in this stage, and it's been a real nice kind of return to form. You know, it's great to see you playing the way that everyone was always waiting for, and here you are now, right? Has there been anything like a difference in training or a different kind of mental approach? Like, what do you think are any of the potential reasons that now you are back to where you should be, right? Back on top.
There is no reasons at all. I think Quake is just such difficult game that even though if you have a player who is like top player and is losing, it doesn't say anything bad about this player. If Cypher is struggling right now, I don't really care, man, because I know that he's gonna come strong in the finals or next stage or things like this. It's like, you know, Quake is too difficult game to just like judge by a few games. I cannot say that I'm in top form and I changed something and now I started to eat eggs every morning and I'm wrecking, right? It's like, it's just like doesn't work like that. In my opinion, I think Quake is a very, very difficult game. So for all the fans out there of like other players, like Coolers, like Cyphers and other guys, like, be calm, everything gonna be good with your guys.
I think you're completely right there, because even leading up to each stage final, all the players put a lot more hours in, a lot more grinding. That's why there is some shocks or some upsets, considering what they've seen from the standings on the leaderboard compared to when they actually go into the stage finals. What I want to talk about as well, a question on Molten Falls. Now, you played the game a lot slower to start with, but you was able to predict some of the paths that Kula was taking very well. Was that just by off chance? Was that just him being predictable, or do you both know each other, know each other that well in terms of your play styles, but you knew exactly like roughly where he could be going?
I think that's the matter of the champ picks. If you're playing such like champs, like if you're playing against Anarchy, first of all, you need to listen a lot on the map and hear where he's moving, and you try to catch him like on his rotations and things like this. So I just knew that he's like, whenever I didn't have control, I was like around the rail area where I could use my picker really good, and then I also had a lot of like time to listen to him, so he could like so I could guess which rotation he's taking from the mega and then catch him on this rotation, make a lot of damage, then like cut them up on the half and keep exchanging and stuff.
Avik, congratulations. You know, I have watched you play Quake for many years, and as you mentioned, like Quake is a difficult game, right? One of the things that I think is absolutely astounding is just how deep and epically scary the EU region is. So, you know, with Quake being a difficult game, like you mentioned, what would you say is like one determining factor that's allowing someone to say, you know, dominate versus another? And again, I know that right, it's a any given Sunday kind of situation, but if you could say like there's one particular trait that, you know, a person who takes this very difficult game and is able to be consistently great at it, what would you say that is?
As you said, I think everybody will say differently, but in my opinion, the most important thing in Quake, especially in esport and Quake, because Quake is 1v1 game and you are the only one. Like in other games, you might have teammates who gonna like carry you, or like whenever you cannot like deliver, they gonna like help you out. But here, I think the most important in this game is like mental strength. Like if you're mentally stronger than your opponent, that's already like big step ahead. And I think like every single duelist and like player in Quake must be mentally ready for a game, for a tournament, for a LAN, for like doesn't matter what kind of show, but you need the mental strength. And then many other things also in game. Like in game, I think you also need to be calm. I think that's the also most important, and it's connected to the like mental strength. If you are calm and your brain is working like calmly, you're not panicking, I think that's the most important. And like the best examples you have is like Rafa or Cooler. They are barely like panicking in game. They usually very calm and steady. So that's also important factor.
Awesome. That's great. Thank you so much.
Excellent stuff. It's been really nice to catch up. It's been really nice to chat to you, and it's great to see your kind of continued growth, I think, in this stage for sure. And I think I speak on behalf of everyone when I say we're very excited to see what you can bring in the finals. So thank you very much, and we will.
Can I say one more
goodbye.
thing, please?
Yeah, feel free.
Because I'm obligated to say that because I'm already signed to Team Endpoint like for 2 years almost, and they are supporting me mentally. They are cheering for me. They are supporting me financially. We have also other sponsors like Noble Chair. I just got this chair, like it's Doom edition, it's special
Snap.
edition of Noble Chairs, like it's with Doom.
I've seen that somewhere.
So
Everyone was saying that was the secret to your win this
I
week.
could choose whatever chair I wanted from like Noble Chair, but I chosen this one because
Good
I
choice.
thought like I'm a Quake player, right? And it's like connected to Bethesda. This is Bethesda special edition. So shout outs to Noble Chair, our like sponsor. Shout outs to also Sex, like here. Everybody's laughing that it might be about something about sex in my nickname, but it's actually Sex. It's like a big company. They also have like stationery shop in my city in Wrocław in Poland. So if there is any Polish guys, you can step by and have a chat with guys. Perfect people working there. All other sponsors who are like working with Endpoint, and happy birthday to Pete, one of the owners of Endpoint alongside the Adam. He's turning 31 this year. He was ex-CS pro player, so he understands the game. He loves Quake as well, and he's always cheering for me. So happy birthday, my
Happy
man!
birthday,
And happy
Pete.
birthday tomorrow to our like one and only Ron from Quake. He's also turning like he's also getting older tomorrow. So thanks, guys. I needed this minutes for like for thanking my support.
No
Congratulations
worries.
on the series
Congrats,
win, mate.
man.
Have a nice
Happy to
evening,
give
guys.
you. Take
care,
care,
buddy.
mate.
Yeah,
Take
see you.
care, and congratulations, man. That chair really is so goddamn sick, isn't it? Goddamn.
I know. Here's me,
Wait,
me
oh,
and Wheat
yeah.
sitting without one. It's ridiculous.
Oh, shit.
Right.
That's good.
That is, on that note, where we finish for the day. But come on, I mean, if we're reflecting, it's been a really fun day. The featured matches were wicked. The Marathon of Americas just gave us a lot more storylines and talking points as we progress into the future weeks. But I mean, before we wrap this show up, I'll go through. Lethal, anything you want to say before we close out?
Just been a great day as always. We've seen some upsets, some shocks, and the last two series were just absolute crackers. It was a privilege to be a part of them, and nice to see what Avik was talking about. Just the way you've got to try and progress as a player. It takes a lot of time. Mental strength. I think it's a nice way to hear it from a pro player's perspective in terms of like how to at least try and improve your game. And it's hopefully a lot of people who look to become like Quake players in the future to looking to see what they can do in the future themselves. So no, it's been an awesome day. Great as always.
What about you,
Yep.
Wheat?
I just want to say thanks, Avik, for a great interview. I completely agree with him. Like, Quake is a difficult game, right? It's why it is so hard to become the best, reach the top of that ceiling, be consistent, etc. And I know that we all in chat and right here are basically armchair, quarterbacks in a lot of ways. But I also see how much respect that is given, not only by casters and crew, but everyone in chat in terms of like knowing how much these players are putting their blood, sweat, and tears into this game every single week. So I just want to say thank you for that, Avik. I completely agree. And thank you to all the players who continue to give it their all to bring us this level of entertainment each and every week. So thank you so much.
I find that level of insight really interesting. It's my favorite thing about player interviews because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are at the top of the food chain. They're the ones that put in the most hours, understand the game better than anyone else. And that's why when they kind of give those answers that certainly not everyone will give, it's nice to hear that level of insight, I think, from players that are of that level. And not even factoring in that Quake, like on the subject of it being a difficult game, the work-life balance, players that are somehow able to get this good at Quake and then juggle other real-life responsibilities. I don't know how they bloody do it. I don't know. But you know what? It's just one of those things in esports, isn't it? And that will be, folks, all we have time for. I'd like to express a massive thank you to everyone that tuned in for today's show, whether you've been here for 10 minutes all day. Thanks for sticking around and choosing to spend your Sunday with the Quake fam. I'd like to shout out Bethesda, id, always the hard-working production teams behind the scenes making these shows possible. You lovely gentlemen for joining me today, and Quake will continue same time, same place next week. Peace out, much love, and we'll see you next time. Take care.